At the tender age of 3, I experienced the awakening of my Rinnegan, only to discover that my kin, Uchiha Itachi, was also a traveler from another realm. I overheard him utter a phrase in Mandarin, cursing my toxic father with the words that a treacherous dog would meet a grim fate. Although this remark was made during a family critique gathering directed at my father, and all present heard it, they chose to ignore it. Yet, upon hearing those words while kneeling on the ground, a tempest brewed within my heart. Could it be that Uchiha was also a traveler? Why else would he speak in Chinese? Initially, I believed that the otherworldly visitors spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths were still far removed from my reality, and that I would have to wait until adulthood to fully harness the power of the Rinnegan before encountering them. Little did I anticipate that I would uncover one so soon. The true number of travelers in this world remains a mystery to me. The reason I awakened the Rinnegan, attributed to my Uchiha lineage, stemmed from an unusual ailment that struck me a year prior to my frail body was severely weakened. I was little more than skin and bones, unable even to move my fingers, living in a state akin to a vegetative existence. Despite my mother being a medical ninja, she was unable to diagnose the cause of my affliction. With the impending doom of the clan's massacre looming just 4 years away, I pondered how a helpless, vegetative child like me could survive against Toby and the 3 formidable adversaries that surrounded him. However, I felt a strange sense of relief, as I surmised I might not even live to see that fateful night. Yet on that day, as my mother wheeled me outside for some fresh air, we returned to find a disheveled man already waiting at our doorstep. This man was my toxic father, yet despite our blood ties, we had scarcely crossed paths over the past 3 years. The moment my mother laid eyes on him, terror washed over her face. "How did you get in?" she exclaimed. Unperturbed, the man charged forward, seizing her shoulders and bellowing that he had lost all his money and questioning why her salary for the month was so meager. My mother, powerless to break free from his grip, responded that it was all the money she had, as the rest had been spent on treating Cheng's illness. The man then cast a disdainful glance at me in the wheelchair, declaring that the wretched child should have perished long ago, a mere burden to live on. He cursed her for spending money in such a way, lamenting that he had no capital left to turn his fortunes around. With that, he struck my mother across the face with a resounding slap, causing her cheek to swell visibly. Yet, his fury remained unquenched, and he raised his fists to strike her again. As I sat helplessly in my wheelchair, witnessing this brutality unfold, I felt utterly powerless. "Do not harm my mother any further," I cried, glaring at the man with a ferocity that echoed the growl of a ravenous wolf. Yet, my toxic father merely looked at me with revulsion before delivering a brutal kick to my chest. In the next instant, my small frame was sent flying several meters back, crashing against the wall, and I slipped into unconsciousness, my mother's desperate cries echoing in my ears. This moment, I felt an overwhelming chill coursing through my body, and the strength to breathe seemed to evaporate from my chest. Just as I believed I was on the brink of death once more, I opened my eyes again, only to find myself in a bewildering realm. Below me lay a surface resembling a tranquil lake, and to my astonishment, I discovered I could stand, my body no longer burdened by weakness. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed an elderly figure not far away, adorned with 2 horns, levitating effortlessly above the water's surface, seated in quiet meditation. Surrounding him were 9 black orbs, and a dark staff floated behind him. Gazing into the purple, oval patterns within his eyes, I suddenly comprehended his identity. He was the Sage of the Six Paths. It seemed I truly was teetering on the edge of death otherwise. The Sage of the Underworld would not be present here. Tentatively, I inquired, "Are you the deity destined to guide me to the afterlife?" The elderly man replied nonchalantly, "No, I'm the creator of order, known as Yui No. 1. The Sage of the Six Paths, the Sage of the Six Paths? Then you must be a deity," I remarked, recalling tales that spoke of him as the god who created the world. He humbly replied, "I'm not so grand, I merely created the ninja sect." Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, realizing that the sage bore no ill will toward me, this interloper. "Esteemed elder, since you are indeed the Sage of the Six Paths, could you grant me a glimpse of my mother's current state? I find myself quite concerned for her." "Your mother is safe, the assailant has long since departed," he assured me. With a flick of his staff upon the water's surface, an image of my mother emerged, swaying my cold body, weeping heart-wrenchingly. However, upon noticing the absence of that wretch by her side, I exhaled in relief. Soon, as the image faded, I, seizing the opportunity, posed a series of questions. "Elder, Why is my body still there? How did I end up here? Am I truly dead? In response, the sage explained, this is your spiritual realm. As for you, you are in a state between life and death. Though your physical form teeters on the brink of demise, your powerful bloodline has preserved a flicker of vitality. Upon hearing the term powerful bloodline, I could not help but smile bitterly. Sage of the Six Paths, please do not jest. I was born into a branch family of the Yagyu, and my mother is of foreign descent. There is no powerful bloodline to speak of. You must be mistaken. Yet, the sage remained impassive, stating, your father is of the Uchiha clan, possessing Indra's bloodline, while your mother is a descendant of Ashura. I was taken aback. What? My mother carries Ashura's bloodline? I had never heard her mention such a thing. I only knew she was of foreign origin, having adopted the Uchiha surname upon marrying into the clan. The sage continued, though the two bloodlines are weak, their combination has resulted in a remarkable transformation. A miracle of 100 million has created the person you are now. What do you mean? Is this a phenomenon of ancestral return? Upon hearing these words, the sage of Six Paths chuckled and remarked, indeed, if all goes smoothly, you should possess the Rinnegan, eh? Powerful ocular technique, just as I do by birthright. However, it is unfortunate that your physique is far too frail to provide the substantial energy required to manifest the Rinnegan. Consequently, your body has recently begun to exhibit peculiar ailments. Upon hearing this, I swiftly sought to forge a connection, exclaiming, esteemed ancestor, your presence here must signify that you possess a remedy for my afflictions. Of course, he continued, but first, after I awaken your bloodline, you must accept a task from me. It was revealed that 3 years prior, the Sage of Six Paths had unexpectedly discovered the arrival of several souls imbued with foreign powers, coinciding with the changes in my bloodline. To safeguard the order of the present world from disruption, he intended to select me as his successor, for he, now deceased, could no longer intervene in reality. However, upon hearing of the multiple foreign entities, a sense of unease gripped my heart. Was there yet another traveler among them? Yet, the sage's demeanor suggested he had not uncovered his own origins, implying that other souls with foreign powers were concealing mine. With the sage's assistance in channeling natural energy, I not only successfully awakened the Rinnegan, but also grasped the fundamentals of sage mode. As I slowly opened my eyes, the same elliptical, purple aura materialized before me. The sage smiled and said, very well, although the arrival of foreign powers may yield unforeseen consequences for this world, with you as the inheritor, the path ahead is for you to decide. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, speaking with seriousness, but take heed, your Rinnegan has merely been born and requires nurturing. Unlike the Sharingan, which necessitates a traumatic awakening, the Rinnegan demands only formidable mental strength and chakra. I nodded in acknowledgement of the sage's request, having recently received his invaluable assistance. More importantly, I had a mother in this world whom I cherished. Preserving the world equated to safeguarding my family, and thus, these objectives were not at odds. Yet, I remained unaware of the fact that other travelers were significantly more powerful than I, and moreover, they possessed their own systems to enhance their strength. Soon after the Sage of Six Paths vanished with a look of satisfaction, I awoke in a hospital bed. Having caused quite a commotion, I had returned to life half an hour after my apparent death. Had it not been for my mother's desperate pleas for resuscitation, I would likely be resting in a coffin now. After a 3-day coma, I regained my health, an event deemed miraculous in the annals of medical history. Following a series of examinations revealing no health issues, I departed the hospital with my mother. To celebrate my miraculous revival, my mother, Mikasa Uchiha, prepared a lavish feast. Yes, I devoured the meal ravenously. As if I were a starving spirit reborn, Mikasa appeared to be in a dreamlike state. While her spirits had lifted considerably, my heart was still laden with concerns. The crisis had not yet been averted. The wretch who harms dogs will return once more. I had initially contemplated resolving matters through divorce, and subsequently escaping this realm of incessant strife. After all, the future of the Uchiha clan is fraught with peril. However, to my dismay, when I broached this subject, my mother swiftly dismissed the idea. Despite having once considered divorce herself, she could never relinquish her attachment to me. It became apparent that the Uchiha clan, with its formidable power, would inevitably intervene in any divorce proceedings. Being a descendant of the Uchiha bloodline, I would undoubtedly be compelled to remain and live with my father. To my astonishment, I realized that I had inadvertently implicated my mother in this turmoil. Yet, As the conventional path seemed obstructed, I resolved to cultivate the strength necessary for my own protection. Thus, in pursuit of greater power, I began to study chakra, ninjutsu, under the tutelage of my mother, a medical ninja. What surprised her was that within less than half an hour, I had successfully refined chakra. She had endured a year of arduous training to achieve the same feat. Could it be that her child was indeed a prodigy? While my rapid mastery of chakra refinement was impressive, it did not necessarily indicate exceptional talent. However, her skepticism was soon dispelled when she beheld the abundant chakra emanating from me, visible to the naked eye. Here I was, a mere 3-year-old, having refined an amount of chakra nearly equivalent to her own. The astonishment only deepened as I swiftly mastered all the ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy within a mere half-day. That I not only learned the fundamental techniques, such as the body replacement technique, but also the body flicker technique for swift escapes, as well as the shadow clone technique. Witnessing this unfold, my mother felt a sense of numbness. Though I exhibited a preference for certain skills, I had nonetheless reached a level akin to that of a graduate from the Ninja Academy. At this juncture, she suddenly realized that she had no additional ninjutsu to teach me. After advising me to practice diligently, she hurriedly departed. As I watched her retreating figure, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was fleeing from something, though perhaps that was merely a trick of the mind. Fortunately, I was able to continue my training independently, for as a devoted fan of the Naruto series, how could I be unaware of the classic tree climbing and water walking techniques? I had expected that, with the experience gained from my shadow clones and my innate talent, I would master these skills within half a day. However, mere seconds later, I found myself questioning my own existence. It seemed I had underestimated my abilities. I required no instruction, as if these skills were ingrained in my very being. Soon, having learned all the ninjutsu prematurely, I spent the entire day practicing to solidify my newfound skills. Yet, as night fell and I prepared to rest, I noticed an itching sensation in my eyes. In response to my Buddhist demands, I continuously channeled chakra into my eyes. Before long, I felt a profound sensation, as if my eyes were evolving. Could it be that the Rinnegan's 6 paths techniques were awakening within me? To confirm my suspicions, I began to experiment with the newly awakened power, but just then, suddenly, the surroundings transformed into a crimson haze. In a state of panic, I hurriedly retrieved a small mirror to inspect the scene. To my astonishment, the reflection revealed a Sharingan, glimmering like a jewel. However, I soon realized that my Rinnegan's abilities remained intact. It merely appeared that I had acquired an additional Sharingan. My skin could shift at will, reminiscent of Uchiha abilities, though his Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan, preserving its capabilities. In my case, since I already possessed the Rinnegan, I could only signify its growth through the Sharingan until it matured. This realization ignited a thrill within me, for awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future would require merely an abundance of chakra, sparing me the need for mental stimulation. Yet, the gradual development of my Rinnegan cast a shadow over my excitement, as my ambitions to overpower Danzo and Obito on the night of the massacre seemed increasingly unattainable. Clearly, I would need to devise new strategies to escape that fateful night. A month swiftly passed, during which I concealed the secret of my eyes by donning sunglasses while training. On this particular day, however, anxiety gripped me, for it was the day my mother received her salary, which meant that my nominal father would inevitably return to rob her once. More as expected, the moment my mother returned home from work that evening, the loathsome man reappeared, though his attire was notably cleaner than before. "Look at me. I've turned my fortunes around," he boasted. "I've earned a fortune gambling. I can make your monthly salary in just a few minutes." However, my mother remained unperturbed by his claims. Instead, she handed him a document and resolutely stated, "This is a divorce agreement. Let's part ways. All you need to do is sign." The man fixated on her, sneering, "Divorce? Are you joking? Have you forgotten that this is the territory of the Uchiha clan? Or have you decided to abandon that little brat?" Despite her disdain for the man before her, my mother took a deep breath and calmly replied, "I am willing to relinquish 90% of my salary each month, provided you forfeit any claim to a Cheng's custody. 90%? Are you insane? That child isn't worth that much." He scoffed, viewing familial bonds as worthless. Yet, upon witnessing his wife's unwavering resolve to divorce, he picked up the agreement and skimmed through it, confirming that the terms matched his expectations and were, perhaps, favorable. However, before he could finish speaking, he ripped the document to shreds, leaving my mother aghast. "Why?" she demanded. That money is more than enough for your gambling. With a mocking chuckle, he retorted, 90%? That's hardly sufficient. I want it all. He then rose, striking my mother across the face, causing her to stagger. Now hand over the money, or I won't hesitate to resort to violence. Yet, my mother stood tall, unwavering in the face of his intimidation, meeting his gaze with unyielding resolve. I have temporarily entrusted the money to a colleague from the Hinata clan. Should you oppose the divorce, you will receive not a single penny in the future. Upon hearing this, the man was instantly consumed with rage, raising his hand as if to strike. However, at that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept from behind him. Instinctively, he evaded, only to witness an iron rod crashing violently onto the adjacent chair, reducing it to splinters. When he looked up, he discovered that it was I, merely 3 years of age, brandishing the iron rod. You unfilial wretch! To raise your hand against your own father! He bellowed. Today, I shall surely end you, you little brat. Gazing at this man, who still dared to claim the title of father, I felt no need for explanation and immediately launched my attack. He retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at me, intending to repeat his previous assault, which had nearly cost me my life. Yet I had transformed since then. With a deft maneuver, I evaded his strike and swung the iron rod once more, aiming for his waist. In an instant, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Seeing my strike succeed, I prepared to capitalize on my advantage. However, as I brought the iron rod down upon him, he suddenly sprang back to his feet, extracting a kunai from his bag. Relying on his combat experience, he effortlessly blocked my attack. Realizing I was not adept at fighting with the iron rod, he seized the opportunity, darting forward to thrust the kunai towards my neck. Die, you rebellious little brat. In that critical moment, a sound of a kunai slicing through the air rang out from behind me. Should he continue his assault, he would be struck by the kunai. Thus, he retracted his weapon to defend himself, and I took this chance to retreat. The kunai had, of course, been thrown by my mother, Makako. Uchiha Kenji, cease this. I can hand over the money to you. He did not expect that this man would resort to lethal measures against his own child for the sake of a mere 10%. Now, seeking mercy, it was too late today. I would ensure your demise. Observing the madness in Uchiha Kenji's eyes, I noticed his pupils gradually morphing into a crimson Sharingan. My mother, Makako, realized that this man was truly intent on killing them. Yet, I felt neither fear nor hesitation. Mother, we must give our all that I will engage him in battle. You use the kunai to distract him. Makako wished to intervene, reluctant to see her child take such risks. But upon witnessing the seals I formed, as my arms began to darken, she instantly recognized the ninjutsu that it was the earth shield he had bestowed upon me, said to defend against all physical attacks except for lightning-based ninjutsu. Though he had never mastered it himself, he had not anticipated that I would learn it. Yet this moment of distraction allowed Uchiha Kenji to launch his attack. The clang of metal resonated throughout the room as I blocked 5 out of 6 of his strikes. The final attack grazed my arm, but I paid it no heed, for the earth shield provided a solid defense. In that instant, beneath my sunglasses, my own eyes transformed into the Sharingan, enhancing my dynamic vision. Bestowed upon me was a reaction capability that rivaled that of my opponent in that fleeting moment. It was the mother and son duo who seemed to hold the upper hand. Uchiha, you should leave now, you're no match for us. Yet upon hearing my disdainful tone, Uchiha Kenji became increasingly frantic. Perish, fire style, fireball technique. With a twisted expression, he formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter from his mouth. However, I remained utterly unperturbed, forming hand seals of my own. Water style, water shockwave technique. I expelled an immense torrent of water, conjuring a wall that swiftly obstructed the surging flames. The once chaotic room was enveloped in mist, obscuring all vision. At that moment, I suddenly realized that continuing the battle in this confined space would render me severely disadvantaged. Thus, activating my Sharingan, I intended to guide my visually impaired mother away from the house. Just then, a kunai, accompanied by a sparking paper tag, soared toward us. Alarm bells rang in my mind that lunatic was resorting to vengeance against his own kin. While I could disregard it, my mother could not. It seemed I had no choice but to act. I channeled all my energy into the earth style, body hardening technique, solidifying my form, and then lunged forward, pressing the explosive tag beneath me. A deafening explosion erupted within the room, obliterating half of the house. My mother let out a terrified scream as she cradled her dust-covered son. Mom, I'm fine, I reassured her. Though the scene was grim, I remained unscathed thanks to the defensive prowess of the Earth style. Yet just then, that man charged at us once more, hurling another explosive tag. As I prepared to shield us again, a figure suddenly materialized before us, catching the kunai effortlessly and discarding it nonchalantly. The kunai, bound with the explosive tag, soared into an open space several meters away, soon followed by a violent explosion and a gust of wind. I squinted against the force. Finally discerning the face of the personate was Uchiha Shursui from the security department. Shortly thereafter, several Uchiha clan members clad in green vests arrived, surrounding the scene and regaining control. Subsequently, the three of us were escorted to the leader's residence, awaiting judgment. As Uchiha Kenji was released, he collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. The villain cries first, "Deputy Leader, you must advocate for me. This woman and that wretched child dare to attempt to kill me. You must sentence them to death for the sake of justice." He wailed, seemingly aggrieved beyond measure. Uchiha Fugaku, however, remained silent in response. Just then, a figure emerged. Uchiha Shursui, once again, kneeling on the ground as he reported to the leader. "We have discovered traces of both fire and water styles at the scene, along with fragments of paper that escaped the fire shield. Upon piecing them together, it corroborates the existence of the divorce agreement mentioned by Uchiha Mikako." He presented the tattered remnants of paper to Uchiha Fugaku, who scrutinized them for a moment, arriving at a judgment in his mind. "Do we have any records pertaining to Uchiha Q?" Shursui replied in response. "Uchiha Kagami, under the guise of Uchiha Shingo, has been apprehended, yet seldom graces his workplace. He has spent years frequenting casinos and nightclubs. Although he recently triumphed in the casino, winning a staggering 1 million ryo, it remains insufficient to settle the substantial debts he has incurred. Presently, he is in dire need of financial liquidity. The evidence surrounding the motive for murder is indisputable. The truth reveals a gambler who has taken the lives of his wife and child, even resorting to the use of explosive talismans. His wife and child fought valiantly for their survival and managed to escape. However, Uchiha Fugaku finds himself in a perplexing predicament, for even with the truth in hand, a proper trial is unattainable. Whether one were to convict the father for the murder of his wife and child based on the truth, or to manipulate the narrative to accuse the child of patricide, both scenarios would lead to a scandal of monumental proportions. Such disgrace, if made public, would inflict severe damage upon the reputation of the Uchiha clan. At this critical juncture, Uchiha Itachi, standing nearby, uttered a quiet murmur. "A venomous dog deserves a wretched demise." Once this scandal circulates, it will deliver a substantial blow to the reputation of the Uchiha clan. "Humph, a gambler cannot possess a house," murmured Uchiha Itachi softly. The surrounding crowd paid no heed to his words. However, Uchiha S's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he knelt on the ground. This was because the voice had spoken in Chinese. Uchiha S dared not act recklessly, yet his mind was in turmoil. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi is a transmigrator? How else could he possibly speak Chinese? He had initially believed that the visitors from other realms, as mentioned by the Sage of Six Paths, were far removed from him, requiring him to attain maturity and mastery of his powers before encountering them. He never anticipated discovering a potential new transmigrator so swiftly. Just how many transmigrators exist in this world? What puzzled him further was why this transmigrator, Uchiha Itachi, so easily revealed his identity. Should not a transmigrator conceal their identity with utmost diligence? What could he possibly be aiming to achieve? However, as he reflected on his own predicament, clarity began to dawn upon him. All those present were members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi had been nurtured by Uchiha Fugaku from a young age, having been brought to the battlefield at the tender age of 4. Aside from the 3 being judged, everyone else should be familiar to Uchiha Itachi, thus confirming that no other transmigrators existed among them. In front of individuals who were not transmigrators, who could comprehend the language spoken in Chinese. As for the 3 of them, a gambler, a middle-aged woman, and a child resisting domestic violence, none of them appeared to fit the profile of a transmigrator. This further diminished the risk of exposing a transmigrator's identity. Yet, who could fathom that a transmigrator who awakened the Rinnegan would first resist domestic violence and battle a gambling lower ninja? Such actions were a disservice to the identity of a transmigrator and the abilities of the Rinnegan, appearing utterly beneath contempt. Uchiha S stifled his speculations deep within his heart. Whether Uchiha Itachi was a transmigrator or not bore no relevance to his current situation. He needed to navigate through the immediate crisis before he could ponder other matters. He knelt obediently on the ground, awaiting judgment. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke. The truth of this matter has become clear. Uchiha Kenji's mishandling of explosive tags caused an explosion, and he must bear the consequences. Uchiha Mikasa suffered injuries due to the explosive tag incident and, disillusioned with her husband, has proposed a divorce agreement. Uchiha Kenji has consented to sign it. The Uchiha clan will adjudicate. The two will divorce normally, with their assets divided equally. Uchiha Fugaku then turned his gaze towards the three kneeling before him and inquired, "Do you have any objections to this outcome?" Uchiha Kenji quickly responded, before the clan leader. How could he dare voice dissent? He had not anticipated that the divorce agreement had remained unscathed by the flames. If he continued to press the matter and infuriate the clan leader, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Mikasa, filled with urgency, asked, "Esteemed clan leader, what will happen to my child? I would forfeit the assets, as long as I can take my child with me." Uchiha Fugaku spoke softly, stating that the matter concerning the child was beyond his personal jurisdiction, as it involved a member of the Uchiha clan and required a collective decision from the Uchiha Council. Observing Mikasa's anxious demeanor, he reassured her, saying that as long as she was willing to accept the judgment and promised not to divulge any information regarding this incident, he would do his utmost to secure an opportunity for her to leave with the child. Would she be willing? Mikasa calmed herself, reflecting for a moment before expressing her acceptance. This was the best opportunity she could hope for. Upon her agreement, Uchiha Fugaku sternly commanded those present to keep the matter confidential, thus diffusing a potentially scandalous situation before it could escalate. Chapter 24. The deprivation of a surname. At the behest of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan convened an assembly ahead of schedule. Every adult member of the Uchiha household was in attendance, yet Uchiha Kenji was barred from participating in this gathering. Even Uchiha Fugaku expressed concern that he might cause further disturbances, potentially reigniting previously quelled scandals. The clan meeting took place at the Southi Shrine, a clandestine venue for the Uchiha family. Seated in the prominent position, Uchiha Fugaku addressed the assembly, articulating Uchiha Mikoto's request for divorce, inviting a collective decision from those present. Once Fugaku concluded his remarks, the eldest elder spoke in a measured tone, asserting she is merely an outsider. Having divorced, she is no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. What right does she have to take our Uchiha child? Let her depart. Indeed, chimed in a middle-aged man seated closer to the front, evidently of higher status. She was merely caught in the blast of an explosive tag. Allowing her to leave is already a tremendous act of mercy. How dare she make demands? A chorus of agreement resonated throughout the assembly. Mikoto felt a swell of anxiety. She understood the formidable opposition she faced and did not anticipate such immediate dissent. Uchiha Fugaku interjected, "Regardless, the child in question, Uchiha Itachi, insists on leaving with his mother. We must consider the child's own wishes." The aforementioned elder opened his eyes, revealing a piercing gaze, and declared, "A traitor, bearing the blood of our Uchiha lineage. He dares to side with outsiders. Why should we heed his thoughts? Lock him within the clan and teach him a lesson. When he has been corrected, we may consider releasing him." At that moment, another middle-aged man, also seated in the front row, mockingly remarked, "Elder, your reasoning is flawed. If the child wishes to leave, we should honor his desire. Simply ensure that before he departs, we remove his eyes. This way, we preserve the Uchiha bloodline within the clan while fulfilling the child's request." What harm is there in that? A chill swept through the assembly. Such cruelty was utterly abhorrent. Observing from the sidelines, Uchiha Itachi fixed his gaze upon the man who spoke, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. Without cause or grievance, such malevolence was unfathomable. "Mother, who is that man?" Mikoto's voice carried an icy edge. "He is the father of the child you previously injured, known as Uchiha Kenrin. It seems he speaks thus in pursuit of vengeance." It was shocking to discover the depths of his malice. For a mere childhood squabble, he sought to enact such brutal retribution. Uchiha Itachi silently vowed to remember him. "You old fool, just wait. Once I have weathered this storm, I will ensure that Uchiha Itachi exacts his vengeance upon you." As the situation spiraled beyond control, Uchiha Shursui interjected to restore order. Despite his youth, he was the most remarkable prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessing formidable strength and an influence that belied his age. To gouge out his eyes is excessive. After all, Uchiha Itachi is ultimately one of our own. To treat one's own kin in such a manner would surely invite ridicule. It would lead outsiders to believe that the Uchiha clan is akin to the Hyuga clan, a family that enslaves and persecutes its own. Many would find this notion reasonable, as they frequently criticized the Hyuga clan for their oppression of their kin. Uchiha Fugaka nodded and remarked, as Shizuka wisely stated, "The act of gouging out eyes is utterly unacceptable. Since we are at an impasse, I propose a solution. The Uchiha clan has a tradition of women marrying outside the clan, and these women are still bound to heed the family's commands. Furthermore, any children born from such unions, should they awaken the Sharingan, must adopt the Uchiha surname and be brought back into our fold for upbringing. Since Uchiha Mikasa has married into our clan, she is considered one of us. I suggest we adhere to this tradition in resolving the matter. Let Uchiha Mikasa depart with her child, and we shall send envoys periodically to ascertain whether the child has awakened their eyes. If the Sharingan is awakened, the child can be returned to the clan for nurturing. If not, the family incurs no loss." The elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, acknowledging that Uchiha Fugaku's proposal was the most suitable. Keeping the child imprisoned and gouging out their eyes would be excessively cruel and would invite censure from outsiders. Moreover, given the increasingly strained relations between the clan and the village, should this trivial matter become a pretext for village criticism, it would be counterproductive. Witnessing the consensus between the clan leader and the elder, the assembly voiced their approval. However, the elder added, "This child shows such allegiance to outsiders that I must strip him of his surname. Unless he awakens the Sharingan, he shall not be permitted to bear the Uchiha name, nor enjoy the protection of our clan, and he must be removed from our family records." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Makoto's eyes brightened. He had been concerned about how to extricate himself from the impending demise of the Uchiha clan. He had not anticipated such fortuitous assistance. Should he lose the Uchiha name and be removed from the family tree, any association with the clan's downfall would no longer implicate him. He merely needed to remain vigilant of that old schemer, Danzo. In one fell swoop, he resolved both the issues of divorce and clan extinction, a double blessing. He regarded the elder with growing admiration. "Agreed, let it be so," he affirmed, with no room for retreat. Uchiha Fugaka nodded in concurrence, understanding that if he wished to honor the agreement and secure the child's departure, he must make this concession. In truth, he did not wish to strip the child of their surname, as maintaining that connection might allow the child to return to the clan in the future. However, severing the surname would render the child devoid of any sense of belonging to the family. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The child was the offspring of Uchiha Kenji, whose lineage was already feeble, having only awakened a single Tomo in his 20s and marrying a woman from outside the clan. The likelihood of the child awakening the Sharingan was exceedingly slim. The assembly raised their hands to vote, with just over half in favor of the decision. A few remained convinced that gouging out the eyes was the more appropriate course of action, notably Uchiha Kanran among them. The majority prevailed, and ultimately, Uchiha Makoto was stripped of his surname and cast out from the Uchiha clan. Subsequent to the division of assets, all matters were entrusted to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan exhibited remarkable efficiency in this affair. The mother and son, left with naught, were expelled from Uchiha territory that very night. Upon departing from the Uchiha clan, it felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their hearts, and Mikoto revealed a long-forgotten smile. "Mother, where shall we go next?" asked Sakura earnestly. Mikoto affectionately ruffled her son's hair and replied with a smile, "I have taken the liberty of asking a friend to secure a rental house for us. We shall go there." "A friend? Which friend?" "Her name is Haruno Mabuki, a former patient of mine. She found my medical skills to her liking and frequently sought my treatment, leading to our acquaintance." "Haruno Mabuki? If I recall correctly, that is the name of the mother of the female protagonist, Haruno Sakura, in the Naruto series." The mother and son strolled towards the village, their figures gradually fading into the night. Chapter 25. The disbanded Senju clan. Mika's newly rented apartment was a modest dwelling on the second floor, occupied by residents both above and below. She unlocked the door with her key, revealing a space furnished only with a bed and some basic furniture, devoid of any personal items such as sheets or blankets. It would have to suffice for the time being, as it was too late to procure any necessities. She felt a twinge of helplessness, surprised by how ruthlessly the Uchiha clan had acted, expelling her and her son so abruptly. After a long and arduous night, both of them were utterly exhausted. They rinsed themselves with tap water and found a makeshift spot to succumb to slumber. Upon waking in the morning, Chung discovered that his mother had prepared breakfast. As he ate, he engaged her in conversation. "Mom, I'm no longer a member of the Uchiha clan, and I've lost my surname. What should I be called now? I can't just be Cheng, can I? Shouldn't I adopt the Senju name?" In that moment, Mika chuckled. Since you no longer have a surname, let us adopt your mother's surname. But not Senju, it will be Ito. Ito Chung. A sudden wave of unease washed over Cheng. This name seemed to bear significant implications, as if an unseen blade were poised to strike at him across time and space. Chung is indeed me. Mom, weren't you a descendant of the Senju clan? Why the sudden switch to Ito? Chung looked at his mother with a hint of sorrow, feeling as though she had inadvertently led him into a trap. The Senju clan disbanded long before your grandfather's time, Mika explained softly. It is said that the first and second Hokage wished for the Senju clan to assimilate into the village, prompting the disbandment. The clan members altered their surnames to merge into the community. Understanding dawned on Chung, who had never heard his mother speak of the Senju clan before. It made sense why she had remained silent about it while enduring bullying from the Uchiha. The first and second Hokage's desire for integration was not inherently wrong. Otherwise, given the Senju clan's formidable strength, they would have undoubtedly become a privileged faction far surpassing the Uchiha. Such a scenario could lead to a nation within a nation. While the presence of the first and second Hokage provided some stability, their absence would raise questions about whether the village would heed the commands of the successor of the Senju clan or continue to follow the Hokage's authority. The Hokage's supremacy would inevitably face serious challenges, and Konoha might find itself embroiled in internal strife. Though dispersing the clan members might benefit the village, it stripped ordinary Senju members of their most significant support, like his mother, who suffered at the hands of the Uchiha without anyone to advocate for her. The minutiae of an era, falling upon each individual, can feel like an insurmountable mountain. A seemingly trivial detail, never mentioned in the original manga, had wrought such profound consequences for the two of them. Mom, why have you never spoken of grandfather before? What kind of person was he? Sensing the somber atmosphere, Chung sought to shift the topic. Your grandfather was a formidable jonin, and the earth spear technique you wield is his renowned ninjutsu, a creation of his own. With this technique, he ventured onto the battlefield, sustaining minimal injuries. When speaking of her father, Mikasa's expression brightened. However, her tone soon turned melancholic. Unfortunately, her grandfather perished when she was quite young. His teammates retrieved his body, yet his heart remains unaccounted for. My knowledge of your grandfather is rather limited. The earth spear technique and the missing heart seem intertwined, suggesting the involvement of someone notorious, the man with 5 hearts, Kakuzu. Could it be that Kakuzu possesses your grandfather's heart? All of this resonated with Itamokoto. What a clever boy. He jotted down Kakuzu's name in his notebook, vowing that once he matures, he would personally avenge you. Naruto Uzumaki. Do not fret, mother. When I grow stronger, I shall eliminate the foe who took my grandfather's life. Itamokoto puffed out his chest, offering solace. You mischievous boy. Always flattering. Mikasa chuckled lightly, her mood brightening. So many years have passed. Your enemy may have long since perished. Is there truly a need for revenge? I would be grateful if you could simply become a Chunin safely. After breakfast, mother and son visited their neighbor on the 3rd floor, Haruno Sakura, the friend who previously assisted Mikasa in securing their home. Having purchased a small gift, they ascended to the 3rd floor. Unlike Earth, the buildings in the Hokage world feature exterior staircases and corridors. They knocked on the door, which was opened by a young woman with golden hair. Ah, Mikasa, please, come in, she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. The mother and son were welcomed into the room. Thank you once again, Sakura. Had it not been for your help in finding this house, we might have been left homeless, Mikasa expressed. Oh, it was nothing, merely a small favor. There happened to be a rental available downstairs, and I spoke to the landlord in advance, Haruno Sakura replied with a smile. Turning to Itamokoto, she remarked, Is this your child? How adorable. How old are you now? Aunt Sakura, I am 3 years old, Itamokoto replied, feigning innocence. Such a good boy. My daughter is the same age. I shall fetch her, Haruno Sakura said as she stood and entered another room, soon returning with a little girl. The child had pink hair, fair skin, and was dressed neatly, resembling a porcelain doll. She timidly hid behind her mother. This is my daughter, Haruno Sakura. She can be quite shy, Sakura explained, gently bringing the girl forward. Sakura, come meet Aunt Mikasa and Brother Makoto. Aunt Mikasa, Brother Makoto. The girl timidly greeted before retreating behind her mother once more. Itamokoto was taken aback. Could this truly be Sakura? The legendary Sakura, renowned for her strength? She appeared so bashful, as if Hinata had taken over her spirit. Sakura, accompany your brother Akira to your room, while I engage in conversation with your Aunt Meixiang. Meixiang casually nudged Akira forward, prompting him to leave with Sakura. Following her, Akira entered a room imbued with the essence of youthful femininity, pink walls, a pink desk, and an array of plush toys greeted his eyes. He found a chair and sat down, while Sakura stood quietly, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere was remarkably still. An overwhelming sense of awkwardness washed over him, and he absent-mindedly scratched his head. He yearned to utter something, yet words eluded him. How was he to interact with a shy little girl? It felt like an insurmountable challenge. He would rather face a bear in combat than endure this scenario. For with his ninjutsu skills, his chances of overcoming a bear were not negligible. Fortunately, it would not be long. Once his mother concluded her conversation, he would be free to leave. After a while, the doors swung open, revealing Haruno Mei and Meixiang. Mei addressed Sakura. Sakura, your Aunt Meixiang and I are heading out to shop. You and Akira will stay home to keep watch. Meixiang added, Akira, take good care of Sakura. Why don't we all go shopping together? Akira interjected, desperate to escape the situation. No, Meixiang shook her head. You have a task to complete. In our conversation, I learned that Sakura is currently studying chakra refinement in preparation for her entrance exam to the Ninja Academy. Since your Aunt Mei and her husband are ordinary people and lack knowledge of chakra, this is the perfect opportunity for you to teach Sakura about chakra refinement. Chakra refinement? That simple task? Akira mused, relieved that it would not take long. He nodded in agreement. Meixiang smiled and said, teach her well. If you succeed, there will be a reward from me. Chapter 26. The naive Sakura. After Mikasa and Haruno Mei left, only Sakura and Ita Makoto remained in the room. Ita Makoto broke the silence first, saying, Sakura, I will teach you how to refine chakra. Okay. Sakura responded timidly, marking the beginning of their first exchange. However, as Ita pondered where to start this lesson, he found himself at a loss. He resolved to repeat the method his mother had taught him. First, they needed an environment conducive to learning. They could not venture into the woods as they had before. Yet, improving their surroundings should prove beneficial. Ita opened the window to allow fresh air to flow in. He surveyed the room and concluded that the bed was the most comfortable place. Sakura, please sit on the bed, he instructed. Sakura obediently complied. I will now explain the theory and methodology of chakra to you, so please pay close attention. Chakra, he elaborated, is. Ita reiterated the explanation that Mikasa had previously provided. Once he finished, he inquired, so, do you understand the method of chakra creation now? Sakura remained silent, and Ita surmised that she had not retained much information. How much do you remember? He asked. Just a little, she replied, indicating with her thumb and forefinger that it was merely a tiny amount. To emphasize her point, she pressed her fingers together with great effort. Observing her fingers, Ita fell into silence. What she indicated was hardly a little, it was essentially nothing. Sakura, what exactly did you remember? Ita asked, preparing to help her fill in the gaps. I remember that chakra is. And what comes after that? That's all I recall. Ita sighed internally. She had merely grasped the introduction. Oh, Sakura, how can a top student like you fail to remember even this basic theory? Yet, he overlooked the fact that even the brightest of students were once mere children who could scarcely count. Although children in this world mature sooner, the future academic prodigy before him was still just an ordinary child. Deciding to change his approach, Ita resolved to abandon theoretical knowledge for the moment and instead guide Sakura through a hands-on, step-by-step process of how to refine chakra. He believed that once she successfully extracted chakra, the necessary knowledge would naturally follow. Without hesitation, Ita provided instructions for Sakura to follow. First, calm your mind and concentrate until your thoughts are completely tranquil. Disperse your mental energy throughout your body, merging with the hundreds of millions of cells. Spiral your spiritual energy and physical energy together in a counterclockwise direction. The direction of chakra blending should align with the spiral of your hair at the crown of your head. In the original story, Naruto Uzumaki struggled with the spiral direction, resulting in sporadic chakra production, which Jiraiya later corrected. He would not allow Sakura to repeat the same mistake. Previously, he had deliberately observed the spiral direction of the hair growth atop Sakura's head. Subsequently, one would sense a subtle flow of energy within the body. Ita Makoto meticulously deconstructed the method, imparting it to Sakura step by step. Sakura followed his instructions diligently. Ultimately, the chakra was successfully refined. Ito uttered the final step, discreetly activating his Sharingan to ascertain whether chakra flowed within Sakura. However, nothing occurred. Ito was somewhat perplexed. How could there be no chakra at all? Such a simple ability should have been accessible to Sakura even before he finished speaking. How do you feel? he inquired. Sakura opened her eyes and shook her head. Is there anything you don't understand? What is spiritual energy? And what does counterclockwise mean? She innocently asked. It seemed he had once again failed to convey his teachings. It felt to him as though he was not instructing Sakura, but rather teaching an elderly gentleman to recite Madongme. By evening, Mikasa and Mabuki returned from their shopping. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto had collapsed into a chair, his eyes vacant, as if he had been utterly drained. Sakura, what have you done to Makoto? Mabuki asked incredulously. No, I just stood up to explain, Sakura hurriedly clarified. Brother Makoto has been teaching me to refine chakra, but I just can't seem to understand. And now he is like this. Mikasa stifled a chuckle from behind. This was more like it. Refining chakra is not something easily learned. A normal child would take at least a year and a half to grasp it. I'm such a fool. Truly, Ito murmured to himself. He should never have accepted this task. Mikasa showed no signs of regret for her son's predicament. She stepped forward and helped Ito to his feet. Though you didn't teach her, you certainly tried, Mikasa praised. Let us continue tomorrow. Ito felt a wave of despair wash over him, ready to refuse. However, Mikasa seemed to sense his reluctance. What? Do you intend to abandon Sakura, who has just begun to learn? That would be too cruel. Ito, struck by the innocent yearning in Sakura's eyes, found it impossible to utter a refusal. Very well, we shall continue tomorrow, he replied wearily. Mikasa and Mabuki exchanged knowing smiles. These two little ones were truly amusing. Mikasa led Ito back to their home on the second floor, where Ito was astonished to find that the previously chaotic house had been transformed into a tidy space, with various necessities now neatly arranged. Thanks to you, Mabuki. I could never have managed this alone, Mikasa remarked. Ito entered his room to check if his supplies were complete. Just then, a knock echoed through the room once more. Mikasa opened the door to find a man adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem standing at the threshold. You must be Ito Makako, the man remarked coldly. I have come to deliver your share of the family assets. He tossed a scroll to Makako, stating, This contains your allocated inheritance. The house belongs to the Uchiha clan and is not subject to division. Your joint assets comprise only a few pieces of furniture and daily necessities, with no remaining funds. This scroll seals the monetary equivalent of your household items and furniture. You may take inventory. Makako unrolled the scroll, dispelling the seal, and a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing household items such as bedding that appeared out of thin air. Makako and Ito Makoto conducted an inventory and found that nothing was amiss. Even the scroll for the Earth Spear technique was still intact. Once the inventory was confirmed, Makako signed the acknowledgement document. The man collected the document and coldly stated, According to regulations, you would normally be required to share half of Uchiha Kenji's debts. However, due to the benevolence of the clan leader, you have been spared from this obligation. You should be grateful for the Uchiha's generosity. With that, he utilized the body flicker technique and departed. Ito Makoto found himself bewildered by the Uchiha's logic. After all, they were not the ones in debt. Why should they bear any responsibility? Being excused from it was one thing, but to be expected to express gratitude was absurd. Bah, what a disgraceful clan the Uchiha are. Chapter 27. Techniques against surveillance. Since the last time when Ito Makoto instructed Sakura in chakra refinement, Makako has entrusted the care of Ito Makoto to Harunome. Harunome is delighted that Sakura has a peer to play with. After all, whether it is one child or two, the effort remains the same. However, Ito Makoto himself is quite displeased. Although he is merely 3 years old, his soul retains the essence of an adult, making it exceedingly dull to be surrounded by toddlers, even if one of them is destined to be the heroine of the future Hokage. Fortunately, the current Sakura is not yet the formidable kunoichi she is destined to become. She is merely a quiet little girl with no inclination towards violence. She diligently practices chakra refinement, striving for admission to the Ninja Academy. He only needs to answer a few questions each day, which suffices to get by, leaving him ample time to hone his ninjutsu and engage in the cultivation of cellular activation. He harbors numerous secrets within him, and, having just distanced himself from the Uchiha clan, he remains uncertain whether the Umbu or members of the Uchiha clan are monitoring him. Thus, he conceals all his secrets, refraining from utilizing them, even within the confines of his home. The Uchiha clan's covenant dictates that upon awakening the Sharingan, one must return to the clan. Freshly emerged from that quagmire, Ito Makoto is reluctant to return. Moreover, with the third Hokage perpetually spying through his crystal ball, Danzo's covetous gaze upon the Uchiha clan, and the ever-patrolling Umbu of Konoha. This village offers him almost no sanctuary. Whether at home or outside, Ita Makoto feels an acute discomfort, constantly fearing that a moment of inattention might reveal his Rinnegan, leaving him perpetually on edge, as if he were being watched. Mentally strained, he finds it feasible to conceal the Sharingan and Rinnegan for a short period. However, prolonged suppression will inevitably lead to stagnation of his skills. Just as even the strongest individuals will find their muscles slacken without exercise, the Sharingan and Rinnegan, if not practiced, may not deteriorate, but will certainly experience a delay in growth. This predicament troubles Ita Makoto deeply. He is not one to rely on fortuitous advantages. In the original narrative, Naruto graduated at the age of 12, still struggling with chakra refinement. Yet within 4 years, he ascended to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Ita Makoto harbors no confidence in achieving such a transformation within 4 years, even with his innate Rinnegan. His only recourse is to seize the 12 years leading up to the Fourth Great Ninja War to diligently cultivate his abilities, ensuring he can protect himself and those he holds dear. Therefore, he must devise a method to evade surveillance while enhancing his skills. I require a counter-surveillance ninjutsu. At the very least, to sense if someone is watching me, Ita Makoto mused. However, he finds this task exceedingly challenging. Possessing memories from the original narrative, he is well acquainted with the ninjutsu of the Hokage, and the only technique that could fulfill this need is sensory ninjutsu. Yet, sensory ninjutsu can only detect the location of individuals possessing chakra. For instance, while the third Hokage might be discerned through his crystal ball, sensory ninjutsu would not reveal whether he is observing him. Only the ninjutsu capable of detecting gazes might sense the surveillance of the third Hokage. As he rummaged through his memories, he realized that there were no ninjutsu that could fulfill his requirements, even the good and evil perception of Naruto. However, this world is ultimately the realm of reality, not that of manga. In terms of understanding reality, he is far inferior to his mother, who has lived in this world for over 20 years. He still needed to seek her assistance. Counter-surveillance ninjutsu, the ability to sense gazes? Indeed. That evening, Ito Makoto posed the question to his mother, and to his surprise, Mika immediately provided an answer that delighted him. The women of the Hyuga clan possess a ninjutsu that can perceive the gaze observing them, thereby identifying the watcher. I have a friend who possesses this ninjutsu. She once mentioned it to me. Can I learn this ninjutsu? Ito Makoto inquired. I'm not sure. Let us visit her tomorrow. I still need to thank her for helping me keep my salary safe last time, so it works out perfectly. The following evening, Mika Ito prepared some gifts and took Makoto to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's estate is unlike that of the Uchiha clan, situated closer to the village. The entire estate is layered, with the outer buildings being rather plain, while the central structures are exquisitely crafted. The outer buildings encircle the core, akin to guardians. Under Mika's guidance, they arrived at a courtyard closer to the center. A long-haired matron emerged to greet them, accompanied by a child of similar age to Makoto. He had no opportunity to interject. After some pleasantries exchanged between Mika and the lady, they were led into the living room. Compared to ordinary households, the Hyuga clan, as a large family, exudes an air of antiquity, even retaining the custom of kneeling during visits. Makoto despises kneeling. Prolonged kneeling can lead to bow-leggedness, a condition notably prevalent in modern Japan. While ancient China had kneeling, they would provide a stool to prevent such deformities. The older and larger families in Konoha, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, are particularly fond of this practice, while ordinary commoners maintain a more conventional living room setting. Oh my, the long-haired woman smiled warmly at Mika, surprised that she would bring a child to visit, as if it were a dream. How could it be? We have been friends and classmates since childhood, Mika replied. I have always wanted to visit your home. I just never had the opportunity. I wasn't referring to you. How could your good husband allow you the chance to come here? But fortunately, you have finally freed yourself from that scoundrel. The long-haired lady expressed her indignation. Having always suspected that Uchiha Kenji was not a good person and had advised Mika to steer clear of him. Yet she had still been deceived by his facade into marrying him. Everything is in the past. I do not wish to dwell on what has already transpired, Mika said. A hint of melancholy in her voice, as the past now only left behind wounds. She mustered her spirits and introduced the two. I haven't introduced you yet, Xiao-chung. This is your Aunt Yuko. Yuko, this is my child, Ito-chung. Hello, Aunt Yuko, Ito-chung greeted politely. Xiao-chung is truly a well-behaved child, Hinata Yuko smiled, placing her hand on the shoulder of the child kneeling beside her. This is my son, Hinata Niji. By age, he is a year older than Xiao Cheng and should be considered his elder brother. Hinata Niji? Could this truly be the home of Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Niji? Ito Chung silently marveled, realizing he had unexpectedly encountered one of the legendary 12 young heroes from the original story. He discreetly took a glance at the silent youth kneeling beside Hinata Yuko, noticing that Niji's forehead was already bandaged, suggesting he had been subjected to the caged bird seal. "Hello, brother Niji," Ito Chung greeted, feeling the pressure of his youth necessitate formalities. Niji bowed in return. "Xiao Cheng, I heard from Mikasa that you wish to learn the ninjutsu that allows one to perceive the gaze of others?" Hinata Yuko interjected, revealing an enigmatic smile. "Indeed, Aunt Yuko. I currently lack a means of counter-surveillance. If that ninjutsu is not a secret technique of the Hinata clan, I would like to learn it," Ito Chung stated resolutely. "This ninjutsu is certainly not a secret technique. It can be shared without issue. However, do you know the reason this ninjutsu was created?" Ito Chung shook his head, unable to fathom the rationale behind the invention of such ninjutsu. Hinata Yuko flashed a mischievous smile and began to recount the tale. This ninjutsu was created by a female ancestor of the Hinata clan. You see, the Byakugan possesses the ability to see through and perceive distant objects, even penetrating walls. Before the invention of this ninjutsu, the men of the Hinata clan would brazenly spy on women's baths, causing great distress among the female members. In response, they devised this ninjutsu. Once someone attempted to peep, even from behind a wall, the gaze could be sensed, revealing the peeper's location. Thus, this ninjutsu is called the anti-peeping technique, an essential skill for Hinata women to ensure their bathing privacy. Ito Chung was utterly astonished. Were the men of the Hinata clan so reckless as to engage in such behavior that necessitated the development of counter-ninjutsu? Using the esteemed Byakugan for such voyeurism was indeed a profound insult to the bloodline limit. Yet, could it be this very ninjutsu that enabled Hinata to swiftly detect Niji's peeping during the infinite Tsukuyumi? It seemed quite plausible. Observing Ito Cheng's shock, Hinata Yuko grinned meaningfully. "Xiao Cheng, at such a tender age, do you wish to learn this ninjutsu because you too have encountered a similar issue, being spied upon by young girls?" Ito Cheng vigorously shook his head, keen to avoid being embroiled in Aunt Yuko's gossip. "All right, Yuko, stop teasing Xiao Cheng. If it can be shared, then impart the ninjutsu to him." As she witnessed her son being bullied, Mei Xiang intervened with words of admonishment. With Mei Xiang's intervention, Yuko ceased her playful antics and began earnestly imparting the art of anti-peeping ninjutsu to Itamekoto. The principle of this ninjutsu is remarkably simple. It involves releasing chakra from various points within the body, thereby forming a layer of chakra membrane on the surface of the body. Since chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energy, it is acutely sensitive to the mental essence contained within a gaze, enabling one to perceive the direction of a line of sight and deduce its origin through specific analysis. However, executing this ninjutsu in practice is exceptionally challenging. The Hyuga clan possesses an unparalleled mastery of chakra points, allowing them to release chakra from all 361 points, making the formation of the chakra membrane as effortless as the basic acts of eating and drinking. For an ordinary individual, achieving such a feat is akin to climbing a mountain. Makoto, although the principle of this ninjutsu is straightforward, its execution is highly intricate. It took me 3 days to master it initially. While you may not belong to the Hyuga clan, with diligent practice and time invested, you too can succeed. Yuko was not prepared for Ita Makoto to grasp it all at once. She demonstrated it once, and then meticulously pointed out the chakra release points to him. With Yuko's assistance, Ita Makoto swiftly mastered the technique, simultaneously gaining an accurate understanding of his own 361 chakra points. Although his Byakugan allowed him to see the chakra pathways, it did not reveal the points themselves, thus filling a significant gap in his abilities. As chakra began to circulate, Ita Makoto attempted to activate the ninjutsu, and a soft blue luminescence gradually enveloped him. Is this the chakra membrane? Witnessing the blue glow enveloping his form, Yuko was astounded. This was one of the signs of successful ninjutsu. How could a 3-year-old child not of the Hyuga clan master such a technique so swiftly? Niji, who sat beside them, was equally taken aback. From the moment his mother began to explain, he had been trying to grasp this ninjutsu, but had yet to comprehend its essence. Yet here was this boy, achieving mastery with remarkable speed. He was deemed a genius by his father, and as a member of the Hyuga clan. How could he so easily be outshone by an ordinary outsider child? Mei Xiang, observing the astonishment of the mother and son, revealed a pleased smile. This is it. Finally, I am not the only one experiencing this child's extraordinary talent. As the mother of this little prodigy, she had once been subjected to overwhelming setbacks. But now, at last, someone else was sharing in her astonishment. The release of the chakra membrane bestowed upon Itu Makoto a new sense, as an intangible mental force seemed to rain down upon the membrane. Even with his eyes closed, he could distinctly perceive the gazes of his mother, Aunt Yuko, and Hyuga Niji. Conceal the chakra, he commanded, and the soft blue glow dissipated as he opened his eyes. Aunt Yuko, I have mastered this ninjutsu. I am immensely grateful for your guidance. Haha, you are most welcome. Yuko chuckled dryly, feeling somewhat guilty for receiving such gratitude, as she believed she had done little. She had merely explained the ninjutsu, and this little fellow had grasped it immediately. However, Xiaoqing's talent is truly astonishing, a fact that could not have escaped her notice. With this thought in mind, she cast a piercing glance at the silently observing Mei Xiang. How infuriating it was that she remained silent at first, seemingly biding her time to witness her embarrassment. It was quite ironic, considering she had previously boasted about mastering it in just 3 days. Chapter 28. The main family and the branch family. How astonishing. With such exceptional talent, Xiaoqing, you did not even utter a word, merely waiting for my blunder, Michiko. Yuko cast a reproachful glance at Michiko. I only learned of this recently and had yet to discuss it with you, Michiko replied, feigning regret. Never mind. I shall spare you this time. Xiaoqing's quick learning is indeed a blessing, saving me some effort. Yuko glanced outside. The hour had grown late. It would be best for you to stay the night. And your husband, no worries, he has left the village for a mission these past few days. It is just my son and me at home. Yuko grasped Michiko's hand. Since our marriage, we have not shared a bed for quite some time. This is a perfect opportunity for us to catch up. Seeing the late hour, Michiko readily agreed. It was arranged for Ito-chung to share a room with Hyuga Niji. Lying on the bed, with Hyuga Niji beside him, there was no extra bed, but there were indeed additional blankets. Their youthful frames made sharing a bed quite suitable. Observing Niji beside him, Ito-chung was filled with curiosity. In the tales of Naruto, Hyuga Niji is portrayed as a tragic genius, achieving the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 15. Self-taught, he mastered the highest secret of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. In the earlier chapters of Naruto, he was among the most extraordinary talents, even surpassing Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, this very genius, born into the branch family, bore the curse of the caged bird, his life and death dictated by others. The caged bird, a unique cursed seal technique, allows the caster to destroy the brain tissue of the afflicted with but a thought. Witnessing his father, Hisashi, sacrifice himself for the clan as a child, Niji longed to break free from the fate of the Hyuga branch family and lift the curse from his brow. However, it was not until the latter part of Naruto, at the moment of his death, that the caged bird truly vanished from his forehead. He never escaped its grasp throughout his life. Currently, Niji's father still lives. It remains uncertain how he perceives the caged bird and the relationship between the main and branch families. What are you staring at? Niji suddenly turned his head, his white eyes fixed upon Ito-chung. I was merely curious about your Byakugan, Ito-chung replied, averting his gaze. Besides, if you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was watching you? That is clearly sophistry. Niji, you are quite young yet have awakened your Byakugan. You must possess considerable talent. How is your gentle fist training progressing? I am older than you. You should address me as brother Niji, Hyuga Niji replied earnestly. My father has begun teaching me the gentle fist. It is rather frustrating. He had promised to instruct me in the technique, yet today he has vanished without a trace. He always says he will certainly do it next time. Adults are like that. Ito-chung and Hyuga Niji engaged in a light-hearted conversation, and before they knew it, they had drifted into slumber. Bang, bang, bang. In the middle of the night, a hurried knocking at the door startled both of them awake. Outside the house, a cacophony of footsteps seemed to converge towards the heart of the Hyuga clan. The two individuals hastily rose, eager to discern the unfolding situation. Makako and Yuko were already attired and prepared. As the door swung open, a ninja from the Hyuga clan conveyed some urgent information to Yuko before swiftly departing. Yuko turned, her expression fraught with tension, and announced, Lady Hinata of the Hyuga clan has been abducted by a Cloud Village envoy. Although the assailant has been eliminated, the clan leader has summoned the clan members to assemble and bolster our defenses. Makako, I entrust Niji to your care. It is chaotic outside, so remain indoors for the time being. Rest assured, I shall look after Niji. Please exercise caution, Makako replied, understanding the gravity of the situation without hesitation. Yuko hurriedly equipped herself with her ninja gear and exited the home, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake, punctuated only by the relentless sound of footsteps outside. Seiji Ito, too, found his sleep elusive. The kidnapping of Hinata signified that the Cloud Village might leverage the envoy's demise as a pretext to demand the surrender of the perpetrator from Konoha. This meant that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would be compelled to force the Hyuga clan to deliver the individual responsible for the envoy's death. In a bid to protect the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, the branch family members would inevitably be sacrificed. Niji's father was among the victims, condemned to pay for a crime he did not commit, even though he was not present in the village at the time of the incident. The wheel of fate began to turn, and unless someone intervened, Niji's father was doomed to an inescapable fate. Yet, only Seiji Ito was aware of this grim reality. Perhaps alongside the time traveler, Uchiha Itachi, but neither possessed the power to alter destiny. Makako, Seiji, and Niji sat through the night, uncertain of the circumstances yet remaining vigilant. As dawn broke, Yuko returned home safely. "How is it, Yuko? What is the situation outside?" Makako inquired anxiously. Yuko removed her forehead protector and ninja vest, exhaling deeply. "It is all resolved. The envoy has been slain. We are safe now." With the crisis averted, Makako breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that the alarm for the Hyuga clan had been lifted, she and her son took their leave. The abduction incident had awakened Seiji Ito. Since he and his mother had been disowned by the Uchiha, he had grown somewhat complacent. In his mind, he believed that as long as he was not within the Uchiha clan during the night of the massacre, he would be untouched by its repercussions. This led him to lower his guard against the Uchiha's extermination, focusing instead on concealing his Sharingan. In truth, however, the intentions of those in power were indifferent to one's innocence or involvement, and were often unrelated to the reality of the situation. Just like the Hyuga incident, Niji's father, Hyuga Hizashi, was not even in Konoha but rather on a mission elsewhere. Logically, the death of the Cloud Village envoy should not implicate him at all. However, according to the unfolding narrative, upon his return to the village after fulfilling his mission, he finds himself unjustly bearing the blame. Forced to accept the punishment meant for his esteemed elder brother, facing a fate of demise. When self-interest prevails, those in power disregard the truth and the consequences of their actions. Although it was Yunin who initiated the attack, and the act was carried out by Nish, it is only Nish who must shoulder the repercussions. Similarly, despite having departed from the Uchiha clan, can he truly be considered anything but a member of it? To it Makoto, the answer is affirmative, yet to the powers that be, it may not hold the same weight. Even if he is disowned in the family tree, his bloodline remains that of the Uchiha and can still be subjected to experimentation. Even if he cannot awaken the Sharingan, what if he harbors resentment toward the village? Why not eradicate potential threats entirely? With the likes of Danzo lurking, Makoto cannot guarantee that such thoughts would not cross his mind. The incident involving the Hige clan serves as a poignant reminder to the protagonist to never entrust his life into the hands of another, even if that person is his own flesh and blood. Now, he has mastered techniques to evade prying eyes, ensuring the confidentiality of his secrets and, to a degree, securing his safety. The next step is to devise a strategy to evade the Night of Annihilation and Danzo's machinations. Chapter 29. The Art of Summoning. How can one utterly evade the calamity of the Night of Annihilation and secure one's own safety? In truth, this query is remarkably straightforward. In the realm of ninjas, there exists an unassailable technique for escape, the space-time ninjutsu. A ninja who has mastered this art is nearly impervious to capture, save for the celestial sealing of Kagaya by the Sage of Six Paths. With the acquisition of any form of space-time ninjutsu, Ito Makoto could effortlessly whisk his mother away from the village hidden in the leaves, leaving no trace of their departure or the distance of their flight. Within the world of Naruto, space-time ninjutsu varies in potency. There exists the unparalleled Flying Thunder God, which dominates the battlefield, alongside the more rudimentary Heaven-Sent technique, which is limited to the transportation of objects. However, the learning curve for these techniques is often steep. Fortunately, there exists a particular space-time ninjutsu with a relatively low difficulty level, C rank, that even Might Guy and the freshly graduated Naruto Uzumaki can wield. Its prevalence is high, not classified as a secret technique, and even lesser ninjas can employ it. This technique is none other than the summoning jutsu. To be candid, the summoning jutsu is the epitome of an escape technique. By merely forming a contract with a summoning beast, One can utilize reverse summoning to transport themselves to the creature's location, thereby evading peril. In the case of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, had they prepared in advance. Equipping each member with a summoning beast, they could have swiftly vacated the village and concealed their identities, rendering the threat of extermination moot. Regrettably, it seems the Uchiha clan lacked foresight, preferring annihilation over preparation. The only Uchiha to employ this technique was Sasuke Uchiha himself. In the original narrative, Sasuke utilized reverse summoning to escape Deidara's self-detonation, transforming what was meant to be a catastrophic artistic endeavor into a comedic spectacle. Though he lost Manda, preserving his life was undoubtedly a triumph. Thus, should Ito Makoto master the summoning jutsu, he could merely observe the turbulent events in Konoha without concern for the repercussions of the Uchiha massacre upon himself. However, despite the widespread knowledge of this technique among ninjas, Ito Makoto himself has not yet learned it, nor has his mother, Ito Mika, a medical ninja, mastered such ninjutsu. Consequently, finding a means to acquire this technique became his singular challenge. Fortunately, his mother's network of connections did not let him down. It was said that a former patient of hers had mastered the summoning jutsu and was willing to impart this knowledge to others. This individual was exceedingly enthusiastic but had frequently sustained injuries during training, necessitating visits to the hospital, where he received much aid from Ito Mika, prompting a desire to repay her kindness. Though mentally prepared, upon encountering the familiar visage of Might Guy, his cap-like head, bushy eyebrows, clad in a form-fitting green jumpsuit, beaming with exuberance, Ito Makoto could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this man not the least bit embarrassed? Young one, I have come to impart upon you new ninjutsu in accordance with the covenant of youth. Are you ready? Let us embark upon a new, fervent path of training. Might Guy proclaimed, his thumb raised in enthusiasm as he stood at the threshold, radiating exuberance. It was impossible for Ito Makoto to suppress his face in his hands. This was too jarring. While it might be acceptable in an anime, in reality, it was simply too glaring. Hey, young man. How can you lower your head during your youth? Quickly lift your gaze. Might Guy remained as confident and exuberant as ever. Let us raise our heads and race towards the rising sun with our youthful vigor. With that, Might Guy passionately dashed towards the east, heedless of everything else. Wait for me. You can't teach ninjutsu without your student. What are you doing? Ito Makoto hurriedly followed, disregarding many of his concerns. Upon reaching an open area on the outskirts of the city, which lay on the periphery of the village, he found a pile of cement pipes, likely discarded building materials. Though small, it was sufficient for daily training. Clearly, Might Guy had done his homework. Breathless from the chase, Ito Makoto, not as physically fit as Might Guy, utilized the body flicker technique to leap across the rooftops and finally caught up with the jogging Might Guy. Young man, your stamina is remarkable. Have you considered joining my youth training program? Might Guy beamed widely, extending an invitation. Might Guy's training? Ito Makoto's heart raced at the thought. Although Might Guy was somewhat unreliable, his prowess in physical techniques was unquestionable. Possessing the Rinnegan, Ito Makoto's weakness lay in physical combat. If he could learn the 8 gates from Might Guy, it would certainly compensate for his limitations. Could I perhaps not wear the green spandex? Ito Makoto timidly inquired. Absolutely not. The spandex is an essential part of youth training attire. Well, I shall think it over. Ito Makoto retreated, yearning for the 8 gates to enhance his strength, yet unwilling to be perceived as a weirdo by passers-by. Shouldn't we be learning summoning techniques? Indeed, Might Guy exclaimed, pounding his left fist against his right palm in realization. We are here to learn summoning techniques. No wonder I felt we had forgotten something. Ito Makoto, exasperated and unable to retort, observed Might Guy's antics with resignation. The summoning technique is a space-time ninjutsu performed after the practitioner signs a blood contract with a summoning beast. Finally, Might Guy began to impart his knowledge of ninjutsu earnestly. To learn the summoning technique, one must first establish a contract with a summoning beast. With that, Might Guy produced a scroll, unfurling it. He bit his right thumb, drawing blood, and formed hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, horse. Before slapping his right hand onto the scroll, a web-like formation materialized upon its surface. Boom! A thick fog erupted forth. However, nothing occurred. My apologies, my apologies. Might Guy stood up, laughing awkwardly. I only recently learned the summoning technique, so I'm still not quite adept at it. Ito Makoto sighed. Indeed. Guy was still the same guy, now only 17. He remained significantly distant from his future self. The mere ability to perform summoning techniques was already astonishing. Might Guy steadied himself, repeating the same sequence of hand seals, once more slapping his hand upon the scroll. A dense fog began to spread, and a figure emerged from within. It was a colossal turtle, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, with a shell exceeding a meter in diameter. Adorning its neck was a wooden forehead protector. Might Guy stood beside the turtle, his thumb gesturing towards it as he declared, "This is my companion, Igwe. Once you forge a contract with him, you shall embark on the journey of summoning techniques, just as I have. I look forward to your guidance." Igwe, the red turtle, exhibited remarkable politeness and possessed the ability to speak, clearly indicating that he was an exceptional summoning beast. What do you think? Is he not impressive? A turtle of such size is rarely seen in the Land of Fire. Moreover, the ability to converse is a hallmark of a high-ranking summoning creature. Might Guy produced a contract scroll, upon which only his name was inscribed. To formalize the contract, one simply needed to press their handprint upon it. It was evident that this contract scroll was distinct from that of Mount Mayaboku, which had numerous signatories prior. In this instance, Might Guy was the first. Observing the enormous turtle, Itamokoto found himself in a predicament. His desire to learn the art of summoning stemmed from a need to evade the night of the Uchiha massacre. This necessitated a summoning beast capable of swift movement to ensure his safety. While the turtle was indeed articulate and evidently a high-ranking summoning beast, it did not meet his requirements. Additionally, he could not publicly enter into a contract at this time. Itamokoto recalled that he bore a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Any summoning beast contracted with him would likely be influenced by this, manifesting the Rinnegan pattern in their own eyes. Should he contract with the enormous turtle, its eyes could be transformed into the purple of the Rinnegan, thus revealing the existence of his own eyes. Thus, despite the potential to offend Might Guy, Itamokoto found himself compelled to decline the request for a contract. "I apologize, Teacher Guy, but I fear I cannot forge a contract with this esteemed elder turtle. My aspiration in learning the summoning arts is to ally myself with a creature capable of rapid movement, serving as my eyes and ears in reconnaissance, thereby compensating for my shortcomings in my future ninja endeavors. Alas, Elder Igwe does not fulfill this requirement." Chapter 30. The misunderstanding of the great fool Ito Makoto, feeling uneasy, declined Might Guy's offer to teach him ninjutsu. After all, it was a kind gesture from someone who wished to guide him in the art of ninjutsu. Yet Makoto found himself nitpicking at the ninja beasts, a behavior that would likely make anyone uncomfortable. "Ah, I see," Might Guy responded, unfazed. "It's perfectly fine to have personal preferences for ninja beasts. It is a reflection of youth. However, without a ninja beast, learning the summoning technique becomes quite challenging." At this point, Might Guy felt a bit troubled, as he was unsure how to proceed with the summoning technique without a ninja beast. "That's not an issue. I've already mastered the summoning technique," Ito Makoto asserted. With that, he performed a series of hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep, and placed his right hand firmly on the ground. "Wait. Attempting the summoning technique without a summoning beast will transport your body to an unknown location." Might Guy hurriedly intervened. However, nothing happened when Makoto's hand struck the ground. "Rest assured, Teacher Guy, I am not using chakra," Ito Makoto replied. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had utilized the summoning technique without a summoning beast, finding himself transported directly to Mount Mayaboku. Makoto, however, did not consider himself the protagonist of a story. Imitating Jiraiya could very well result in a disastrous fall from a cliff, leading to his demise. Without absolute certainty, he would not carelessly employ ninjutsu. Might Guy exhaled in relief. Yet, merely mastering the hand seals without understanding the corresponding chakra flow rendered it impossible to ascertain whether he had truly grasped the ninjutsu. Might Guy hesitated, as he had come specifically to assist Dr. Ito in teaching her son the art of ninjutsu. If the young man failed to learn, it would signify a failure in Guy's youthful mentorship. "There's no need for concern. I have completely mastered this ninjutsu, including the chakra flow," Ito Makoto confidently declared. He had prepared sunglasses to conceal the existence of his Sharingan, intending to observe the chakra flow and simultaneously replicate the ninjutsu. With the aid of the Sharingan, even if he could not master it in one go, its replication ability would facilitate his learning. Next, let us study the reverse summoning technique. According to Ito Makoto's understanding, the summoning technique was a method of bringing a summoning beast to one's side, while the reverse summoning technique involved transporting oneself to the location of the summoning beast. Mastering the reverse summoning technique would signify a complete command over this extraordinary space-time escape technique. Believing himself to possess a good grasp of ninjutsu, he did not feel the need to inquire further about its functionalities. Meanwhile, Might Guy, somewhat flustered, was at a loss for how to teach ninjutsu. At this juncture, an amusing misunderstanding occurred between the two. Upon hearing Ito Makoto's request, Might Guy's face suddenly flushed, and he became exceedingly bashful. A sense of unease crept into Makoto's mind. Little Makoto, the truth is, I currently only have a grasp of the summoning technique. While I have yet to master the reverse summoning technique, Might Guy stammered, fidgeting like a shy young girl. However, seeing a muscular man exhibit such behavior was rather jarring. Dr. Ito merely mentioned the need to master the art of summoning, without alluding to the reverse summoning technique. Thus, I am yet unprepared. However, rest assured, I have conceived an excellent solution that will undoubtedly address our current predicament. Might Guy, with fervor, thumped his chest, asserting that although I lack knowledge of reverse summoning, my dear friend is an expert in this domain. I had previously entrusted him with this task, and with his assistance, he will surely impart the knowledge necessary for you to learn reverse summoning. A friend? Who could this esteemed companion of Might Guy be? As anticipated, within merely 5 minutes, Might Guy returned, accompanied by a familiar figure with lifeless eyes. With silver hair, donning a black mask and clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform, complemented by green armor. It was none other than the prodigious ninja from Konoha, Might Guy's unfortunate friend, Kakashi Hatake. Hey, must I really interrupt my quest for the latest edition of Paradise of Affection for this? Kakashi's tone was neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion, as he regarded Guy. Might Kakashi, how could we squander our spirited youth on such mundane activities as reading? Might Guy exclaimed passionately. And so? Is your notion of significance merely to teach this young lad reverse summoning? Kakashi turned to point at Ito. Indeed, Kakashi, this child is a prodigy rivaling your own talents. When he matures, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable rival for both of us. Is it not invigorating to nurture a worthy opponent? A deep sigh escaped Kakashi. Laden with an overwhelming sense of resignation, Ito perceived the echoes of his previous life, wherein friends unwittingly enrolled him in the antics of boys and girls forward. Yet, how did Might Guy manage to locate Kakashi in such a brief span and drag the oblivious individual here? Could it be that he truly possesses a so-called Kakashi radar? With the decision irrevocably made, Kakashi ceased his resistance, turning to gaze at Ito for a moment before speaking. Though I am uncertain as to your reasons for pursuing the art of reverse summoning, I shall elucidate the nuances of both summoning and reverse summoning to the best of my ability. Should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to voice your queries. I shall provide clarity. Ito nodded, albeit somewhat reluctantly, yet grateful for the willingness to teach. The extraordinary reverse summoning technique was certainly worth acquiring. However, it perplexed Ito that a genius ninja like Kakashi seemed unable to fully grasp its implications. Nonetheless, Kakashi was indeed different from Might Guy. He meticulously elaborated on the application of summoning, covering every detail and nuance, clearly outlining the pathways of chakra. After thoroughly explaining both summoning and reverse summoning, and fearing that Ito might not comprehend, Kakashi proceeded to demonstrate the techniques several times. Each execution of the ninjutsu was remarkably seamless. In the depths of Ito Makoto's Sharingan, Kakashi appeared to multitask effortlessly, meticulously elucidating the principles and nuances of ninjutsu, while simultaneously synthesizing an abundant amount of chakra. This chakra circulated through his meridians in a stable manner, enabling him to execute one ninjutsu after another without a hint of waste. The precision with which he utilized chakra was remarkable. Often, the exact amount required for a technique was synthesized just prior to its use, awaiting activation. This seamless synthesis of chakra resembled a form of art, a harmonious interplay of chakra creation, circulation, and the initiation of ninjutsu, like the interlocking gears of a finely tuned machine. Each step flawlessly aligned. Is this the essence of a genius ninja, Hatake Kakashi? Ito Makoto pondered, recognizing that even without external enhancements, these original characters were far from simplistic. Take Kakashi, for instance, devoid of the Sharingan, while his ceiling of potential would be diminished. His formidable ninjutsu skills and exceptional tactical acumen would still allow him to maintain formidable strength, even in the absence of summoned beasts armed with such theoretical knowledge. One could attempt to wield ninjutsu provided one halts just before the final moment. I shall correct your missteps. Kakashi lowered his mask, revealing his crimson eye. With the Sharingan, I can observe the flow of chakra within you. Ito Makoto nodded. Possessing the Sharingan himself, he was well aware of its myriad capabilities. The flow of chakra within his body mirrored the hand seals of the reverse summoning technique, differing only in the direction of chakra flow. Mastering the summoning technique meant that reverse summoning posed no challenge. Indeed, chakra flowed logically within Itamokoto, ultimately manifesting as ninjutsu. Halted at the very last moment by his own will. Excellent. Observing the chakra's condition, you have fully grasped this technique, Kakashi remarked calmly. As Guy had asserted, this child is indeed a prodigy. To master a C-rank technique like reverse summoning at the tender age of 3 suggests a talent surpassing even his own. Yet, how had he never been mentioned before? What do you think, Kakashi? This child is truly a genius, destined to become a formidable opponent for us in the future. This is the instinct of the Azure Beast, Might Guy said, embracing Kakashi's shoulders with a hearty laugh. You flatter me, Guy-sensei. I merely have a knack for this particular style of ninjutsu. Everyone has their own strengths and specific techniques, Itamokoto explained, unwilling to draw Kakashi's attention. Once entangled in the gaze of the third Hokage, the events surrounding the Uchiha clan could very well stir up trouble. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Indeed, the ninja world was rife with individuals skilled in 1 or 2 particular techniques. For instance, the Genma team, as the guardians of the 4th Hokage, had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet here was Kakashi, renowned as a genius, who had never even grasped the basics of that very technique. Although you have mastered the summoning technique, without your own summon beast, its utility becomes moot. Kakashi retrieved a notebook, tore out a sheet, inscribed an address upon it, and handed it to Itamokoto. My summoning beast is a family heirloom and cannot be contracted by you. This paper bears the address of the Summoning Beast Market in Konoha, where you may procure a suitable companion. Itu accepted the note with gratitude. As an uninvolved party, Kakashi had extended his assistance to a considerable extent. Kakashi, my duty in nurturing the seeds of youth has been fulfilled. Now it is time for me to challenge you, exclaimed Might Guy, his fervor surging as he grasped Kakashi, ready to initiate their duel. Hey, is this ever going to end? I still need to buy some books. Kakashi lamented, vanishing in an instant. Might Guy pursued closely behind. Although Kakashi's expression betrayed a sense of resignation, it was difficult to discern whether he was relishing the moment or evading it. Thank you very much, Teacher Guy, Teacher Kakashi. It shouted his appreciation hurriedly. In the distance, only the figures of Might Guy and Kakashi remained, one in pursuit of the other. Chapter 31, The Summoning Beast Mother. This is precisely why I yearn to venture to the Summoning Beast Market, declared Itamokoto earnestly to Makako upon returning home. Makako's expression wavered with a hint of discomfort. After considering your reasoning, I too believe it is time for you to acquire a summoning beast of your own. However, you must understand, Makoto. Makako sighed. We have just relocated, and our expenses are numerous. Although this month's salary has not been pilfered by that person, the debts incurred during your illness must now be repaid. We did receive a share of the inheritance, yet much of our belongings were obliterated by explosive tags, leaving us with merely half a month's wages. Financially, we are indeed in a precarious situation. Makoto was acutely aware of their family's difficulties, having lived as an adult in his previous life. He would not resort to unreasonable tantrums over trifles. Yet, the matter of the summoning beast was intertwined with the existential threat facing the Uchiha clan and their safety. Delaying even a single day could amplify the risks. No one could guarantee that the old Koot Shimura Danzo wouldn't come knocking at their door, ready to abduct him for experimentation. Mother, I implore you, this is a matter of our survival. Oh dear, Makoto, you are taking this too far. While I empathize with your desire to obtain a summoning beast, how did it suddenly escalate to matters of life and death? Mother, the summoning beast is integral to my aspirations. Without it, my dreams would be rendered void, and how can that not be a question of existence? Makoto stubbornly countered. A child's nature often permits a degree of unreasonable insistence without incurring blame. You rascal, you truly have a knack for debate. Makako shook her head in resignation. I concede to your point. Very well, you may purchase a summoning beast, but the cost must not exceed 50,000 ryo. Furthermore, for this month, your meals will consist solely of instant noodles. Instant noodles are fine, he thought. Naruto Uzumaki thrived on them for over a decade and still ascended to the level of a sage of 6 paths. A month of instant noodles is hardly a burden. The currency of this world differs greatly from that of my previous life, measured in ryo. 1 ryo holds the purchasing power equivalent to approximately 10 yen or 0.5 yuan. Therefore, 50,000 ryo corresponds to about 25,000 of my former currency, a sum not easily procured in a short time. However, I find myself quite curious. Makako suddenly interjected. I understand your desire to learn the summoning technique, but why pursue the reverse summoning technique? Isn't that a ninjutsu employed by summoning beasts to summon ninjas? You cannot utilize it yourself. It requires your summoning beast to do so. What? Makoto was taken aback. Is the reverse summoning technique indeed the ninjutsu that allows summoning beasts to summon ninjas? Kakashi did not mention this. Isn't it a technique that teleports the user to the summoning beast side? Reflecting on the entire process, he realized that he had merely expressed to Might Guy his wish to learn the reverse summoning technique without clarifying its intended purpose. Kakashi, having been brought in by Guy, would naturally not delve into the details. With this newfound understanding, Makoto felt a wave of despondence wash over him. It was little wonder that so few employed this ninjutsu in the original work. A misunderstanding had led to this oversight. Nevertheless, having learned it, he could not simply abandon the hard-earned ninjutsu. The summoning beast must indeed be acquired. Early the next morning, with Mei Xiang on her day off, the mother and son donned their attire, ready to venture forth. As the door swung open, a little girl with pink hair dashed in. "Brother Cheng, are you ready to set off?" "Sakura." Ito Cheng found himself momentarily puzzled. What was Sakura doing here? "I forgot to mention. Yubuki had an engagement today and entrusted Sakura to me. We might as well visit the beast market together," Mei Xiang explained. "Is that appropriate? Will Sakura be frightened?" At that moment, Sakura was not the future Sakura he knew. She was merely an ordinary little girl, and the beast market would certainly be filled with numerous wild creatures, which could be quite alarming. "It's all right. Just look at how excited Sakura is," Mei Xiang replied, ushering the two outside while locking the door behind them. "Waka Waku!" Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Was this little Sakura truly not the mind-reading Anya? Had she wandered into the wrong scene? Konoha Village, the military hub of the Land of Fire, housed 99% of the nation's military strength ninja. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to describe Konoha as a military camp. As a military city, it naturally boasted various establishments selling consumables and weapons to replenish the supplies for ninja on their missions. For instance, in the original story, the Tenten family operated a shop selling shurikens and kunai. Moreover, as an auxiliary means for ninjas, there was a dedicated marketplace for ninja beasts, the Beast Market. In Konoha, certain clans specialized in capturing powerful beasts and, through secret techniques, trained them into ninja beasts for sale to other ninjas. The Oil Woman clan was renowned for their parasitic insects, while the Inuzuka clan was famous for their training of ninja dogs. As they walked, Mei Xiang began to recount the origins of the beast market to Ito Cheng and Sakura. Due to the inherent dangers, the market was situated underground. This way, even if a beast managed to escape its cage, it could be swiftly recaptured through sealed passages, preventing any potential flight. The surface structure of the beast market resembled an ordinary shop. After Mei Xiang presented Kakashi's introduction note and received verification, a large door leading to the underground market was opened, allowing the trio to enter. Though located below ground, the lighting was brilliantly arranged, illuminating the entire market as if it were daylight. Ito Cheng gazed around in awe. The beast market stretched for thousands of meters, with iron cages imprisoning the ninja beasts within. A dazzling array of fierce creatures was on display: bears, lions, tigers, and even colossal elephants. Mei Xiang guided them as they explored, and due to the unique nature of the Naruto world, the colors of the beasts differed from those in reality, appearing in vibrant hues. For example, there were black and white bears, white tigers, creatures that would undoubtedly be considered rare and exotic in the previous world. The sizes of the ninja beasts were also vastly exaggerated. There were ninja dogs larger than humans and giant eagles capable of carrying a person. However, without exception, these ninja beasts commanded exorbitant prices, far exceeding 50,000 ryo. Originally, Makoto intended to emulate Sasuke's methods from the original work, seeking refuge within the body of a summoned beast before dispelling the summoning technique to achieve a semblance of teleportation. However, upon witnessing the exorbitant prices of these colossal ninja beasts, he was compelled to abandon his plans. In this marketplace for ninja beasts, although these wild creatures appeared formidable due to their size, they were far from being the most coveted. In stark contrast, the ninja dogs cultivated by the Inuzuka clan reigned supreme in popularity. While the wild beasts were indeed large, they were merely products of nature's whimsy, devoid of chakra and only capable of participating in the skirmishes of lower-ranked shinobi. Moreover, due to varying levels of training, some could not even comprehend their master's commands. Conversely, the Inuzuka-bred ninja dogs not only possessed chakra, but could also assist in the execution of ninjutsu. Techniques such as body flicker technique were within their grasp, allowing them to leap effortlessly among trees like true shinobi. In terms of agility, they could rival even the most skilled ninja. With an ability to understand human language and a commendable obedience, their exceptional sense of smell could be employed for tracking adversaries and relaying messages. In every aspect, they surpassed the mere behemoths that only boasted size. Where has Sakura gone? While walking, Ito Makoto and the others suddenly realized that Sakura had vanished from sight. They hurriedly searched, only to find her swinging from the tail of a tiger measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. "Look, big brother Makoto, Aunt Mikasa. This tiger is so amusing," she exclaimed, joyfully swinging back and forth. Mikasa and Ito Makoto were nearly paralyzed with fright and swiftly rescued Sakura from her precarious position. Fortunately, the tiger's trainer had adequately prepared the creature. Otherwise, they could not fathom whether Sakura would have emerged unscathed. With lingering apprehension, Mikasa chastised Sakura, ensuring the child understood the peril she had just faced and promising to refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. Having observed for quite some time, "Have you made a decision regarding which ninja beast you wish to acquire?" Mikasa inquired. "I have made up my mind. I want to purchase that golden eagle." Ito Makoto replied, pointing at a magnificent raptor. The golden eagle, belonging to the family Accipitridae, is renowned as the king of birds of prey. In the previous world, the term golden merely served as a descriptor. Its body was not golden but rather brown, with only the feathers at the nape exhibiting a golden hue. However, in the world of Naruto, the colors of animals defy all limitations, and the eagle that Ito Makoto indicated was resplendently golden. Mikasa, accompanied by Sakura, approached the stall, where they beheld the golden eagle, measuring 1 meter in length with a wingspan of approximately 2 meters and gleaming like it had been sculpted from gold, exuding an air of majesty. This eagle possesses commendable speed and altitude. Though it may not rival those colossal eagles capable of carrying passengers, it suffices for reconnaissance. Ito Makoto elucidated his choice. "Madam, what do you think? I expended considerable effort to capture this one. Such birds are notoriously elusive. Our team waited an entire month to ensnare this golden eagle," the merchant at the stall remarked, recognizing who the influential party was. Mikasa nodded, acknowledging the eagle's impressive appearance, deeming it suitable as a first pet for the child. "What is the price?" 50,000 taels, a fixed price. The merchant demanded a lofty sum. Meixian shook her head, declaring it excessive. 50,000 taels already surpassed the remuneration for certain ordinary C-rank ninja missions. Such missions often entail engaging in combat, with the inherent risk of injury. Yet this eagle, clearly incapable of battle, was not comparable to a wounded individual or a combat-ready ninja beast. Any discerning person could discern the distinction in severity. "Madam, observe the feathers of this golden eagle. Within the pet market, it is indeed a rarity, and I dare say there are many willing to bid upwards of 100,000 taels. Then why not sell it in the pet market?" Meixiang retorted. "It seems this golden eagle is too wild to be tamed as a pet." With her argument laid bare, the merchant found himself at a loss for words. This golden eagle was far too fierce to serve as a pet, yet woefully inadequate as a ninja beast, lacking even chakra to assist in combat. Its size was such that it could hardly support a rider. Placing it at the bottom tier among its peers, it could barely be utilized for reconnaissance. Observing the eagle's reaction, it was evident it would struggle to comprehend its owner's commands, lacking the capacity for verbal communication, thus rendering reconnaissance moot. Meixiang continued to diminish the eagle's worth, rendering it seemingly useless. "Madam, what price do you propose?" 20,000 taels. That is my final offer," Meixiang stated resolutely. "Madam, we have toiled for a month to capture this creature." The merchant hesitated, reluctant to part with it for a paltry sum. With her 2 children in tow, Meixiang turned to leave. Just as she seemed poised to walk away, the merchant's voice called out, "It is settled, madam. You have prevailed." Chapter 32. The Realm of Beasts. The transaction was sealed as Meixiang completed the payment, and the merchant secured the golden eagle's legs and wings tightly. He handed the creature, suspended by its feet, over to Meixiang. Upon learning that it was intended to serve as a spirit beast, the merchant graciously provided a contract scroll for binding the beast. However, Makoto was too wary to utilize this complimentary scroll. What if it were a forgery? He feared the golden eagle might simply escape. Thus, he discarded the free scroll and made a special trip to a scroll merchant to purchase a legitimate one. Upon returning home, Meixiang placed the golden eagle on the ground while Makoto prepared for the binding ritual. Sakura exhibited an excitement surpassing even that of Makoto, circling the golden eagle and tenderly caressing its wings and feathers, clearly infatuated. Children's innate affection for animals is a universal truth. With the contract scroll in hand, Most of the preparations for binding the spirit beast were complete. The next step required both the golden eagles and Makoto's blood to simultaneously grace the scroll, thereby sealing the contract. Makoto retrieved a kunai and a small basin. Amused, Meixiang asked, "What do you need the basin for, Makoto?" "A mere prick is sufficient for the contract. Why waste so much blood?" Makoto replied solemnly, "This is my first time, in this life or the last, drawing blood. Modernity has distanced us from slaughtering animals. I have never even killed a chicken. Naturally, I feel quite anxious." He first lifted the golden eagle's leg, and upon seeing the glint of the kunai's blade, the creature struggled fiercely. Fortunately, the merchant's binding skills were commendable, and Makoto's strength was sufficient to hold the legs steady. Wishing to avoid inflicting deep harm, he made a small incision on the eagle's leg, squeezing out a few drops of blood that fell into the basin with a soft splatter. "Mom, hurry, the blood is flowing. It's time to treat it." Meixiang shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, "It's just a shallow cut. What is the fuss about? Look, it's already healing. There's nothing to treat." Relieved, Makoto pressed the blood from the basin onto the contract scroll, which began to emit a blue-white glow. Next, it was his own blood's turn. He placed the kunai against his fingertip, steeling himself, and gently pierced the skin. But alas, he failed to break the surface. Sighing, he lamented his nature, realizing he was far from a protagonist. Unlike other transmigrators who transformed into iron-willed warriors, wielding weapons with ease and showing no signs of distress, he was timid, shouting at the slightest prick. Resolute, he tried again. This time, the kunai barely grazed his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall, which he hastily pressed onto the scroll. He then raised his hand and called out, "Mom, hurry, we need to disinfect with alcohol." "Enough, it's already healed." "There's no need for disinfection." Meixiang shook her head, thinking, "What a foolish boy. Quickly channel your chakra and complete the contract. Don't let time slip away, or your blood will be wasted." Upon hearing the words, Makoto hastily withdrew his fingers and pressed his hand upon the contract scroll, continuously channeling chakra into it. The blue and white luminescence upon the scroll began to intensify, and as the chakra flowed, the radiance reached a crescendo before converging into nothingness. Thus, the contract was sealed. Thereafter, should another wish to forge a pact, they would need only to shed blood, for chakra would no longer be a necessity. Miki spoke, rolling the contract scroll and placing it into Makoto's hands. "You must safeguard this scroll. If it is destroyed, the contract will cease to exist." Ito nodded, having learned of this vulnerability only after mastering the summoning technique. Although the contract had been established, according to his understanding of summoning arts, even with the pact in place, one could not compel the summoned beast to obey. Indeed, Miki continued, having once been a ninja herself, she had encountered many summoned creatures, and it was not uncommon for them to refuse their master's commands. "For now, we can only summon. Further training is necessary. In that case, let us refrain from releasing the golden eagle for the time being. I shall procure some chicken. You can spend these days bonding with it. I have heard of a technique known as hawk training for instilling obedience in birds. If all else fails, we might consider employing such methods," Miki suggested. "I shall assist as well," Sakura chimed in. However, the golden eagle exhibited a remarkable stubbornness, resisting all attempts at coaxing, even when lured by food. As the day of trials came to a close, Makoto found himself devoid of any progress in training the eagle. Its defiance was resolute. The moment it felt the slightest slack, it would lash out at those nearby. No wonder the merchant had been willing to part with it at half price. It was likely that this creature had caused him considerable distress. Returning to his room with the golden eagle, Makoto opened his eyes, revealing violet patterns that emerged within them. With the signing of the contract and the mastery of summoning techniques, he realized that the powers of his eyes were beginning to awaken. He understood this to be one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, specifically, the power of the animal realm. It seemed that mastering summoning had triggered the awakening of this ability. Previously, Makoto had concealed his capabilities, training the eagle through conventional means, which yielded little results. Now, with no one around, he felt free to explore his newfound powers. A torrent of chakra surged within him, and under the influence of the Rinnegan, this immense chakra underwent a unique transformation. The originally pale blue chakra gradually shifted to a deep purple, flowing into the palm of his hand. Extending his hand towards the golden eagle, the violet glow cast a hue upon its feathers. Sensing the impending fate that awaited it, the eagle struggled vehemently, yet to no avail. As his palm pressed against the eagle's forehead, the purple chakra surged into its body, enveloping it in a cocoon of violet energy. As the chakra flowed, Ida Makoto felt a gradual connection forming between his eyes and a particular soul. After a brief moment, the violet cocoon shattered, revealing the figure of the golden eagle. At this juncture, the golden eagle appeared almost identical to its former self, save for the fact that its eyes now bore a resemblance to Ida Makoto's own. Adorned with purple circuitry, this was the pattern of the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, Ida Makoto discovered a new perspective within his consciousness. In this viewpoint, he found himself positioned low, observing his own body from below, as if he had acquired an additional pair of eyes. He realized that this was the perspective of the golden eagle. By activating the abilities of the animal path, he could share this viewpoint with the creature. Moreover, through the connection of the Rinnegan, Ida Makoto discerned that he could directly control the golden eagle's body, executing the movements he desired, much like a remote-controlled automaton. Whatever he envisioned, the golden eagle would manifest. If he wished to turn east, the eagle would direct its head accordingly, and if he desired to turn west, it would comply. Chapter 33. The Art of Spiritual Communication. Indeed, the power of the animal realm is remarkably sharp, Ida Makoto thought. With the control afforded by the animal realm, he no longer needed to worry about training the golden eagle. However, the issue of his dual Rinnegan eyes posed a problem, causing Ito some concern. In the world of Naruto, there currently existed a Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, who similarly possessed the abilities of the animal realm. Should he encounter a summoned beast bearing the Rinnegan's patterns, he would instantly recognize the presence of another Rinnegan wielder. Nevertheless, with Nagato's legs incapacitated, confined to his abode, he would likely be difficult to detect. Yet, there remained the threat of Black Zetsu, an entity capable of evading capture in the ninja world. They were well versed in the various secrets of the Rinnegan and could effortlessly alter their forms while hiding underground, rendering them exceedingly elusive. Furthermore, even if ordinary ninjas were to behold the golden eagle, its nearly identical patterns to the legendary Rinnegan would undoubtedly provoke their imaginations. This was truly troublesome. He must attempt to conceal it. Through the connection of the Rinnegan, Ida Makoto commanded the golden eagle to hide its Rinnegan, mirroring his own concealment. A violet light emerged as the eagle's form began to transform. The purple eyes gradually faded, and the golden eagle returned to its previous appearance. Concurrently, the eagle's independent consciousness resurfaced, struggling to free itself from its constraints. Ida Makoto recognized this change, where the golden eagle had once been a puppet to his will. It had now reverted to a sentient being. So, it was this way? By removing the Rinnegan, he had lifted the coercive control. Ito contemplated this revelation. The connection of the Rinnegan remained intact, allowing him to revert the golden eagle to its manipulated state at any moment. This was not ideal. Without the Rinnegan, control was impossible, which proved highly inconvenient. At that moment, Ida Makoto discovered that despite the cessation of control, he could still sense the golden eagle's inner thoughts and convey messages through the Rinnegan's link. In essence, he could communicate with the eagle. This was considerably more convenient. Through their connection, Ito began to attempt communication with the golden eagle. "Submit to me," he conveyed. "No," came the eagle's response, its limited intellect restricting it to simple messages. "Obey my commands, and you shall receive sustenance," Ito continued. "No, let me go. I wish to tear you apart." As expected, this eagle would not be tamed easily. However, the ability to communicate rendered training far more engaging, as he could ascertain the efficacy of his methods. There was no urgency on his part. At worst, he could endure a few days of hunger, as no creature can escape the dread of starvation. After merely 2 days of fasting, the golden eagle could bear it no longer and acquiesced to Ida Makoto's directives. There was no need for elaborate training methods in the face of nature's harshness. Dignity held no value. The greatest fears of animals remained death and hunger. With one comes another. Through communication and training, the golden eagle became exceedingly obedient, responding to various commands. Initially, it contemplated escape, but after being summoned back twice by Ida Makoto using spiritual techniques, it realized the futility of such an endeavor and relinquished the notion of fleeing. Moreover, following Ida Makoto ensured sustenance and comfort. No eagle could resist the allure of food. Not even a wolf. As Ida Makoto's mastery over the Rinnegan deepened, he discovered that the summoning technique associated with it possessed unique capabilities. With the infusion of the special Rinnegan chakra, not only did the eagle's eyes transform into Rinnegan, but its body also underwent remarkable changes. Chakra began to manifest within it. Typically, wild beasts do not possess chakra, yet due to the peculiarities of the ninja world, certain creatures are innately capable of generating chakra. Akin to a natural instinct, without the need for learning as humans do. Such creatures are the progenitors of the innate ninja beasts. Furthermore, Some ninja beasts cultivated by prominent clans also possess chakra within them. For instance, the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan, the toads of Miyaboku Mountain, and Kakashi's canine summoning creatures are considered true ninja beasts only if they harbor chakra. The emergence of chakra within the golden eagle signifies its transformation from an ordinary beast into a genuine ninja beast. If placed on the ninja beast market, its value would multiply exponentially. At this juncture, selling the eagle for 300,000 to 400,000 ryo would be a trivial task. This presents a lucrative opportunity, however. Ito Makoto pondered, the secrets surrounding it are too numerous, and he wished to avoid further complications. Nevertheless, the presence of chakra in the eagle implies a foundation for performing ninjutsu. The Rinnegan enables him to exert control over summoning beasts, suggesting the possibility of utilizing the eagle to execute reverse summoning techniques. This notion sparked a glimmer of insight in Ito Makoto. Yet, a challenge remained. The execution of ninjutsu typically necessitates hand seals, and the eagle lacks hands. Even with his presence, it would likely be unable to perform reverse summoning techniques. However, this method is not devoid of hope. This world does harbor non-hand seal ninjutsu. Powerful ninjas can perform techniques without hand seals through meticulous chakra control. Yet, Ito Makoto is not yet capable of executing reverse summoning techniques without hand seals. Currently, he can only perform body substitution techniques without hand seals. After much contemplation, Ito Makoto conceived a new approach. If there are no hands, then why not create hands? Is the transformation technique merely ornamental? While the transformations do not endow the changed form with inherent capabilities, transforming into stone does not confer hardness. And becoming a woman does not enable childbirth. Creating two hands for the purpose of forming seals should be feasible. Birds also possess meridians innately. He need not alter that. Resolute in his decision, Ito Makoto prepared to attempt this endeavor. By controlling the eagle's body with the Rinnegan, he concentrated chakra and performed the non-hand seal transformation technique, converting the eagle's wings into hands. However, he awkwardly discovered that the eagle's wings, due to their differing skeletal structure, were incapable of performing intricate hand seals. Since the wings proved ineffective, he opted for claws, believing their skeletal structure would suffice. In the original text, Jiraiya had previously utilized his feet to form hand seals and executed barrier techniques, manipulating the golden eagle, which lay on the ground. Its claws transformed into hands as he endeavored to perform ninjutsu. This time, he successfully achieved his objective. A sudden burst of smoke enveloped the room, and the figure of Makoto Ito vanished, reappearing in the place of the golden eagle. The reverse summoning technique was successfully executed. To his astonishment, Ito was elated. He had not anticipated that his imaginative maneuver would indeed enable the use of the reverse summoning technique. Now, he could wield this ability at will. The unique nature of space-time ninjutsu ensured that no one in the Hidden Leaf Village could pursue him. Chapter 34. Releasing the Falcon after a period of adjustment. The training of the Golden Eagle yielded significant results, surpassing expectations with the reverse summoning technique. Ito Makoto began to contemplate the release of the eagle from the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Its presence within the village served no meaningful purpose. As a medium for the summoning technique, its role was intrinsically linked to Makoto's future escape route. Should he keep the eagle within the village, it would merely provide a temporary refuge when pursued by Danzo, offering little more than a delay. However, releasing it outside the village would fundamentally alter the situation. Once beyond the boundaries of the Hidden Leaf, Danzo would find it impossible to exert his influence, allowing Makoto to flee without the threat of pursuit. Yet, the act of liberating the eagle posed certain challenges. It was not as simple as casting the bird into the sky. Though the Hidden Leaf Village appeared open and welcoming, it was shielded by a perceptive barrier, enveloping the entire area like a vast bowl. The sole exit was through the village gates, which were manned by specialized ninjas tasked with scrutinizing all entrance and exits. This combination formed the village's formidable defense system. In a world of ninjas, where avian creatures were often employed for reconnaissance, the skies remained a high-priority zone for security. If the eagle were to be released within the village, it would inevitably trigger the vigilant patrols of the Umbu, who would swiftly eliminate it, potentially leading them back to Makoto and complicating matters further. The Hidden Leaf was fundamentally a military stronghold rather than a mere commercial city. Despite its FAAD, vigilance against potential threats could never wane. Fortunately, Makoto's mother, Mikasa, was a Chunin, possessing the credentials necessary to traverse the village. With her clear lineage and the eagle being a sanctioned creature of the Hidden Leaf, a straightforward explanation could facilitate their passage. In the early hours of dawn, seizing the opportunity when Mikasa was available, Ito Makoto, accompanied by the Golden Eagle, approached the village gates to prepare for its release. Given the eagle's considerable size, Mikasa had to personally carry it. Sakura had also come along, her affection for the eagle surpassing that of its owner. "Can we keep little Jean? I can't bear to part with it," she said with teary eyes. Sakura held a special fondness for the eagle, even having bestowed it with a name. "Little Jean belongs to nature, Sakura. If we confine it within the hidden leaf, it would not live happily," Makoto reassured her. "Little Jean? I think being pampered isn't so bad," she replied wistfully, with Mikasa's assurance. They navigated the checkpoint at the village gate smoothly. After a brief identity verification, the guard ninja granted them passage. Arriving at an open area, Mikasa released the eagle into the sky. It spread its wings, a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, creating a shadow upon the ground. It circled a few times, seemingly bidding farewell, before soaring away like a flash of golden lightning. The eagle's average flight speed was approximately 80 kilometers per hour, with its diving speed exceeding 300 kilometers. In terms of mobility, it surpasses all other beast companions. Makoto and Sakura bid farewell on the ground, with tears glistening in Sakura's eyes. "Do not worry, Sakura. If you wish to see Jean again, I can summon him at any time." "Really?" "Indeed." The trio returned to Konoha. Although the Golden Eagle appeared to have departed, it was, in fact, merely following Makoto's instructions to establish a safe house at the location from which it had originally left the village. To ensure the success of the Golden Eagle's operations, once home, Makoto seized control through his Rinnegan. As his perspective shifted, Makoto's consciousness manifested within the body of the Golden Eagle. The clouds soared beneath him, the sky danced upon his back, while the myriad of creatures on the ground appeared as mere insects, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Makoto mused to himself, "What an exquisite sensation." Having undergone transformation through the Rinnegan, the Golden Eagle was no longer an ordinary bird. It had acquired the ability to generate chakra and wield ninjutsu. Furthermore, it had awakened a new, extraordinary capability. As Makoto's consciousness flowed into the eagle, chakra began to condense and circulate within its form. The eagle's unique powers commenced activation, its body gradually elongating and its wingspan expanding. Its original size had increased tenfold, boasting a wingspan of 24 meters, akin to a majestic kuanping. This was the special ability awakened in the Golden Eagle through the Rinnegan's animal path, alteration of form. During his synchronization with the Golden Eagle and the reverse summoning technique, he discovered that the animal path of the Rinnegan possessed the capacity to enhance beings and assist in awakening unique powers. Unbeknownst to it, Jean had awakened the ability to change its size. Currently, Jean could increase its size tenfold, transforming into a giant eagle with tenfold strength, thereby amplifying its combat capabilities. Alternatively, it could shrink to the size of a sparrow, evading harm. This was not a mere transformation akin to a jutsu, it was a genuine alteration of form. For instance, if it enlarged tenfold, its strength would also increase tenfold, and various abilities would undergo substantial change. In truth, Makoto was not the first to discover this capability of the animal path. This was evident from Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. In the original narrative, while the Rinnegan belonged to Uchiha Madara, nearly all of the summoning beasts were cultivated by Nagato himself. After all, Madara regarded all summoning creatures, except for the 9 tails, as worthless. The tailed beasts from 1 to 8 were similarly deemed inconsequential. He would hardly take the effort to cultivate summoning beasts. Conversely, the summoning creatures nurtured by Nagato possessed unique abilities, such as the Hellhound that would split upon taking damage, the Yata no Kagami that could drop explosive eggs from the air, and the Chameleon, which could render its contact invisible. It is essential to recognize that Nagato does not hail from a prominent family. As an orphan, he could not have inherited these unique summoning beasts from any elder. Nor does he possess the expertise to cultivate them himself, unlike Orochimaru, who employs scientific research to create distinctive summoning creatures. Therefore, these beasts must be a product of the special abilities cultivated by the animal path of the Rinnegan. While the animal path may seem inconspicuous among the 6 paths of pain, its unique abilities are exceptionally intriguing. At this moment, Makoto experiences the joy that Nagato once felt. With such a formidable size, he would not have to worry about foolish beasts troubling him along the way. Commanding the Golden Eagle, Makoto soared eastward. The eastern region of the Land of Fire, facing the sea, is devoid of hostile great nations and is among the most stable areas. The ocean abounds with fish, providing ample sustenance for the Golden Eagle's survival. Establishing a secure base there would ensure peace of mind for the future. After 2 days of flying with the Golden Eagle, they finally arrived at the seaside. The establishment of a safe haven cannot be distant from human habitation. Essential necessities such as rice, oil, and salt are difficult for ordinary people to obtain outside of densely populated cities. Following the coastline in search of a community, Ito Makoto eventually discovered a small fishing village after half an hour of searching. Due to its remote and impoverished nature, it had not attracted the attention of ninja forces, making it a suitable refuge in the face of danger. Having determined the location, Ito Makoto commanded the Golden Eagle to build a nest, subsequently relinquishing control over it. The nests of golden eagles are typically situated atop cliffs, and since Ito Makoto lacked knowledge of the specific nesting methods, it was best to allow the eagle to proceed independently. Through the connection afforded by the Rinnegan, Ito Makoto observed the golden eagle as it selected a cliff by the sea, gathering branches to gradually construct its nest. He refrained from coercing the eagle to seek out a cave, despite the convenience it would offer him, as well as the shelter it could provide against the elements. In reality, caves often signify dampness and cold, teeming with snakes and vermin. Ito Makoto could not reside long-term in such an uninhabited cave, as it would only bring trouble to the golden eagle. Nature has its own solutions, rather than imposing his will upon the eagle's choices. It was preferable to honor its instincts and allow it to make its own decisions. Through the eagle's eyes, Ito Makoto surveyed the surrounding environment. Although perched upon a cliff, there were nearby spots where others had settled. Thus, employing reverse summoning technique would not pose a risk of falling. Noticing the eagle struggling to gather branches, Ito Makoto exited the control perspective and ventured to the outskirts of Konohagakure to collect some branches, securing them before returning home. He then commanded the Golden Eagle and executed the reverse summoning technique. After a puff of smoke, Ito Makoto vanished from his original location, reappearing atop the cliff on the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. The strong sea breeze stung his face, yet it remained within tolerable limits. Upon seeing Ito Makoto, the Golden Eagle displayed no surprise. He had previously conducted numerous experiments with the reverse summoning technique. Without such extensive experience, he would not have dared to traverse to this cliff so casually. Handing the branch to the Golden Eagle, it tilted its head, meticulously selecting and discarding the unsuitable twigs, utilizing the remainder to construct its nest. This creature certainly exhibited a discerning nature, thought Ito Makoto, experiencing this place firsthand, as opposed to viewing it through the eagle's perspective, proved to be a stark contrast. This was indeed his first encounter with the ocean of this world since his arrival. After a brief wait, the Golden Eagle completed its nest. Ito Makoto issued a command for the eagle to enlarge its form, inviting him to soar over the sea. Transformed, the eagle's wingspan reached an impressive 24 meters, akin to a monster in the world of Ultraman, effortlessly capable of bearing his weight. Sitting upon the eagle's back, he glided above the ocean, the sea breeze caressing him with a unique charm. In the realm of Naruto, ninjas possessing the ability to fly were exceedingly rare. Now, with the presence of the Golden Eagle, he had compensated for a significant vulnerability. Even in the future, should he choose to abstain from participating in grand battles, he could simply take his family and soar across the skies on the eagle, remaining untouchable. After a delightful exploration with the Golden Eagle, Ito Makoto dispelled the reverse summoning technique and returned home. Chapter 35. Hinata's new attire. In the ensuing days, Ito Makoto devoted all his energy to constructing a secure stronghold. He erected a modest wooden cabin atop the cliff, laying wooden planks as evenly as possible within. He furnished it with bedding, clothing, and essential supplies such as instant noodles and salt, ensuring that he could sustain himself for several days in the event of danger. Initially, he had contemplated setting up a tent. However, tents from Konoha were rather costly, and lacking funds rendered such an endeavor impractical. Moreover, the strong winds atop the cliff would have made an ordinary tent utterly inadequate. Consequently, he altered his plans and opted for a wooden cabin, which was both affordable and practical given the abundance of timber in Konoha, unencumbered by environmental regulations. While Ito Makoto immersed himself in the task of fortification, he inadvertently overlooked the fact that an ugly political incident was unfolding in Konoha. That evening, his mother, Mikasa, shattered his tranquility with her words, "Makoto, we are to attend Niji's father's funeral tomorrow. You must retire early tonight." "What?" Ito Makoto exclaimed in astonishment. In the brief span since he had taken refuge at the Hinata household, it had barely been 2 weeks, and yet Hinata Hizashi had already passed away? How could this be? Had he sustained injuries while on a mission outside the village? He yearned to inquire about the precise circumstances. After all, this world had witnessed many individuals traversing through time and space. The plot of the original manga could very well be influenced by the butterfly effect, leading to unforeseen changes. It is unclear. Mikasa hesitated. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was kidnapped, and Hizashi was present during the struggle with the assailants, which resulted in his injury. Mikasa herself was uncertain about the specific details, as the entire affair was shrouded in mystery. Yuko, too, spoke in veiled terms, as though harboring unspoken truths. Upon hearing his mother's words, Ito Makoto grasped the situation, despite his presence as a time traveler. The narrative seemed to be progressing along its original trajectory. Hinata Hizashi continued to bear the brunt of blame for Hinata Hayashi, becoming a scapegoat under the pressure from the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Makoto, with Niji's father's passing. Both Aunt Yuko and Niji must be profoundly sorrowful. You should offer Niji your comfort at tomorrow's funeral, Mikasa advised, unaware of the intricate plot of the Hokage. Merely urging her son to fulfill his duty as a friend and care for Niji. Ito Makoto nodded in acknowledgement. The funeral for Hinata Hizashi was a grand affair. Konoha's elite, including the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, were in attendance. The clan leader, Hinata Hayashi, along with the elders of the Hyuga clan, were also present. Hizashi's name was inscribed upon the memorial stone, which bore the names of all the fallen shinobi who had died for the village of Konoha. In Konoha, having one's name etched upon the memorial stone was a mark of heroism, and those inscribed were revered by the villagers. The ceremony was presided over by the third Hokage, while Niji and Yuko, as the deceased's kin, could only stand in solemn accompaniment. Due to the overwhelming presence of prominent figures, Ito Makoto and Mika found themselves devoid of the privilege to approach Hinata Yuko's family, relegated instead to a distant observation. Attired in somber black, all stood in solemn silence to mourn the deceased. Tears welled in Hinata Yuko's eyes, yet she maintained an unsettling calm, clasping Niji's hand as they stood together in quietude. In stark contrast, Niji's face was a cascade of tears, despite his incessant attempts to wipe them away. The effort proved futile, leaving his sleeve dampened with sorrow. At the back of the gathering, Ito Makoto felt the scene before him was steeped in irony. The man he had never met, Hinata Hizashi, existed solely in his mind as Niji's father, and thus, he felt no emotional connection to Hizashi's demise. In reality, while Hizashi possessed commendable strength, he remained a mere minor figure. Within the Hinata clan, he was but a branch family ninja, holding a lowly status. Although he held the rank of Jonin in the Hidden Leaf village, he did not command significant respect, not being among the village's elite or those of exceptional stature. Yet, paradoxically, the funeral of this humble ninja drew nearly all the notable figures of Konoha: the Hokage, the Hokage's advisor, the heads of prominent clans, and the Hinata clan leader alongside various elders. Hizashi's death had resolved pressing issues for them all. With Hizashi's passing, Hinata Hayashi, the clan leader, could safeguard his life. The Hinata clan could prevent the leakage of their bloodline limit, and the third Hokage found room for diplomatic easing with the Cloud Village. Thus, the elite of Konoha were not only beneficiaries of Hizashi's death, but also participants in the events surrounding it. The third Hokage pressed the Hinata clan to surrender the perpetrator. To protect Hayashi, the clan coerced Hizashi into sacrificing himself in place of his brother. The Hokage, blurring the lines of justice, tacitly accepted the exchange. In the end, all troubles were alleviated, save for Hizashi, who lost his life. Under pressure from the Cloud Village, it was likely that Hizashi's body was not even present at the scene. The Cloud Village's abduction of Hinata to force the surrender of the perpetrator was all to obtain the Byakugan, a coveted bloodline limit. Although Hizashi belonged to the branch family, and his Byakugan would be lost upon his death, he still remained a member of the Hinata clan, and his body possessed considerable research value, something the Cloud Village would certainly seek to exploit. The funeral was a grim gathering of conspirators, convened to honor a body that was conspicuously absent. As the proceedings unfolded smoothly, Ito Makoto and Mika were afforded the opportunity to console Yuko and Niji. However, gazing upon Niji's sorrowful visage, Makoto found himself at a loss for words. What could possibly alleviate the anguish of his son whose father had been murdered? At that moment, Hinata Hayashi, the clan leader and elder brother of Hizashi, arrived with the clan elders to offer their condolences. Yuko, do not grieve, one of the Hinata clan elders intoned. Hizashi's death was for the future of the Hinata clan. His sacrifice holds profound meaning and value. Indeed, The sacrifice of Hinata Nichi has safeguarded the bloodline of our Hinata clan, preventing the dispersion of the Byakugan. This is a commendable act. And as a member of the branch family, it is his duty. What is there to mourn? An elder from the main family remarked. These scoundrels, having clearly benefited, still wield the so-called righteousness like a club, rubbing salt into the wounds of the victims. Ito Makoto watched the actions of these esteemed elders with rising nausea. Hinata Yuko remained silent. Within the Hinata clan, these elders held immense power, capable of extinguishing the lives of all branch family members at will, akin to slave masters, leaving no room for their voices to be heard. She could only grasp Niji's hand, silently shedding tears. This matter had nothing to do with her husband, who was not even in the village at the time. Numerous clansmen could attest to his absence, yet in the face of power, such truths bore no weight. Yuko, I will take care of you and Niji, spoke the usually reticent head of the Hinata clan, Hinata Hayashi, suddenly addressing the gathering. His expression bore a hint of sorrow, clearly indicating a bond with his brother, Hinata Nichi. Alas, such feelings seemed trivial when confronted with the specter of one's own mortality. At that moment, the third Hokage arrived, accompanied by the upper echelons of Konoha. He addressed Yuko, stating, Hinata Nichi is a hero of Konoha. His sacrifice has preserved the peace between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village. As his family, Konoha shall not neglect you. Should you have any needs, feel free to visit me at the Hokage building. Hinata Yuko nodded, still silent. Observing the increasing number of high-ranking officials surrounding Yuko, Ito Makoto suddenly felt a surge of mischief. He feigned the innocence of a child and asked Mikasa, Mom, what exactly caused Uncle Nichi's death? Did I not tell you before? He perished during a confrontation with the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village, she replied. That's a lie. Ito Makoto retorted in a child's tone. We were at Aunt Yuko's house at that time. Uncle Nichi was clearly not in the village. He had gone out on a mission. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the dignitaries present shifted. Some matters were well understood among them. Yet there were things that could be done, but not spoken of. Perhaps Aunt Yuko simply misremembers. Mikasa attempted to intervene, sensing the gravity of the situation. It's obviously deceitful. We stayed at Aunt Yuko's house for an entire night. Could she really forget such a thing? If Uncle Nichi had been home, there wouldn't have been enough space for us to stay. Ito Makoto relentlessly continued to expose the truth. Though many present were aware of the reality, numerous ordinary individuals remained oblivious. In their minds, Hinata Nichi had indeed died while battling the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village. As a result, when Ito Makoto unveiled a portion of the truth, whispers began to circulate among the uninformed. This revelation stripped the influential figures present of their dignity. An elder from the Hyuga clan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Who is this brat, spouting lies without any upbringing? Take him away at once. Who lacks upbringing? Ito Makoto retorted fearlessly. At that moment, he had mastered the art of reverse summoning and could escape at any time. In the village of Konoha, who could possibly catch someone adept in space-time ninjutsu? Who was there for him to fear? Moreover, he was merely a 3-year-old child. As the saying goes, children speak freely. For a politician to squabble with a child of his age would jeopardize their political career. My mother taught me to always speak the truth. Everything I said was honest. Not a single word was false. By what right do you claim I lack upbringing? The faces of the prominent figures turned pale, and the murmurs around them grew louder. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Mikasa hastily covered Ito Makoto's mouth, forcing a smile as she said, This child is merely ignorant. I shall take him home and discipline him properly. With that, she forcibly dragged Ito Makoto away from the scene. Hinata Niji, observing the departure of Ito Makoto, felt a spark ignite in his white eyes. Though Ito Makoto offered no words of comfort, his revelations about his father, Hinata Hisashi's death, held more significance for them than 100 platitudes. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a wave of embarrassment. Once some matters are brought to light, the damage to one's reputation can be immense. To preserve his standing, he had even relinquished some power, nurturing Shimura Danzo to bear the blame. Yet now, due to the jest of a mere child, the reputation he had woven over 2 decades was under siege. To maintain appearances, the upper echelons of Konoha, after Mikasa and her son departed, had no choice but to continue their charade with Hinata Yuko, pretending to offer comfort. However, their words had become dry and hollow. Everyone was acutely aware of the pretense, yet the show must go on. Only after distancing themselves from the cemetery did Ito Makoto reveal a smile. This funeral was akin to the tale of the emperor's new clothes, Everyone knew the emperor was unclothed, yet, for the sake of pride and decorum, they felt compelled to praise the splendor of his attire. Ita Makoto was that disruptive child. As a mere boy, he bore no concern for appearances, allowing him to speak candidly and express his feelings freely. Thus, in the public eye, he directly exposed the emperor's lack of clothing on stage. The child's words rang true, and with his utterance, all truths were laid bare beneath the sun. Naturally, people would not alter their actions based on a child's proclamation. Much like the unclothed king, even when the truth was revealed, he continued to parade with great pomp. Yet, the truth had already found its way into the hearts of all. Chapter 36. Strength. The affairs of the Hyuga clan have reached a conclusion, leaving only anguish and sorrow for Yuko and Niji. Subsequently, Makako, accompanied by Ita Makoto, made numerous visits in an attempt to alleviate their grief through companionship. Yet, the presence of others remains but a fleeting comfort. No matter the efforts made, the sorrow of losing a loved one cannot be undone. The death of Hyuga Hizashi marked the first significant event in the world of Naruto that Ita Makoto personally experienced. It is precisely due to this first-hand encounter that the impact of this event resonates more profoundly. In the village of Konoha, the fates of all are entirely governed by those in power, rendering even life and death beyond one's own control. The autonomy of the common folk is but an illusion. Whatever the ruling class desires, they must comply, and should they wish for your demise, you are bound to accept it. Despite the despicable acts that compel others towards death, the third Hokage remains venerated as a wise leader. If the narrative unfolds as per the original storyline, that individual shall continue to be adored by all villagers, with countless mourners lamenting his passing. The notion that might equates to righteousness is starkly evident in this world of ninjas. Here, justice appears feeble, the truth is inconsequential, and what truly matters is power and strength. To escape the clutches of the powerful and seize one's destiny, no longer becoming a sacrificial pawn like Hyuga Hizashi. There exists but one path, to cultivate one's own strength. Throughout the millennia of conflict among ninjas, only two figures have entirely disregarded the shackles of power, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. For them, power is merely a tool wielded by the weak to maintain their positions. A mere jutsu from either could silence the schemers who dare to speak against them. Had Hyuga Hizashi possessed the strength of the first Hokage, who would have dared to label him a cage bird? Who would have the audacity to sacrifice him? It is likely that upon issuing such orders, the entire village of Konoha would have been reduced to ashes by wood release. To ordinary individuals, power outweighs strength. Even formidable figures like Konoha's White Fang can be coerced into suicide by conspiracy. However, to those who transcend limitations, power is but a weed, easily swept aside when deemed unsightly. Fortuitously, Ita Makoto harbors the potential to transcend. With diligence, he could become one of the extraordinary. The existence of the Rinnegan could elevate him to a status where all things are seen as insignificant. Moreover, having successfully completed the reverse summoning technique, Ita Makoto has fundamentally mitigated the threat of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. At this juncture, he can finally devote all his energy to the enhancement of his own abilities. What? You wish to train alongside me? Might Guy inquired, casting a dubious glance at the child before him. He recognized the young boy as Ita Makoto, the son of Dr. Ito, whom he had previously taught the summoning technique. However, when I extended the invitation earlier, you explicitly declined. What has prompted this sudden change of heart? I have come to a profound realization regarding the significance of youthful training, Ita Makoto fabricated. Being in the bloom of my youth, I refuse to squander any more time. Only by following in the footsteps of Teacher Guy can I ignite my youth to its fullest potential. In truth, following Kai to cultivate physical techniques was a conclusion reached by Ita Makoto after careful contemplation. Although the Rinnegan possesses formidable power, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Physical techniques represent one such weakness. However, it must be noted that mere physical prowess cannot vanquish the Rinnegan, yet it can inflict injuries upon it. Should he cultivate a formidable physical technique, at the very least, his future adversaries would be unable to exploit him in that regard. Moreover, in the realm of Naruto, the pinnacle of power encompasses not only the Rinnegan but also the Yin-Yang release. Yin release signifies the strength of the mind, capable of manifesting forms from the formless. Conversely, Yang release embodies physical strength, able to imbue forms with life. The synthesis of these two forces results in Yin-Yang techniques, a form of ninjutsu that creates existence from nothingness and bestows life. In the original narrative, those who mastered Yin-Yang release include Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Uzumaki Naruto. Mastery of yin-yang release allows for physical regeneration and the creation of bodies at will, as well as the nullification of ninjutsu outside of sage techniques, marking one as a being of 6 paths caliber. Setting aside yin release for the moment, it is evident that yang release, as a representation of physical might, is intrinsically linked to the corporeal form. Although Ito Makoto currently possesses limited understanding of such advanced powers, he wisely prepares himself, for there may be an opportunity in the future to truly master them. Presently, in the village of Konohagakure, no one is more proficient in the training of physical techniques than Might Guy, who, after all, is the character from the original work who managed to severely injure the 6 Paths Madara solely through physical prowess. Thus, Ito Makoto resolved to cast aside his shame, even if it meant donning the garish green spandex suit and becoming the subject of ridicule, to learn physical techniques in the 8 gates from Might Guy. Strength holds greater importance than pride. What a profound moment. This is the essence of youth. Might Guy exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Young man, your fervor has moved me. From this day forth, let us embark on this youthful journey together. Come, put on this suit. Out of nowhere, Might Guy produced a green spandex suit, nearly matching Ito Makoto's height. Teacher Guy, where did you procure this garment? How's the size so fitting? Ito Makoto said, reluctantly accepting the outfit. In fact, I prepared it for you before our last lesson on ninjutsu, but you rejected it at that time, so I did not present it. Might Guy laughed heartily. Indeed, my decision was sound. You have truly returned to the path of youth. Cursing under his breath, Ito Makoto shot a resentful glance at Might Guy, marveling at his cleverness in this matter. Steeling himself, he found a secluded spot to change into the suit. Upon wearing the spandex, Ito Makoto's face flushed crimson. The outfit was undeniably embarrassing. Young man, splendid. It fits you rather well, Might Guy remarked, giving a thumbs up. Ito Makoto, however, had no desire for such praise. Now equipped, it was time to commence his training. Might Guy pointedly addressed the matter at hand. Currently, your strength is insufficient to match mine. However, I can devise a new training schedule for you based on my childhood regimen. To address the main topic, it is worth noting that Ito Makoto is also driven by his spirit. This is precisely what he desires, experiences from a master of physical techniques. Might Guy led Ito Makoto to the heart of the village, where the Ninja Academy is situated in close proximity to the Hokage's office. This serves as a testament to the first Hokage's emphasis on the education of the next generation. Might Guy pointed towards the academy, reminiscing that at the tender age of 5, his goal was to run around the academy's playground continuously for 500 laps. Given that one lap of the playground is approximately 400 meters, 500 laps amount to a staggering 200 kilometers. Ito Makoto winced at the thought. Was it the children of the ninja world who were peculiar, or was Might Guy exceptionally so? The notion of running over 100 kilometers was daunting. However, Might Guy reassured him, stating that at your current age of not yet 4, there is no need to set such lofty ambitions. Moreover, you are different from me. You are a prodigy in ninjutsu and cannot afford to focus solely on physical techniques. Forcing you to pursue physical training could be detrimental. Given this, a target of 100 laps around the playground seems more suitable for you at this stage. Running 100 laps translates to 40 kilometers. And Ito Makoto couldn't help but smile wryly. Back in his previous life, he had only endured a 5-kilometer cross-country run during his military service, and now, at just 3 years old, he was expected to tackle 40 kilometers, albeit a scaled-down version. Truly, physical training is not something for the average individual to undertake. If it were solely up to him, he would never have the resolve to set such an ambitious goal. Can I use body flicker technique? Ito Makoto inquired. The body flicker technique, which allows for instantaneous movement through chakra bursts, is indeed a common method for ninjas to traverse distances. Certainly not, Might Guy exclaimed, giving Ito Makoto a gentle pat on the head. Our aim is to strengthen the body. If we rely on chakra, how can we truly fortify our physique? Rest assured, a body revitalized by chakra is incomparable to that of an ordinary child. Even if the intensity is heightened, it will not harm your body. Swallowing hard, Ito Makoto nodded in agreement. However, we cannot enter the academy and disrupt the students' lessons. Let us run outside instead. We can measure the distance by counting our steps. Might Guy raised his fist, declaring, let my youth burn. With that, he dashed ahead into the distance, and Ito Makoto followed closely behind. After a morning of vigorous running with Might Guy, Ito Makoto finally returned home. The Senju bloodline proved its worth, especially with his ancestral lineage, which not only provided an abundant chakra supply, but also endowed him with stamina far beyond that of the average person. Despite lacking prior training, Ito Makoto persevered through sheer willpower, and whenever his strength seemed to reach its limits, new vigor surged forth within him. He achieved his goal on his very first run, leaving even Might Guy astonished, who excitedly proclaimed his intent to train further and ventured off to pursue his own practice. This is quite normal, regardless. Yet Makoto can never hope to keep pace with Might Guy's rigorous training regimen, even during their runs. It often transpires that Guy has sprinted an inconceivable distance before he deigns to return and check on Makoto's progress, only to dash off again, resuming his distance. Throughout the morning, although both engaged in training together, Guy's exertion vastly eclipsed that of Makoto. Upon returning home, Makoto took a refreshing shower and donned clean attire before visiting Sakura's residence to assist her in mastering chakra extraction. Up to this point, Sakura's chakra training has been relatively smooth, while she may not rival his prowess. She is certainly on track to complete her training before the upcoming enrollment examination at the Ninja Academy next year. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Makoto, for he harbored no desire for his influence to hinder Sakura's chances of passing the entrance exam. While accompanying Sakura in her chakra training, Makoto diligently attended to his own studies. Physical exercise had been methodically approached, yet mental fortitude was equally essential. The power of the Sharingan is intrinsically linked to the essence of Yin release, which embodies the spirit. Thus, the enhancement of his ocular abilities is intimately connected to the cultivation of his mind. However, the pursuit of mental discipline is considerably more intricate than physical training. Numerous tangible methods exist for corporeal enhancement, whereas intangible mental training lacks any substantial guidance. Both Might Guy and his mother merely suggested that, with the passage of time, experience, and the acquisition of knowledge, one's spirit would naturally augment. In essence, the path of a ninja's spiritual development offers only the avenue of natural growth, devoid of any specific techniques. Nevertheless, emulating physical training, Makoto devised a rudimentary method for mental cultivation. Just as daily physical exertion refines the body, he hypothesized that the spirit could likewise be elevated through intentional depletion. Boldly, he resolved to consume his mental energy daily through the practice of Genjutsu, thereby honing his mental capabilities. To this end, he sought his mother's guidance to learn a particular Genjutsu, the illusion, Narakuchi technique, D-rank. Although merely a D-rank ninjutsu, it sufficed for the purpose of draining mental energy. Makoto procured a small white mouse as a target for his illusions, and, while aiding Sakura in chakra refinement, he persistently cast the Narakuchi technique upon the mouse to sharpen his mental acuity. To his astonishment, this method proved effective. After completely exhausting his mental energy, he experienced a notable enhancement upon recovery. The evidence lay in his increased capacity to cast Genjutsu consecutively, with the efficacy of this approach confirmed. The training of Genjutsu became an indispensable aspect of Makoto's curriculum. Of course, the sensation of excessive mental depletion was far from pleasant, akin to the aftermath of a hangover, leaving him in a state of dizziness. Fortunately, his body proved resilient. After completing his training, a mere hour of rest alleviated most of the discomfort. Chapter 37. Yang release. As evening descended, Ito Makoto did not squander his time. He had conferred with his mother, and they agreed to dedicate the night to the study of medical ninjutsu. The rationale behind this pursuit was clear. It was the sole avenue through which Ito Makoto could directly engage with Yang release. The techniques of Yin and Yang release were not nearly as prevalent as the 5 elemental transformations of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Certain unique Yin and Yang ninjutsu were regarded as esoteric arts, permitted only to be passed down within specific clans, such as the shadow techniques of the Nara clan from the Yamashiro family and the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. In the realm of ninjas, the only accessible forms of Yin and Yang ninjutsu were illusion techniques and medical ninjutsu. Aspiring to master Yin and Yang release, Ito Makoto perceived medical ninjutsu as the simplest pathway to achieving Yang release, especially since his mother, Mikasa, was a medical ninja herself, proficient in this art, thereby eliminating the need for external assistance. In response to her son's request, Mikasa did not decline. Despite the exhaustion from her daily work at the hospital, she mustered her strength to impart the knowledge of medical ninjutsu to Ito Makoto. Little Makoto, the foundation of medical ninjutsu requires an understanding of human anatomy, she stated, placing a barely alive fish upon the table. However, I recognize that your intention to learn medical ninjutsu is not to become a medical ninja, but rather to utilize it merely as a means to treat wounds. Therefore, the biological knowledge can wait. Let us commence directly with medical ninjutsu. Ito Makoto nodded in understanding. The training in medical ninjutsu typically began with the treatment of fish, With that, Mikasa placed her hand upon the fish's body, and a green chakra radiance illuminated the room. Secretly donning his sunglasses, Ito Makoto activated his Sharingan. Within a mere 30 seconds, the once feeble fish began to flail energetically. Mikasa returned the fish to a basin filled with water. This is the fundamental technique of medical ninjutsu, healing technique. Though classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, it is capable of addressing ordinary wounds, making it suitable for your initial foray. She then proceeded to elucidate the chakra flow and hand seals involved in the healing technique. Ito Makoto diligently committed the information to memory, cross-referencing it with the transformations perceived through his Sharingan. Have you retained the information? Mikasa inquired after explaining the general application of medical ninjutsu. I remember the process quite well, Ito Makoto replied. Then let us put it into practice. Mikasa retrieved the previously healed fish from the water basin. With 2 firm strikes against the fish, it again appeared lifeless. Ito Makoto's lips twitched as he observed the fish, then glanced at his mother, whose demeanor remained unfazed. Indeed, his mother was a paragon of experience, far beyond the understanding of a young novice like him. Now, give it a try, Mikasa encouraged, positioning the fish before Ito Makoto. Taking a deep breath, he placed both hands upon the fish's body, his palms beginning to emit a blue-white light. What is happening? Ito Makoto pondered, perplexed by the unusual hue of the light. Seeing that Mei Xiong did not intervene, he continued to perform the healing technique on the fish. However, after half an hour, the fish succumbed to asphyxiation without displaying any signs of life. What could be the reason? I had clearly executed the healing technique, Makoto inquired. From the perspective of his Sharingan, his healing technique appeared to be successful, nearly indistinguishable from Mei Xiong's execution. His innate mastery of chakra control was so refined that it rivaled the proficiency of his mother's ninjutsu. Do not worry, this is a common occurrence, Mei Xiong reassured with a smile. You simply have yet to grasp the transformation of Yang Release. Yang Release? Mei Xiong began to elucidate what was meant by the transformation of Yang Release. According to her description, mastering the transformation of Yang Release was essential for any budding medical ninjutsu practitioner. There are 7 chakra natures in total: Yin, Yang, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, and Lightning, each corresponding to a specific transformation. Unlike the other 5 elemental releases, Yin and Yang do not require an innate attribute, as Yin represents the spirit and Yang represents the body. Aside from a select few, everyone possesses both spiritual and physical energies, thereby inherently holding the potential for both Yin and Yang releases. However, mastering the transformation of Yang Release is no simple feat for ordinary ninjutsu, such as the 5 elemental releases of Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, and Lightning. One can perform techniques with merely the hand seals, even without mastering the transformation. For instance, the Ninja Alliance in the latter part of the original work collectively executed the Earth Barrier technique simply by learning the hand seals. Naturally, the power of the ninjutsu would be somewhat diminished. As ninjutsu is continuously executed, chakra will instinctively adapt to the attributes, naturally generating transformations. Once one has mastered the transformation of the corresponding attribute, they can perform techniques without hand seals, and the power of the ninjutsu will also be amplified. For example, fire release will become more intense and expansive. Yet, this method is exceedingly time-consuming, and few ninjas nowadays adopt it. Moreover, to master the 5 transformations, there exists an alternative method. This involves special training techniques that expedite chakra's adaptation to a particular attribute, allowing for a rapid transformation within a short period, after which one can proceed to master the ninjutsu. For instance, Uzumaki Naruto, while learning Wind Release, employed a technique that emphasized a thinner and sharper form, enabling him to master the transformation of wind within a matter of days, subsequently utilizing Wind Release techniques. This method is considerably quicker and requires less time. There is no inherent superiority between these 2 methods. The former relies on the accumulation of time and energy for mastery, while the latter allows for a swift and straightforward learning process. However, Yang Release ninjutsu does not allow for any shortcuts. One must first learn basic medical ninjutsu and then practice persistently. Over time, chakra will naturally undergo the transformation, thus mastering the transformation of Yang Release. In this process, there are no shortcuts, only the passage of time. Furthermore, without mastering the transformation of Yang Release, the healing capability of chakra remains feeble, often consuming vast amounts of chakra and proving insufficient to heal even minor abrasions. Only by mastering the transformation of the yang nature can the healing abilities of medical ninjutsu surpass those manifested through ordinary chakra. Even wounds inflicted by deep incisions, such as those from a surgical blade, can be swiftly mended. Of course, what one initially grasps is merely the rudimentary transformation of yang nature. Through relentless practice, the depth of this transformation will increasingly elevate, progressing from elementary to intermediate and ultimately to advanced levels, enhancing its potency step by step. The advanced chakra of the yang transformation wields a far superior power in the execution of medical ninjutsu compared to the ordinary yang transformation. Upon mastering the yin and yang transformations, the degree of chakra transformation will deepen over time, and its efficacy will gradually amplify. This represents an unending journey of learning. In contrast, the 5 ordinary transformations, once mastered, offer little room for future enhancement. Ito Makoto is acutely aware of this distinction. In the original narrative, while both utilize yin-yang techniques, the Nara clan's yin transformation merely serves to bind individuals, whereas the Akimichi clan's yang transformation is limited to enlarging objects. The 6 pads level yin-yang techniques, however, can immunize against all ninjutsu and effortlessly regenerate the physical form, likely due to the varying degrees of mastery over yin-yang transformations. Although the process of learning yang transformation is quite time-consuming, fortunately, the results did not disappoint Ito Makoto. After several days of employing medical ninjutsu and healing numerous fish, he naturally acquired the rudimentary transformation of yang nature and stepped through the threshold of yang release. This initial mastery of yang transformation not only signifies his qualification as a medical genin, but also marks his formal graduation into the realm of yang release. Chapter 38. Entrance examination. After dedicating all his energy to enhancing his abilities, life had become rather mundane and ordinary. Although each day was filled with toil, Ito Makoto felt that his current existence was more fulfilling than it had been before. In the blink of an eye, a year had swiftly passed. Ito Makoto and Sakura were about to face the entrance examination for the Ninja Academy. "Makoto, how are you preparing?" Mika called out to Ito Makoto from the living room. As today was the day of the entrance examination, she had taken a leave of absence from the hospital to accompany her child for the enrollment procedures. "I am all set," Ito Makoto replied as he stepped out of his room, clad in a black tracksuit and sporting a pair of sunglasses. Mika gazed at his attire with disapproval, remarking, "Honestly, you're just a child. Why do you insist on wearing sunglasses?" Ito Makoto felt rather helpless, as he too disliked wearing sunglasses, which obstructed his vision. However, he could not afford to reveal his Sharingan just yet. During the entrance examination, there might be ninjas employing jutsu he had yet to learn. Should he wish to replicate their techniques with his Sharingan, the sunglasses would serve to conceal his eyes. Seeing that Ito Makoto was ready, Mika noted that it was time to leave, and she took him by the hand, leading him out the door to meet up with Haruno, Sakura, and Mei. Together, they set off for the Ninja Academy. Along the way, Sakura appeared quite anxious, her gait noticeably stiff. Ito Makoto couldn't help but offer some comfort, saying, "Sakura, it's all right. The entrance examination for the Ninja Academy is quite simple. All you need to do is manifest chakra to pass. You were able to harness chakra 6 months ago, so passing the test should be a breeze." "I know, Makoto," Sakura replied, and upon hearing his reassurances, she let out a sigh of relief. Although she still felt a sense of dread, her rigidity began to dissipate. "Relax, just relax. It will be fine," Ito Makoto smiled, then asked, "But Sakura, you used to call me Makoto and and now suddenly it's just Makoto?" Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It's because you keep wearing that green spandex and running around with that creepy old man." Hey, Sakura, it's not running around. It's training," Ito Makoto quickly clarified, concerned that he might be mistaken for a pervert. The green spandex was simply a requirement for training under that eccentric old man. Besides, that old man is not a pervert. He is a legendary figure in the world of taijutsu, Might Guy. "A legendary figure? I've never heard of him," Sakura replied skeptically, clearly unconvinced. As she grew older, she became increasingly difficult to deceive. The entrance examination for the current Ninja Academy was tied to her father's legacy, prompting Ito Makoto to recount the history of the academy to validate his claims. In the past, if one could not perform a jutsu at the time of enrollment, they were barred from admission. Both the green spandex-wearing Might Guy and his father, Might Due, fell into the category of individuals unable to perform ninjutsu. However, due to their exceptional prowess in taijutsu, the academy made an exception for their enrollment. After that, Might Dai single-handedly faced 7 opponents and defeated 4 members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, a formidable force from the Hidden Mist Village, which is a major nation. It was from that moment that the ninja school recognized that even those who only mastered physical techniques could possess tremendous combat power. Consequently, the ninja school abolished the requirement that students must master ninjutsu for enrollment. Now, only a satisfactory level of physical fitness and the ability to refine chakra were necessary for admission. Oh, I see, Sakura nodded. But what does this have to do with your green spandex? To be honest, it doesn't have much relevance. Might Guy never explicitly stated that he would not teach him physical techniques if he did not wear spandex. However, to prove his sincerity and strengthen his bond with Might Guy, he felt compelled to comply. Ida Makoto suddenly felt an unassailable sense of defeat. Recently, Sakura had become increasingly hard to deceive, despite her previously adorable demeanor. What a fascinating tale. I had never heard of these events before. I wonder where you gleaned such knowledge, Makoto, Mikasa interjected. Hey, Mom, can you not complicate things right now? Ida Makoto glared at the smiling Mikasa. His mother seemed to be enjoying the chaos, always eager to witness his antics. He deduced these specifics from the original storyline. How could the Hidden Village casually disclose such intricate political matters? Although he could not guarantee absolute accuracy, he was quite close to the truth. To his dismay, his mother undermined his credibility. Even Aunt Mikasa doesn't know where you got that from. You're definitely deceiving me, you little trickster, Makoto, Sakura retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Compared to Ida Makoto, she was far more inclined to trust the judgment of an adult like Mikasa. This was disastrous, if this continued. His image in Sakura's eyes would inevitably shift to that of a pervert. Ida Makoto attempted to clarify, hoping to reshape Sakura's negative perception. But his efforts only exacerbated the situation. Mikasa and Mei watched the interaction with smiles, relishing the lively exchange. Amidst the commotion, the group had unwittingly arrived at the ninja school. Although Ida Makoto had become a source of discomfort in Sakura's eyes during their brief journey, she was now devoid of any tension and felt entirely at ease. At that moment, thousands had gathered before the entrance of the ninja school, filling the area to capacity. The school enrolled new students once a year, admitting hundreds of eligible children each session. Currently, there were over 1,000 children alone, not to mention their accompanying parents, creating a bustling crowd at the school's gates. This year's turnout is as impressive as ever, Mikasa remarked, surveying the sea of people before her. There's no way we could miss this opportunity. It's the only chance for ordinary folks like us to change our destinies, Haruno Mei declared, having witnessed such scenes multiple times. She had also participated in similar tests in her youth, only to regretfully fail. In the Hidden Leaf Village, ninjas were the primary economic force, and all industries revolved around them. Thus, the ninja occupies the highest status, earning the most wealth. In the eyes of ordinary people, ninjas are regarded as exalted figures. A group of individuals waited outside for a while until the scheduled time for the entrance examination arrived. The gates of the Ninja Academy swung open, and more than 20 ninjas emerged. Silence, commanded the leading ninja, brandishing a megaphone, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Instantly, the area fell into complete stillness. The leader produced a notebook and announced through the megaphone, I will now call out the names of the candidates. Those whose names are called, please step forward. Tsuchiya Daikawa. As each name was called, candidates broke away from the crowd to stand before the leading ninja. He continued until he had called out 70 or 80 names before finally pausing. He handed the megaphone to another ninja and, accompanied by a group of candidates, entered the school premises. Thus, candidates continued to file into the examination hall to partake in the test. It was only when half of the candidates had entered that Ida Makoto heard his and Sakura's names. Since they had registered simultaneously, their names were called in close succession. Chapter 39. The travelers. Upon hearing their names, Ida Makoto and Sakura stepped forth from the crowd, standing before the summoned ninja. The leading ninja was remarkably youthful, appearing to be no older than 15 or 16. He bore a horizontal scar across his nose, and his long hair was tied back. This must be Iruka Yumino, the teacher of the main character, Naruto Uzumaki, and his companions, Ida Makoto mused. Yet, with both Iruka and Sakura present, could it be that characters from the original narrative would also manifest here? As anticipated, after a few more names were called, a familiar name echoed through the speaker. Naruto Uzumaki, a golden-haired youth clad in a white t-shirt, entered the line with a cheerful grin. However, the surrounding parents collectively displayed expressions of disdain. How could even the demon fox participate in the examination? Such a creature should be swiftly sent to its demise. The third Hokage is far too lenient to allow such a monstrosity to take part in the ninja test. The murmurs of discontent rose, unrestrained in their malice. The golden-haired boy's smile faltered slightly, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor as he stood in line. What a nauseating display of political maneuvering, Ito Makoto observed. Noting how they deliberately orchestrated this propaganda to isolate a child, one who was the descendant of a hero who had once saved the village. It was utterly repugnant. The third Hokage's hypocrisy was palpable. As the proceedings continued, a series of familiar names resonated in Ito Makoto's ears. Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Hiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, one by one. These recognized figures filed into the lineup, allowing Ito Makoto to commit their appearances to memory. It seemed that the lead teacher would assume the role of their homeroom instructor following the test. And this class was indeed the one featuring the protagonists from the original story. However, Ito Makoto was unprepared for the subsequent names that emerged, which were decidedly peculiar. Ino Yamanaka, Yasumi Yamanaka, what manner of nonsense is this? Ito Makoto pondered in confusion. Were there other members of the Yamanaka clan in the original protagonist class? Observing the two girls entering the line, they looked strikingly alike, with golden hair and emerald green eyes. From their attire to their features, they were nearly indistinguishable. Clearly, these two were twin sisters. Yet, in the original narrative, Ino Yamanaka was an only child. Where could this sister have come from? A sense of alarm surged within Ito Makoto. The matter he had previously overlooked now loomed large before him. This Yasumi Yamanaka must be a traveler as well. Although he had previously identified Itachi Uchiha as a traveler, he had assumed their numbers would remain limited. Yet, to his astonishment, yet another traveler had emerged during a single entrance examination. How many travelers exist in this world? What circumstances do they currently face? What are their intentions? Do they seek to sow chaos, or do they aspire to maintain peace? These questions remained shrouded in uncertainty. It was in a moment of contemplation that Ito Makoto was interrupted by a name, Senju Kaname. Upon hearing this name, Ito Makoto nearly exclaimed in frustration. What does Kaname mean? Is it akin to the characters from a school anime, pursuing him across worlds with a vow to sever his head? Yet, he is not that scoundrel, Ito Makoto. He is genuinely sincere. After a brief moment of disarray, he noticed the girl's surname, Senju. What was going on? Ito Makoto felt a twinge of confusion, as he too was a descendant of the Senju clan. According to his mother, the Senju clan had supposedly disbanded. Even if one were a descendant of the Senju, they would not bear the Senju surname. How could this girl possess it? The mention of the Senju surname sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. In the village of Konoha, the Senju name represented the lineage of the first and second Hokage, one of the two founding families of the ninja village. This surname in Konoha carries a weight akin to that of the royal families of feudal dynasties in a past life. As Senju Kaname's name echoed through the air, a girl with golden ponytails emerged from the throng, joining the line. She resembles Lady Tsunade from her childhood, exclaimed an elder parent. Indeed, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the young Tsunade. With the Senju surname, could she possibly be Tsunade's illegitimate child? It seemed plausible, given that the Senju clan was said to be disbanded. Whispers of speculation filled the air. What nonsense are you all speaking? At that moment, a ninja clad in an Umbu uniform appeared, raising his voice. Miss Senju Kaname is a descendant of the heroes of the Senju clan who sacrificed themselves for the nation. Orphaned and without kin, the third Hokage has graciously permitted her to reclaim the Senju surname out of respect for the legacy of heroes. Understanding dawned upon the crowd as the Umbu ninja's explanation quelled their chatter. In Konoha, ordinary citizens placed almost blind faith in the Hokage, with the third Hokage regarded as an absolute authority. However, Ito Makoto was not so easily deceived. Familiar with the original storyline, he was convinced that this Senju Kaname was undoubtedly another traveler from another world. The commotion surrounding an enrollment ceremony was too significant. If such a character existed in the Hokage world, how could the plot remain oblivious to her presence? A wave of apprehension washed over Ito Makoto as he considered that, within Konoha alone, apart from himself, there were already 3 known travelers. What of the other 4 nations? Just how many travelers inhabit this ninja world? Are they foes or allies? It seemed prudent to exercise caution in school. With so many travelers, it was conceivable that one might turn rogue, intent on establishing a world where they alone existed, ruthlessly eliminating any competitors. In this intricate web of concealment, the deeper one hid, the less likely they would be discovered, thus evading the animosity of other travelers. Ito Makoto resolved firmly within himself, He must endure until the end, at the very least, to cultivate his Rinnegan to its fullest potential before taking any reckless actions. The subsequent roll call was rather uneventful, devoid of any astonishing names or those easily recognizable as time travelers. Once the list of candidates was complete, Arika led the group into the examination hall. Upon arriving at the designated testing area, the first challenge was the chakra refinement test. In this test, candidates were required to concentrate their chakra in the palms of their hands, and as long as a bluish-white glow emanated, it signified successful refinement. Of course, for those aspiring to achieve remarkable scores, the use of ninjutsu was permissible. To maintain his cover, Makoto refrained from employing ninjutsu, simply releasing a modest chakra glow to pass the test. Sakura's assessment also proceeded smoothly, having mastered chakra 6 months prior. She was now capable of executing basic transformation techniques under Makoto's guidance. For Naruto Uzumaki, while others might still be learning about chakra, the inherent presence of the Nine Tails within him continuously released chakra, rendering his control instinctual. Sasuke Uchiha, aiming for high marks, unleashed a fireball jutsu. Although the fireball was relatively small, it was nonetheless considered a successful execution. Even Irika acknowledged Sasuke's remarkable talent. However, one boy, seemingly irked by Sasuke's display of flair, made a surprising move. Chapter 40. Nature System seemingly displeased with Sasuke stealing the spotlight. A boy made a remarkable move. When it was his turn to be tested, he flashed a wicked smile, and searing flames erupted around him. A torrential wave of heat surged toward those nearby, prompting Irika to instinctively shield himself with his arm. What is this? Irika gazed in uncertainty at the scene unfolding before him. The examinee was entirely enveloped in the scorching flames, his form gradually vanishing as he slowly transformed into fire. Has he truly become flames? Irika's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a ninjutsu or a unique bloodline limit? Such extraordinary ability was unprecedented. The other participants in the test gasped in awe, forced to retreat to escape the intense heat. Incredible! Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that the surrounding candidates were captivated by him. The flames that the boy had morphed into grew increasingly fierce, intensifying in their blaze and even beginning to spread. Enough! You have passed the test. Extinguish the flames. Irika called out, concerned that the fire might harm the nearby candidates. Only then did the boy retract the flames, reverting back to his human form. He wore a triumphant expression, feeling that even Sasuke had been overshadowed by him. Remarkably, not even his clothes were scorched. What a unique ability, Irika praised. Ueda Makoto. He scanned the roster and read the boy's name. Hailing from a commoner family with no ninja ancestry or inherited bloodline limit. How had he suddenly acquired such a power? As Irika perused the boy's information, numerous questions arose within him, but those queries would have to wait for another time. For now, the testing process must continue. Thus, he awarded Ueda Makoto a perfect score. The boy, having stolen the show, returned to the group, basking in the admiration of his peers. The ability to transform one's entire body into flames at such a tender age made Ito Makoto realize that this boy might also be a transmigrator. The ninja world was not devoid of similar abilities. For instance, the Hozuki clan's ability to turn one's body into water exemplified such prowess. Yet, the difficulty of mastering such jutsu was exceedingly high. Accomplishing the feat of becoming flames at the age of 3 could only be described as the mark of an unparalleled genius. Moreover, such ninjutsu was typically a closely guarded secret, a hidden treasure of a ninja clan, unattainable by ordinary individuals. Coming from a commoner background, Ueda Makoto had no access to such advanced ninjutsu. Apart from the possibility of being a transmigrator, no other explanation seemed plausible. Furthermore, the nature of those flames bore a striking resemblance to the abilities of a nature-type fruit from another anime. It appeared that the transmigrators arriving in this world may not merely gain extraordinary powers by chance. Among them, there might exist systems that disrupt the established order. Ito Makoto elevated his perception of the threat posed by transmigrators yet another notch. With the comparison to Ueda Makoto, the subsequent testing process appeared rather mundane. Aside from a few older candidates attempting to deceive the examiners by concealing specially designed lights in their arms to mimic the glow of chakra, these fraudulent attempts were swiftly uncovered, resulting in their expulsion from the examination hall. The second test consisted of a physical fitness assessment, fundamentally centered around running. A ninja's abilities are inherently derived from their physical condition. If one's physical fitness is inadequate, frail, or plagued by ailments, even the most potent ninjutsu would prove ineffectual. After the activation of chakra, Even a child's body can cover over 10 kilometers with ease. The entry threshold for the Ninja Academy is set at 10 kilometers. This distance poses a considerable challenge even for an ordinary adult, and without the support of chakra, an average child would find it nearly impossible. Thus, this uncomplicated method serves to filter out the qualified candidates. The test is conducted in groups of 10, with no distinction made between genders. All participants are held to the same standard. After all, the battlefield offers no allowances based on gender. What is feasible, and what is not. Leaving no room for carelessness. Due to the proximity of their numbers, Ito Makoto and Haruno Sakura found themselves in the same group. For him, the 10 kilometers was merely child's play. After over a year of daily training alongside Mike Guy, he had reached the point where he could accomplish Guy's goal at age 5, running 500 laps around the Ninja Academy's playground, totaling 200 kilometers. For Sakura as well, this was no daunting task. Under his guidance, her progress, though not rapid, was certainly swifter than her previous solo efforts. In the original storyline, Sakura had successfully passed this stage, and it was undoubtedly a mere formality now. While it would have been effortless for him to secure first place, Ito Makoto, determined to remain inconspicuous, chose to trail behind Sakura, merely offering gentle reminders to maintain her pace. Ultimately, Sakura achieved first place in their group, while Ito Makoto secured second. In this examination hall, a second-place finish was hardly noteworthy. With 10 participants per group and Irika overseeing 8 groups, each group had its own first and second-place winners. However, after the testing concluded, Sakura appeared quite discontented. "Honestly, Makoto, your physical prowess far surpasses mine. Why hide behind me?" she exclaimed. "Oh, come now. Isn't passing enough?" Ito Makoto replied with a cheerful grin. "It's just a test. Why take it so seriously?" Sakura, irritated by his nonchalant demeanor, turned her head away in frustration. "Honestly, you make it seem as if my achievement is a result of cheating." Ito Makoto scratched his head, realizing this point had eluded him, and could only respond with a sheepish grin. Their group sailed through the test without incident, whereas the subsequent groups were rife with tumult. As expected, Uzumaki Naruto was paired with Uchiha Sasuke, and to everyone's surprise, their physical abilities were closely matched. They pushed each other, racing almost as if they were natural-born rivals, crossing the finish line in near unison. Ueda Makoto, on the other hand, showcased a remarkable feat by transforming his lower half into flames, completing the course in a blaze and leaving all other candidates far behind. The running test at the Ninja Academy does not impose restrictions on the use of ninjutsu. Techniques, such as the body flicker technique, may be employed freely, and Ueda's blazing flames are regarded as a form of ninjutsu, thus not considered a violation. However, when it comes to Senju Kodon, the scenario unfolds differently. As she races, she appears no different from an ordinary person, albeit her speed surpasses that of her peers. Yet, Ito Makoto, with his keen perception, discerns that Senju Kodon is harnessing natural energy while she runs. Having once mastered sage arts with the assistance of the Sage of the Six Paths, Ito Makoto is no stranger to natural energy. Although he has made little progress, he has diligently persevered in his training of sage arts over the past year. Chapter 41. Enrollment. Over the past year, Ito Makoto's progress in Senjutsu has been minimal. Under the guidance of the Sage of the Six Paths, he has gained a perception of natural energy and has approached the threshold of entering Sage mode. However, his rate of natural energy absorption remains exceedingly slow, akin to that of Uzumaki Naruto, while training in the Sage mode of Mount Myaboku. Entering Sage mode requires prolonged preparation, necessitating a state of stillness, and he can sustain this mode for only 5 minutes. Unlike Shinja Hashirama, who can seamlessly transition into Sage mode, Ito Makoto finds his attempts limited to the static training akin to that of Mount Myaboku, persistently honing his ability to perceive and absorb natural energy. Yet, the presence of Senju Tsunade astonishes Ito Makoto beyond imagination. She is capable of absorbing natural energy even while in motion and utilizes it to enhance her physical capabilities. This feat is virtually impossible for an ordinary Sage mode practitioner. Sage mode, by definition, allows a ninja to absorb external natural energy in a state of stillness, blending it with chakra to form a unique type of Senjutsu chakra. In the ninja world, the Toads of Mount Myaboku explicitly state that the condition for activating Sage mode is stillness. Similarly, the Sage mode of the Ryochi Cave demonstrates this principle, as evidenced by Kabuto's retreat into the body of a snake prior to activation, reinforcing the necessity of tranquility. Although Shinja Hashirama's Sage mode is swift, It too requires a brief moment of stillness before activation. Thus, in this realm, the activation of ordinary Sage mode is inextricably linked to a state of calm. The exception lies in the Six Paths mode, which has absorbed the Ten Tails, representing an entirely different echelon of power. However, Senju Tsunade's abilities transcend the common understanding of this world. How does she accomplish this? Could it be another system? Ito Makoto's mind is rife with questions. If Senju Tsunade were not a time traveler, he would genuinely desire to seek her counsel. Alas, given the current circumstances, the risk of revealing his identity is too great. He resolves to observe Senju Tsunade's state more closely in the future. Next, Yamanaka Akemi's performance is unremarkable as she completes the running test without incident. Ito Makoto finds no extraordinary powers within her. Neither the Sharingan nor the Rinnegan reveals any abnormalities. He does not lower his guard, suspecting that she too may be a time traveler concealing her abilities deeply, much like himself. After several rounds of testing, the entrance examination for ninjas concludes smoothly. As expected, all the protagonists and supporting characters from the original narrative pass the tests, including the 3 suspected time travelers. Irika leads a total of 80 students, of whom only 27 are accepted. He informs them of the class schedule for the following day, and the examination concludes without a hitch, leaving the Ninja Academy alongside Sakura. His mother and Aunt May are waiting at the school gate. How did it go? Haruno May inquires impatiently, although Mikasa has reassured her that everything would be fine. Her daughter's future weighs heavily on her mind, causing her considerable anxiety. Everything is fine. We all passed successfully, Ito Makoto replies. Sakura flashed a V sign and smiled, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Haruno May was relieved. She felt the need to express her gratitude to Makoto for his assistance in passing the exam. It was merely a trivial matter. "Mei-chan, there's no need to be so formal," Makoto replied, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. However, who performed better in the exam, Makoto or Sakura? Asked Mikasa, her smile tinged with mischief. "Hee, my exam results were better than Makoto's." Sakura suddenly revealed, "My ranking surpassed his." It turned out that Makoto's performance was indeed inferior to Sakura's. It seemed she had surpassed him. Mikasa chuckled, noting that Makoto would need to seek Sakura's guidance more often in the future. "Mom, how can you say that? I was merely reserving my strength," Makoto protested. "It was just a test. Who would be foolish enough to hold back?" Mikasa feigned ignorance. Knowing her son well, she had anticipated that he would achieve a mediocre score. Regardless of the truth, she seized the opportunity to tease him, lest his considerable talent lead him to become overly arrogant in the future. As the group began their journey home, Makoto rambled on about incomprehensible topics, such as just a mere test and reserving strength as a trump card, which elicited continuous laughter from Mikasa, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. To celebrate the accomplishments of Makoto and Sakura, Mei and Mikasa collaborated to prepare a grand feast. Makoto took a rare moment to relax, momentarily stepping away from his rigorous training in ninjutsu. Over the past year, he had immersed himself in his studies, engaging in jinjutsu, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and senjutsu, leaving him mentally exhausted. This occasion allowed him to unwind thoroughly. The following morning, Sakura and Makoto donned their backpacks and embarked on their formal education at the Ninja Academy. With Mikasa working at the hospital, Mei took it upon herself to escort the two to school. Despite their attempts to decline, their mothers were resolute in their decision. Before leaving home, Makoto created a shadow clone to remain behind and practice jinjutsu. Although he could allow the clone to attend school, it would dissipate if its chakra were depleted. Furthermore, being surrounded by a group of mischievous children posed a risk of injury. Should the clone be exposed, he would abruptly transition from an inconspicuous ordinary person to a so-called genius ninja, drawing the attention of the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials, as well as potential time travelers. To mitigate the risks, he preferred to attend school himself, leaving the shadow clone at home to refine his jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. As if reenacting an enrollment ceremony, the entrance of the Ninja Academy was once again bustling with students and parents. However, the number was significantly reduced compared to the previous day, with those absent being the candidates who had not passed the test. While waiting, Makoto began observing the surrounding students. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Yamanaka Sayuri arrived together, their parents being the renowned Ino Shikicho trio, who were longtime family friends, thus allowing the children to engage in casual conversation. Ueda Makoto arrived alone, without any companions by his side. Could he possibly be an orphan? Ito Makoto speculated. This notion is not far-fetched, as many traversers hail from orphanages. Individuals like him, who have a mother, are indeed a rarity. Beside Uchiha Sasuke stood an unfamiliar woman and Uchiha Itachi. Presumably, that woman is the mother of both Sasuke and Itachi. Hyuga Hinata was accompanied by the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, whom she had encountered previously. It was unexpected that he would escort Hinata to school, indicating that he still held great expectations for her. In contrast, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino were also accompanied by their parents. Chapter 42. The seat. As the hour drew near, a significant figure arrived, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Accompanying him were a golden-haired boy and girl, who flanked him like celestial beings. Clearly, he had come specifically to escort Naruto Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju to school. Such subtle gestures aimed at fostering a closer relationship with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails were not lost on a politician like Sarutobi, who understood the value of such actions without any cost, merely requiring a simple presence to garner the trust and gratitude of an innocent child. Naruto was overwhelmed with excitement and appreciation due to the third Hokage's accompaniment, while Tsunade remained notably indifferent, displaying a calm demeanor. In the original narrative, it was not until Sarutobi's death that the true circumstances were unveiled, yet Naruto continued to harbor the gratitude and sentiments of his childhood, striving with all his might to protect the Hidden Leaf Village and fulfill his dream of becoming Hokage. In retrospect, Sarutobi's strategy was undoubtedly effective. By leveraging emotional ties, he managed to retain the powerful weapon that was the Nine Tails while instilling a deep affection in Naruto for both himself and the title of Hokage. However, such manipulative tactics, designed to ensnare a child in a web of dependency only to later rescue them, were profoundly disgraceful. With the Hokage's arrival, the crowd instinctively parted, allowing Sarutobi to advance to the forefront. At that moment, he exuded a remarkable charm, greeting those around him, seemingly oblivious to his past as one of the architects behind the death of his predecessor. With the Hokage's presence, the crowd ceased to acknowledge Naruto's identity as the Nine Tails host or Tsunade's lineage, further deepening Naruto's admiration for Sarutobi. In his naive perspective, achieving the title of Hokage would erase the taunts of being the Nine Tails brat, granting him the acceptance he yearned for. As the Hokage took the stage, the ninja enrollment ceremony commenced. This ceremony was rather simple. Students reunited with their respective teachers and lined up to witness the proceedings in the courtyard. Subsequently, Sarutobi delivered a speech on the so-called Will of Fire, igniting fervor among the children below, who seemed ready to dedicate their lives to the village. However, for Makoto Ito, listening to Sarutobi's oration felt rather peculiar. Was the third Hokage truly sincere? The notion that where leaves danced, fire would ignite, illuminating the next generation was compelling, imbued with the philosophy of sacrifice for the children. Yet, under Sarutobi's governance, the reality was quite the opposite. The graduation age for students at the Ninja Academy remained alarmingly low, with the standard graduation age being merely 12. Yet, individuals like Might Guy graduated at the tender age of 7, and even the so-called underachiever Obito Uchiha at merely 9. For ordinary children without exceptional circumstances, graduation was unlikely to exceed the age of 9. These young souls were thrust onto the battlefield at such an early age, and their odds of survival were all too predictable. This also results in the exceptionally short average lifespan of ninjas, rarely surpassing the age of 40. However, during the era of the third Hokage, figures such as Shimura Danzo, Tabakaru, and Mito Kaguya were renowned for their remarkable longevity within the ninja world. The current third Hokage has already exceeded 60 years of age. Instances of high-ranking officials in ninja villages collectively surviving into old age are exceedingly rare throughout the entire ninja realm. The price for achieving such longevity is the sacrifice of countless young lives and children. To speak of nurturing the next generation and sacrificing for the sake of the children is nothing short of absurd. It is clearly the children who are sacrificing themselves to uphold the elderly. Observing the third Hokage's calm demeanor, Ito Makoto silently admired him. Truly, a politician possesses an unwavering facade. Subsequently, the enrollment ceremony concluded, and the students were escorted to their respective classrooms. Under the guidance of their instructors, the students began to select their seats. The chairs in the classroom were arranged in 3 columns, left, center, and right, each consisting of 3 rows with 3 chairs per row, perfectly accommodating the 27 students. Ito Makoto chose a seat at the back by the window, embodying the saying "the back row by the window is the homeland of kings." Sakura followed suit, sitting directly beside him in the back. Sakura, why have you come over? Ito Makoto inquired, somewhat puzzled, as Sakura was typically infatuated with Sasuke according to the storyline. This was not mere sentimentality on his part. He genuinely regarded Sakura as a younger sister, devoid of any ulterior motives. Despite having often indulged in playful banter during his past life, humorously referring to lowly superiority, he found no attraction to young girls in reality. After all, what age is a 3-year-old? In his previous life, they would barely have outgrown diapers and still be struggling to articulate coherent speech. Who would harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards a child of such tender years? Even in this world, where children mature rapidly, a 3-year-old remains merely a small child. With the soul of an adult, Ito Makoto, despite his diminished physical form, maintained an aesthetic preference for mature women. Even though Sakura, as the heroine, would eventually blossom into beauty, he continued to view her as a little sister. What is wrong with that? Makoto, do you dislike me? Sakura tilted her head, questioning him. Noticing the dangerous glint in her eyes, Ito Makoto offered an awkward smile. And no, not at all. With the acquisition of chakra, Sakura's physical prowess had rapidly increased, evolving almost daily. Should she become angry and strike him? Even with his Senju lineage and rigorous training in martial arts, he would undoubtedly suffer immensely from the pain. Furthermore, due to his exceptional talent being recognized by Mikasa, she tended to overlook Sakura's occasional displays of anger. If he were to complain, his mother might even scold him for being petty, coupled with his adult sensibilities. The restraint ingrained in his soul prevented him from holding grievances against Sakura, whom he regarded as a younger sister. Having chosen their seats first, Ito Makoto and Sakura watched as the others began to settle in. In the original narrative, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto were seated in the same row. With Sakura no longer present, Ino Yamanaka, smitten by Sasuke's charm, naturally desired to sit beside him. Just as she planned to invite her friends to join, fate intervened. Naruto swiftly claimed a seat next to Sasuke. This left only one remaining seat in the row, yet Ino could not abandon her friends. Consequently, she was pulled away by Yamanaka Yamabi to another location. The last seat was seized by Hinata, while Senju Kanata settled in the back row beside Sakura. Ueda Shin, who had intended to sit next to Sakura, was unceremoniously pushed aside, forced to find a random seat elsewhere. How did Senju Kanata end up here? Ito Makoto began to harbor suspicions. Could it be that she suspects me of being a time traveler? As he reflected on his actions, he realized that throughout the ordeal, he had not revealed any signs of being a traveler. He had not employed any extraordinary powers. His Sharingan and Rinnegan were concealed beneath sunglasses, rendering him undetectable. Surely there were no flaws in his disguise. He fell into deep contemplation. Once all the students had settled into their seats, Irika stood at the podium, smiling as he addressed them. Dear students, I am your homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. For the next few years, I will accompany you through your journey in the Ninja Academy. Should you encounter any difficulties or have any needs, feel free to approach me. So, if I want to eat Ichiraku ramen, can I ask the teacher? Naruto Uzumaki inquired eagerly. That is acceptable, Irika replied, his expression slightly awkward. However, the teacher's salary is limited, so please be mindful not to deplete my wallet. What a fool, don't be a burden to the teacher. Sasuke shot Naruto a sidelong glance. Hey, who are you calling a fool? Naruto instantly erupted, glaring at Sasuke as if he were a natural adversary. Chapter 43. The greatness of Nin Naruto and Sasuke seemed like natural adversaries, inexplicably at odds even before they had made each other's acquaintance. Perhaps this was the instinctive rivalry between the protagonist and the secondary hero, mused Irika. All right. He interrupted the two who were on the verge of an argument. There's no need to quarrel over trivial matters. With a dismissive huff, the two turned away from each other. Noticing the cessation of their dispute, Irika continued, as we have just begun our journey in school, we are yet unfamiliar with one another. How about we commence with self-introductions, sharing our interests and aspirations? Here it came, the classic introduction from Naruto. Let me start. Irika set down his notebook, placing his right hand over his heart. You already know my name. It's Irika Yumino, and I have recently become a teacher. Though I still have much to learn, I am committed to improving myself. I enjoy soaking in hot springs, and my aspiration is to become an exceptional educator. With Irika's introduction, the once boisterous classroom gradually fell into a serene silence. The students listened attentively, gaining insight into this young teacher. Now, who shall go next? Irika-sensei. Pick me. Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand high, eager to be the first to introduce himself. Naruto, is it? Iruka pondered for a moment. Truthfully, he harbored no fondness for Naruto, as his parents had perished due to the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails. And the village had long whispered that Naruto was the embodiment of that very beast. He struggled to suppress his animosity towards the child who represented the source of his pain. Yet, despite his prejudice, Iruka's sense of duty as a teacher prevented him from disregarding his student or projecting his hatred onto him. Very well, it shall be you, Naruto Uzumaki. With a broad grin, Naruto flipped over his desk and bounded to the front of the classroom. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I absolutely love instant noodles. And my dream is to become Hokage, he declared, his voice brimming with conviction. What a fool. He is merely the Nine Tails, yet he aspires to be Hokage. A child jeered, prompting a ripple of laughter from the others. How infuriating. I am not a demon fox. I am Naruto Uzumaki, he retorted. A demon fox is just a demon fox. What nonsense are you spouting? A boy stood up, pointing and mocking Naruto. Furious, Naruto lunged at the boy, only to be swiftly subdued by Iruka. Iruka-sensei, let me go? I need to teach that guy a lesson. Naruto struggled fiercely, ignoring his thrashing. Iruka lifted Naruto and returned him to his seat, addressing the class with a stern demeanor. From now on, the term demon fox is strictly prohibited in this classroom. Any violators will face severe penalties, including a call to their parents. He then turned to the boy who had mocked Naruto. Considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from contacting your parents this time. However, after class, you will run 30 laps around the playground. Indeed, I understand. The boy obediently returned to his seat. Intimidated by Iruka's authority, fearful of defying his teacher. With the tumult subdued, Iruka breathed a sigh of relief. Recently promoted to CH Nin, he had resolved to remain at the school to pursue his dream of teaching. However, he felt uncertain about how to excel in this role. Forcing a smile, he announced, "Let us continue with our self-introductions. Who shall go next?" Yet, no student raised their hand like Naruto did. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Since no one is volunteering, let us proceed in the order of the roster, Iruka said with a strained smile as he picked up the list. At that moment, anxiety gnawed at him. Would he truly mess up his first lesson? One by one, names were called, and students stepped up to the podium to introduce themselves. Ito Seiji listened attentively, attempting to discern if there were any other time travelers among them. He particularly focused on the original characters and those who seemed to be from another world. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I enjoy spending time with my brother, and my aspiration is to become a genius ninja like him. At this point, Sasuke had yet to experience the Uchiha clan massacre. He was merely an innocent child, infatuated with his brother. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I love being with my sister, and my dream is to always be by her side. Could this Yamanaka Ino be the elder sister of Ino? From her introduction, Ito Seiji gleaned the nature of their sisterly bond. However, her aspirations seemed troublingly similar to Sasuke's, one idolizing her brother, the other enamored with her sister. Was she perhaps a sister complex? Next came Sakura, and Ito Seiji was curious about her aspirations. Sakura did not choose a seat next to Sasuke, seemingly influenced by his presence. What were Sakura's current thoughts and dreams? As she approached the podium, it was her first time speaking in front of so many people, and she felt quite nervous. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage to say, "My name is Haruno Sakura. I adore cherry blossom pendants, and my dream is to become a formidable ninja." Rather unremarkable, Ito Seiji commented. This introduction was utterly inconsistent with the norms of the Naruto universe, where self-introductions often revealed profound inner thoughts. The original Sakura, when Team 7 was first formed, nearly confessed her feelings on stage. Yet now her introduction was merely a mundane mention of a pendant. Did Sakura truly have a fondness for cherry blossom pendants? He had never noticed before. How dull. She hardly said anything. Upon returning to her seat, Sakura seized Ito Seiji by the nape, glaring at him with fiery eyes. "Hey Seiji, do you have any dissatisfaction with my introduction?" And no, not at all. Ito Seiji surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Next was Ito Seiji. Hearing his name, he hurriedly vacated his seat, eager to evade Sakura's lingering ire as he approached the stage. However, when it comes to self-introduction, although one may not be able to express their innermost thoughts, simple reflections can still be shared. My name is Makoto Ito, and I cherish a life of tranquility and leisure, ideally living in affluence without the burden of strenuous effort. My aspiration is to become a formidable CH Nin. With a serene demeanor, Makoto Ito articulated his aspirations, which indeed reflect his deepest desires from a previous life. Why does he aspire to be a CH Nin? Because, in the realm of ninjas, the CH Nin rank is the one least likely to encounter peril. Although Makoto Ito's current abilities have already reached the threshold of a CH Nin, and he is certain to surpass this rank in the future, it is still the CH Nin level that he yearns for the most. At this juncture, Genin are merely expendable, serving as the vanguard in the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. Their status is lowly, akin to foot soldiers, governed by higher-ranked ninjas, without a background like Naruto's. It would not be surprising for them to be commanded to their demise. Conversely, the ostensibly elevated rank of J-Nin often entails engaging in combat with the enemy's elite. Such adversaries typically possess formidable skills, making them particularly challenging to confront. For instance, members of the Akatsuki are all exceptionally talented. Ascending to the rank of J-Nin inevitably leads to conflicts with these daunting foes, proving to be a strenuous and thankless endeavor. Even the highest position of Hokage is fraught with danger. The third Hokage was slain by Orochimaru, and the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, fell into a coma during Pain's assault, narrowly escaping death. During the Ninja World War, she was nearly cleaved in two by Uchiha Obito, and without Orochimaru's intervention, she would have surely perished. In contrast, the CH Nin rank offers the greatest safety. It does not require facing monstrous adversaries, while still affording a degree of authority and power, akin to that of a squad leader. CH Nin have the ability to oversee Genin and exercise a measure of autonomy, especially considering that his future powers will undoubtedly exceed those of a CH Nin. Being entrusted with CH Nin-level missions allows him to confront CH Nin-level adversaries, utilizing his superior strength to effortlessly dominate them, ensuring both safety and comfort. Therefore, pursuing the roles of Hokage or J-Nin pales in comparison to the merits of being a CH Nin. Chapter 44. The Declaration of Ueda Makoto. What a ridiculous name! Exclaimed a boy, suddenly interrupting the atmosphere with a crude remark. This voice immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The speaker was Ueda Makoto, who was suspected to be a time traveler. Surprisingly, he did not utter those words in the language of this world, but rather in the native tongue of Ito Makoto's previous life. This confirmed that Ueda Makoto was indeed a traveler from another realm. His ability to speak the language and his reaction to the name Ito Makoto suggested that he might hail from the same world as himself. Meanwhile, standing on the podium, Ito Makoto seized the opportunity to discreetly observe the reactions of those around him. Most appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. Only Chikuju Kanade and Yamamoto Ino displayed signs of surprise, further increasing the likelihood that they too were travelers. Ueda Makoto was evidently aware that he had spoken in the tongue of his past life, yet he bore no intent to conceal this. In a bid to draw attention to himself, he shouted, "Fool, what is so great about becoming a Chunin? Wanting to be a Chunin? Have you lost your mind? If you're going to aspire to greatness, at least aim for being a Jonin or a Hokage." His derision was palpable, making the notion of aspiring to be a Chunin seem utterly shameful. Ito Makoto chose not to engage in a debate. The opinions of others held little weight for him. If a potential adversary like Ueda Makoto misunderstood him, it could only be advantageous. However, Irika interjected, interrupting Ueda Makoto's mockery. While he did not comprehend Ueda's initial statement in the native tongue, he understood the latter part in the language of this world. "I do not see any issue with aspiring to be a Chunin," Irika remarked, patting Ito Makoto on the shoulder. "While lofty dreams are indeed magnificent, practical aspirations should not be ridiculed. Both can guide one's path in life. Moreover, I am a Chunin myself. Though Jonin possess great strength, they ultimately ascend from the ranks of the Chunins. Chunins are the backbone of the village." Upon witnessing Irika's support for Ito Makoto, Ueda Makoto scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Ito Makoto descended from the podium, his heart untroubled. Ueda Makoto's taunts felt as gentle as a breeze upon his face. Having personally experienced the conflicts between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, he had grown impervious to such provocations. When compared to the sinister plots involving gouging eyes and imprisoning scapegoats, Ueda Makoto's antics seemed akin to child's play. Returning to his seat, Sakura could not help but offer words of consolation. "I think aspiring to be a Chunin is a wonderful goal. Aunt Mikasa is a medical Chunin and still stands strong on her own. Becoming a ninja like Aunt Mikasa is my dream as well." Unexpectedly, Ueda Makoto inadvertently did a good deed by revealing his identity and helping to alleviate Sakura's frustration. What a kind soul he turned out to be. He signaled to Sakura that he was fine and continued to observe the other developments around him. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I relish taking afternoon naps, and my ideal is to lead a leisurely and tranquil life. Ita Makoto gave Shikamaru a thumbs up. Their ideals and preferences resonated harmoniously. He yearned for a leisurely life. Yet fate had other plans. To confront the challenges of the future, he found himself entangled with Might Guy. My name is Ino Yamanaka. I have a passion for floral artistry and aspire to find a handsome partner to share my life with. Upon hearing Ino's words, Irika-sensei couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Are today's children truly this precocious? My name is Choji Akimichi. I have an affinity for grilled meat, and my dream is to have an endless supply of snacks. Such a simple wish. Next, the spotlight turned to the pivotal character, the time traveler, Makoto Ueda. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, and his lower body transformed into flames, propelling him onto the podium, showcasing his agility. Alas, poor Irika-sensei, who was scorched by the flames, was drenched in sweat. My name is Makoto Ueda. I am male, I have a fondness for women, and my ambition is to become Hokage and marry countless beautiful women to establish a harem. Ito Makoto was astonished, as were all the students, including Irika-sensei. What shameless words were escaping his lips? This is a classroom. What does he take this place for? To entertain such thoughts is one thing, but to vocalize them in class is utterly disgraceful. With this brazen declaration, all the girls in the class wore expressions of disdain. Pervert. Sakura and Senju Tsunade simultaneously muttered under their breath. Ueda-kun, in romance, one must respect the wishes of women. Moreover, in Konoha, we adhere to monogamy, even as Hokage. One cannot have a harem, Irika-sensei explained with a forced smile, struggling to comprehend the youth of today. At merely 16, he already felt a generational gap with contemporary youth. It matters not. I will inevitably become Hokage and will change the marriage system, Ueda proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest. What on earth is this? Ito Makoto felt utterly drained from the absurdity. This time traveler, Makoto Ueda, could not possibly be treating this world like a game, viewing all its inhabitants as mere NPCs for his amusement, completely self-centered and indifferent to others. Irika was at a loss, never expecting that his first teaching experience would present such a formidable dilemma. This child not only harbored sinister thoughts, but also contemplated their actual implementation. How could such a young mind conceive such bizarre notions? Perhaps he had consumed too much media from Paradise of Affection, mistakenly believing the world mirrored the tales within those pages. Irika silently cursed Jiraiya for this. However, he knew it was time to wield the educator's iron fist. He aimed a punch at Ueda's head, shouting, "Where on earth did you acquire such evil thoughts? Close your mouth and reflect." Yet, it proved futile. Ueda's head transformed into flames, evading the strike. He then transmuted entirely into fire, soaring back to his seat. Indeed, Irika-sensei, you are too rigid and conservative to comprehend the thoughts of a great revolutionary. Ueda Makoto pointed to his forehead, pretending to be profoundly enigmatic. No matter the obstacles, I shall realize my aspirations. Teacher Irika concealed his face with the list in his hand. Ueda Makoto, you are to summon your parents tomorrow. Teacher Irika, I have no parents. What? Are you also an orphan like him? Irika felt a pang of compassion. However, it was swiftly extinguished. This child must not be allowed to continue growing in such a distorted manner. He is a budding genius. Therefore, you shall run laps on the playground, immediately. And you are not to stop until I say so. Irika bellowed. Understood, understood. Ueda Makoto nonchalantly tapped his ear and exited the classroom. Chapter 45. Pursuit. As Ueda Makoto obediently exited the classroom, Irika let out a sigh of relief. He was at a loss regarding how to deal with this peculiar student. Physical reprimands were out of the question, and scolding him was equally futile. How could he possibly rectify his misguided notions? It seemed the time had come to consult the third Hokage about how to handle such a unique ninja technique, Irika pondered. Given that the Ninja Academy was the sole educational institution in the Hidden Village, it fell directly under the jurisdiction of the Hokage. A regular teacher like him could directly report matters to the Hokage. Talented prodigies like Ueda Makoto would surely attract the Hokage's attention. Should any issues arise, he could promptly relay them to the Hokage. Despite the convoluted process, the self-introductions had to continue. Finally, it was time for the last suspected time traveler, Senju Konoha. Rising from her seat beside Sakura, she approached the podium. My name is Senju Konoha. I have a passion for kendo, and my aspiration is to become the first female Hokage. IIT Makoto found himself puzzled. There was no doubt that Senju Konoha was a time traveler. However, Most time travelers who had watched the Naruto series were aware that the first female Hokage was Tsunade Senju. As a member of the Senju clan, Konoha's age and experience seemed insufficient to rival Tsunade. Yet she boldly declared her ambition to become the first female Hokage. If she was not fabricating her statements, did she truly lack knowledge of the original timeline's narrative? This presented a new revelation. Senju Konoha appeared oblivious to how her words exposed her shortcomings as a time traveler. Casually stepping down from the podium, the subsequent self-introductions from her classmates were rather unremarkable. My name is Inuzuka Kiba. I adore ninja dogs, and my dream is to establish a festival for dogs in the hidden village after becoming Hokage. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I enjoy pressing flowers, and my aspiration is to become a strong ninja, as my father wishes. My name is Aburame Shino. I have a fondness for vegetable salads, and my dream is to cultivate the most formidable parasitic insects. These three characters, rooted in the original timeline, presented no anomalies and adhered to expectations. From the current situation, it seemed that the characters from the original narrative exhibited no signs of being time travelers. IIT Makoto had only discerned that Uchiha Itachi appeared to have been usurped by a time traveler. The other time travelers, like him, seemed to possess their own unique identities. Moreover, the present time travelers, aside from Uchiha Itachi, were all of a similar age. Could it be that these time travelers had all arrived simultaneously? IIT Makoto questioned within himself. The Sage of Six Paths had once remarked upon discovering souls from other worlds arriving in this one. Could it be that they were all part of the same group? This would imply that unless one, like Uchiha Itachi, directly usurped an original character, other reincarnated time travelers shared a similar age to him. This was indeed a new discovery. If he was not mistaken, the scope of time travelers had dramatically narrowed. As the self-introduction process continued, one student after another took the stage to speak. IIT Makoto paid attention to the presentations of the ordinary students. There was nothing out of the ordinary. It cannot be ruled out that some individuals are deeply concealed. With the self-introduction concluded, Teacher Irika ascended the podium. Now, we have all gained a better understanding of one another. I hope that in the forthcoming school life, everyone can forge profound friendships and acquire solid skills. After class, the students began to gather around Senju Yain and Uchiha Sasuke, chattering eagerly to learn more about them. Their interest in the Senju and Uchiha clans was palpable, especially considering that members of the two prominent families that founded the Hidden Leaf Village were present in the same class. However, most of those surrounding Uchiha Sasuke were girls, while students of both genders clustered around Senju Yain. Ito Makoto sat by the window on the left side of Sakura, with Senju Yain seated on the right side, adjacent to the aisle. They were close enough for him to seize the opportunity to eavesdrop on specific information regarding Senju Yain. Yain, are you truly a descendant of the Senju clan? A girl inquired curiously. I indeed am a descendant of the Senju. However, I did not originally bear the Senju surname. After my parents passed away, the third Hokage altered my surname and allowed me to inherit the Senju name, Yain replied. Some say you resemble the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade, quite a bit. What is your relationship with her? Another student asked. As for Lady Tsunade, I suppose we could be considered relatives, Senju Yain responded nonchalantly. The third Hokage mentioned that my grandfather is Lady Tsunade's cousin. As for our resemblance, it is likely mere coincidence. After all, we are relatives, and it is quite normal for kin with close blood ties to bear a resemblance. The surrounding students continued to inquire about the Senju clan and Senju Yain, who maintained an air of composure, deftly addressing all questions posed. Nevertheless, the information gleaned was scant. It appeared that eavesdropping would not yield any substantial insights, leaving Ito Makoto somewhat disheartened. However, this was of little consequence, regardless of the true backgrounds of these time travelers. This world still adhered to the principle of strength reigning supreme. He possessed his own cards to play and saw no need to follow the rhythms set by others. The enhancement of his own abilities was his foremost priority. At present, Ito Makoto and his peers had just begun their education, with the curriculum being rather limited. The Ninja Academy's foundational courses encompassed three primary areas: fundamental knowledge, physical training, and ninjutsu and ninja tools. The basic knowledge included literacy, mathematics, and physics among other essential subjects. Physical training was designed to strengthen physical conditioning. Ninjutsu and ninja tools comprised studies in body flicker technique and shuriken throwing. The day's coursework posed little challenge, however. The content held little significance for Ito Makoto. Having become a time traveler, he had long since mastered the written language of this world in pursuit of useful information. Moreover, The physics and mathematics of this realm lagged behind his previous life, rendering further study pointless. The tedious classes instigated thoughts of skipping. However, being newly enrolled made such an endeavor risky, as it could easily lead to being caught. Thus, he refrained from such actions. Instead, he could only engage in running laps during break times and physical training classes to hone his taijutsu, while spending the remainder of his time in class counting fingers out of sheer boredom. Fortunately, he had left a clone at home to hone his illusion and medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, his progress and strength would have been severely hindered. After a long day, the courses finally came to a close, and Ito Makoto could hardly contain his excitement as he departed the Ninja Academy alongside Sakura. Naturally, other classmates from the ninja school accompanied them as well. Ito Makoto took particular note of several individuals among the travelers. From the corner of his eye, he observed that Ueda Makoto and Senju Kotoha were heading in the same direction, seemingly trailing behind Senju Kotoha. Could it be that Ueda Makoto harbored ulterior motives? Chapter 46. Collision. Ueda Makoto stealthily followed Senju Kotonoha as she departed from the school. It remained uncertain whether Senju Kotonoha had sensed his presence. However, Ito Makoto had taken note of the situation. As a fellow traveler from another realm, Ueda Makoto might have discerned the peculiarities surrounding Senju Kotonoha. He likely harbored intentions of his own. In any case, the intersection of these two travelers would undoubtedly divulge a wealth of information. Ito Makoto could not afford to miss this opportunity to observe their interaction. Desiring to trail them, Ito Makoto found himself impeded by Sakura's presence, leaving him without a plausible excuse. Spotting a public restroom nearby, an idea struck him. "Sakura, I'm feeling unwell. I need to use the restroom. Please head back without me." He feigned embarrassment. "I'll wait for you," Sakura replied without turning her head. It seemed he could not shake off Sakura. Pretending to head towards the restroom, he instead employed a technique to vanish from her sight. He had alternative means to monitor Ueda Makoto and Senju Kotonoha. Once in a secluded area, he formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Summoning technique. A web of runes materialized on the surface. After a puff of smoke, a golden eagle appeared before him. "Now, it's up to you," Ito Makoto instructed. The eagle flapped its wings, seemingly in agreement. Subsequently, he utilized his Rinnegan to control the eagle's form and employed a transformation ability to reduce its size tenfold, shrinking the once 1-meter-long eagle into a mere 10-centimeter ordinary bird. However, the eagle's golden plumage was too conspicuous, so Ito Makoto employed a transformation technique to disguise it as an unremarkable crow. He then dispatched the eagle to soar towards the direction in which Ueda Makoto and Senju Kotonoha had departed. Following the path Senju Kotonoha had taken, the eagle flew in a circle, ultimately spotting the two figures in a narrow alleyway. They stood several meters apart, seemingly in confrontation. Perching the eagle on a nearby wall, concealed in an inconspicuous corner, Ito Makoto began to eavesdrop. As the eagle could only share visual information, Ito Makoto was unable to hear their words. However, the Sharingan's replication ability allowed him to directly mimic their actions, enabling him to produce sounds that corresponded to their lip movements. The powers of the Rinnegan and Sharingan were not mutually exclusive, just as Uchiha Madara could wield the abilities of the Sharingan even after transforming his eyes into the Rinnegan. Senju Kotonoha fixed her gaze on Ueda Makoto, coldly remarking, "Ueda Makoto, why are you following me? What, do you own the road? Am I not allowed to walk this way?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Ueda Makoto retorted, "Is that so? This area happens to be near my home, and I have never seen you around here before." "Haha," Ueda Makoto suddenly laughed. "Don't be so tense, Senju. I'm merely following you to ask a question. What do you wish to inquire?" Kansho Yeni furrowed her brows. "Are you a time traveler?" Ueda Makoto uttered a shocking declaration. Through the golden eagle, Ito Makoto, observing the scene, was equally taken aback. Was Ueda Makoto truly attempting to overturn the table? "I have no idea what you are talking about," Kansho Yeni replied coldly. However, through the perceptive abilities granted by a Sharingan, Ito Makoto discerned her subtle expressions. At that moment, Kansho Yeni appeared somewhat flustered. Enough with the pretense, Ueda Makoto pressed on. "I am thoroughly familiar with the original storyline of Naruto. How could there be a member of the Senju clan in Naruto Uzumaki's class? Your existence is akin to a blemish on a pristine canvas, completely incongruous. You must be a time traveler. I have already stated that I do not comprehend your words." Kansho Yeni steadfastly denied. "Still pretending, are we?" Ueda Makoto's impatience grew. "How long will you continue to feign ignorance now that I have uncovered your identity? It seems I must make you suffer a little." Ueda Makoto raised his right hand, his arm transforming entirely into flames. "Ueda Makoto, I am a descendant of the Senju clan, closely monitored by the third Hokage, Kansho Yini exclaimed loudly. Do you not fear the third Hokage's retribution for attacking me? Ueda Makoto disdainfully spat. What is the third Hokage to me? I am a time traveler equipped with a system, now that I possess the capabilities of a natural fruit. And with the absence of sea stone in this world, what can he possibly do to me? Seeing that Ueda Makoto appeared to genuinely dismiss the Hokage, Kansho Yini ceased her verbal attempts to dissuade him. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a ninja blade. Are you going to resist? Then allow me to witness your strength. Ueda Makoto grinned wickedly, shouting flame. His fiery arm unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Kansho Yini. Kansho Yini remained exceptionally calm, disregarding the flames approaching her. She inhaled deeply, gripping her ninja blade firmly. The blade transformed into a deep black hue. She assumed a stance, twisting her upper and lower body in opposing directions, and swung the blade. A column of water materialized from thin air, enveloping her and forming a swirling vortex. The flames that had originally surged toward Kansho Yini were immediately engulfed by the vortex, consumed by the tumultuous waters. Just like that, Ito Makoto, a spectator, felt invigorated upon witnessing Kansho Yini's abilities. It was indeed the natural energy manipulation he had observed earlier. He had not anticipated that her true form was a mastery of swordsmanship. Upon seeing the flames thwarted by Kansho Yini, Ueda Makoto was not discouraged but rather elated. Is this your ability? Water, the complete opposite of mine. What a delightful surprise. Let me test just how formidable you truly are. He laughed heartily, unleashing flames from his hands as if they were limitless, akin to a machine gun's rapid fire. Kansho Yini remained unfazed, skillfully dodging while stepping with precision. With each breath, she summoned natural energy to enhance her physical prowess. When faced with unavoidable attacks, she employed her water-infused swordsmanship to neutralize the onslaught. The flames and waters intertwined, with the overwhelming heat seemingly gaining the upper hand. The temperature of the entire alley rose several degrees. Observing that the ordinary flames could not affect Senju Yenye, Ueda Jin gradually lost his patience. Retracting his right arm, he briefly gathered strength and then unleashed a powerful punch, shouting, Fire Fist. His arm, transformed into flames, instantaneously expanded into a colossal fiery fist, filling the entire alley as it surged towards Senju Yenye. Senju Yenye swiftly adjusted her stance and charged at her opponent. Water swirling around her ninja blade, moving with the fluidity of a stream as she advanced towards Ueda Jin. Several slashes cleaved through the flames, her rapid movements leaving behind mere afterimages, allowing her to close the distance between herself and Ueda Jin with remarkable speed. While the fire fist covered a vast area, it fundamentally originated from the user's fist. Thus, the range of the attack gradually expanded from the point of origin. This implied that a blind spot of flames existed near the user's body. By swiftly closing in, Senju Yenye occupied this very blind spot. How could this be? Ueda Jin was taken aback, astonished that his opponent could evade the reach of his ultimate move. As Senju Yenye approached, he found himself at a loss. He could only transform his entire body into flames in a desperate attempt to nullify the physical attack. Senju Yenye remained unfazed by Ueda Jin's reaction. Her ninja blade continued its relentless assault, the water-infused slashes arriving in an instant. Like a fine thread, it swiftly severed Ueda Jin's head. Water-breathing, flowing dance. She murmured softly, only naming her technique after the deed was done. Chapter 47. Alliance. As Senju Koton's decisive strike descended, Ueda Makoto's head was severed. Marking the conclusion of this battle, Senju Koton stood with her blade sheathed, having initially found herself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, she ultimately seized an opening and delivered a fatal blow. Ito Makoto observed the entire course of the fight, gaining a comprehensive understanding of both combatants' abilities. Unsurprisingly, Ueda Makoto wielded the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, akin to the character Ace from One Piece. Ueda himself confirmed this notion. On the other hand, Senju Koton remained exceedingly cautious throughout the encounter, refraining from vocalizing her techniques until the very moment she severed Ueda's head. At which point she finally relaxed and uttered the name of her technique, water breathing, flowing dance. This technique, derived from Demon Slayer, is one of the forms utilized by the protagonist, Tanjiro, to vanquish demons. It becomes evident that Senju Koton has mastered a breathing technique from Demon Slayer, a method that harnesses natural energy through a specialized breath. This approach is quite novel, contrasting with the traditional ninja practice of absorbing natural energy through a tranquil state, utilizing the entire body to draw in that energy. Senju Koton's method, though less efficient, Since one relies on the body for absorption while the other merely uses breath, allows for the continuous accumulation of natural energy even in motion. Suddenly, a thought struck Ito Makoto. If he could integrate this breathing technique into Sage mode, the constant supply of natural energy through breath would likely enable him to sustain Sage mode for a more extended period. This realization filled him with excitement. During the battle, he had already copied this unique breathing method with his Sharingan, albeit partially, and with a few practice sessions, he felt he could master it. He was tempted to cease sharing his vision and return to practice immediately. However, the spectacle before him was far from over, and Ito Makoto had to suppress his impulses. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he perceived that Ueda Makoto was not yet dead. The flames enveloping him had not dissipated. Who would have thought I would be decapitated by you? Ueda Makoto's voice unexpectedly resounded, startling Senju Kodon, who had intended to depart. Without hesitation, she turned and unleashed water-breathing, flowing dance once more. Fully aware that a grudge had formed between them, she was prepared to strike first. Ha! Ueda Makoto transformed into flames and retreated, evading the attack. How could you possibly evade my strike? Senju Kodon brandished her kunai, pointing it at Ueda Makoto, questioning. I am well aware of my capabilities. Even if you are a Logia-type user, being decapitated by my water-infused technique should mean your demise. You are correct in that assertion. Ueda Makoto replied. I merely transformed into flames in advance, separating my head from my body. Chinsho Yini, with a flick of her blade, expressed a rare moment of emotional upheaval. Presently, Ueda Shin maintained a vigilant stance, as long as he continued to flee. She could not close the distance between them and would ultimately succumb to exhaustion. She contemplated escape while simultaneously guarding against Ueda Shin's advances. Rest assured, I shall no longer launch an attack against you, Ueda Shin declared. What do you mean? Chinsho Yeni furrowed her brow, perplexed by his behavior. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are indeed a transmigrator. My objective has now been accomplished, Ueda Shin replied with a smile, seemingly the triumphant one. Your abilities must stem from the breathing techniques of Demon Slayer, correct? Chinsho Yeni bit her lip. She had let her guard down, believing she had vanquished Ueda Shin. Mastering the powers of Demon Slayer confirms your status as a transmigrator. My goal has been fulfilled, Ueda Shin stated. Moreover, it seems your water-breathing technique counters my abilities, even managing to strike me in my fiery form. However, I can escape. If you cannot pursue me, you are powerless against me. Likewise, if you choose to flee, I am equally at a loss. Since neither can outmaneuver the other, why engage in a life-or-death struggle? If you do not intend to fight, I shall take my leave. Chinsho Yeni turned to face Ueda Shin and began to step back. Wait, he interjected. Although we have disclosed our identities, the Ninja Academy still harbors 2 suspected transmigrators. You mean Chinsho Yeni did not specify names? Yamamoto Masami and Ueda Shin, Ueda Shin asserted decisively. I am well acquainted with the original storyline in the original timeline. How could Yamamoto Ino have an older sister? Where does Sakura's childhood friend come from? The name is even Ito Makoto? The same name as that of the Chainsaw character? These 2 individuals are undoubtedly transmigrators. Ito Makoto, lurking nearby, was taken aback, realizing that despite concealing all his abilities, he was still suspected due to his proximity to Sakura. Not necessarily, Chinsho Yeni countered. Do not forget the butterfly effect. A butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil could potentially trigger a tornado in Texas. The existence of transmigrators may have disrupted the world, leading to such alterations. Furthermore, if they truly are transmigrators, they would hardly choose a name like Ito Makoto for themselves. Her words seemed to exonerate Ito Makoto. Then Ito Makoto can be excused, Ueda Shin scoffed. But what about Yamamoto Masami? Could it be that our transmigration has affected Yamamoto Kai's endeavors, granting him enhanced abilities and resulting in the birth of another child? Chinsho Yeni shot Ueda Shin a glare. His crude words were as unrefined as ever. Let us be direct. Ueda Shin said to Chinsho Yeni. I propose an alliance to determine whether those 2 are indeed transmigrators and to identify potential transmigrators in the future. Why seek my assistance? In a contemplative exchange, Senju Yenyan remarked that even among traversers, there exists a hierarchy. How can one expect to ally with individuals like Ito Makoto and Yamanaka Akami, who could not even secure the top position in the entrance examination? Your capabilities pose a significant threat to me, yet I have come to acknowledge you. Ueda Masaru proudly lifted his chin. Furthermore, my identity is transparent, and yours is quite similar. As a member of the illustrious Senju clan, your presence adds a formidable ally. Should you be a traverser well-versed in the narrative, you would undoubtedly recognize your own standing, just as I do. While our identities are overt, others remain concealed, poised to strike at any moment. Rather than remain passive, it would be prudent for us to join forces and unveil all adversaries. After a moment of reflection, Senju Yanyan calmly proposed, "At present, only you and I have revealed our identities. I am willing to collaborate with you to probe potential traversers. However, as for an alliance, I cannot place my trust in you." "That is acceptable," Ueda Masaru replied, not taking offense. "Moreover, we must ensure that the identities of traversers remain confidential." Senju Yanyan added another stipulation. "Agreed. However, I must caution you about one thing." Ueda Masaru suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Chapter 48. The former life of Senju Kanata. Observing the carefree Ueda Makoto adopting such a serious demeanor, Senju Kanata reciprocated with a solemn attitude. Ueda Makoto sternly cautioned, "Since we are both traversers, it is prudent to delineate certain boundaries. Although our current strengths are comparable, the capabilities of my system are extraordinarily formidable. The rate at which I shall enhance my power will far surpass your efforts to keep pace. I shall disclose my taboos in advance. It would be wise for you not to transgress them." He boasted unabashedly, "I intend to marry every beautiful woman within this narrative. Therefore, all the beauties at school are destined to be my future wives. You have transformed into a woman and lack such abilities. If you wish to indulge in Yuri, be my guest. I have no objections to your pursuits with other women. However, you must not lay a finger on the beauties from the original storyline, such as Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata, Tsunade, Shizen, and Akamichi, among others. They belong to me." Senju Kanata cast a disdainful glance at Ueda Makoto, thinking how audacious he was to utter such things. His arrival in this alternate world seemed to have liberated him entirely. Simultaneously, she realized that Ueda Makoto likely believed that the person she had been before her traversal was a man, thinking she had undergone a gender transformation and was thus protecting his cherished ideals regarding female characters. This assumption was not entirely unfounded, after all. In a shonen anime like Naruto, how could a woman possibly traverse into such a realm? Ueda Makoto approached her with this mindset, issuing his warning. In truth, Senju Kanata had been a woman in her previous life, and she had never even watched the Naruto anime. She was only vaguely aware of its existence, knowing that the main character was named Naruto Uzumaki and that Sasuke was rather handsome. Beyond that, she was utterly ignorant, having been unceremoniously thrust into the Naruto universe. "I can agree to that, for I have no fondness for women," Senju Kanata replied coolly. Ueda Makoto's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "How can that be? Were you not a gender-swapped traveler? Could it be that you were a woman in your previous life as well?" Senju Kanata wished to keep the truth from Ueda Makoto. Admitting her past life as a woman might raise suspicions regarding her familiarity with the Naruto storyline, thus exposing her greatest vulnerability. If he discovered her lack of knowledge about the plot, Ueda Makoto would certainly refrain from so casually divulging the original narrative. He might even exploit the storyline to target her, rendering her in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, Kanata was not inclined to entangle herself further with Ueda Makoto. She had no desire for him and certainly did not wish to become part of his harem. Admitting her prior gender could land her on his list of potential harem members, leading to incessant harassment. "I was indeed a man in my previous life, albeit one who was submissive," Senju Kanata remarked, her gaze shifting as she fabricated a lie to obscure her true gender. Ueda Makoto's expression became a complex tapestry of shock, fear, and revulsion. "Oh, how revolting. You're actually he spat, losing all interest in further discourse with Senju Kanata. The implications of homosexuality posed a significant discomfort for him. As I distanced myself from Senju Yanyan, it felt as though a virus emanated from her. The two traversers at school, Yamamoto Akemi, I shall confront. Ito Makoto, you shall test." Thus, it was decided. Without further ado, I fled. Ito Makoto concealed himself in a corner, silent and observant. Indeed, this was a grand performance. Having discerned the capabilities and hostilities of both individuals, as well as their anticipated strategies, Ito Makoto emerged with abundant intelligence. As for Senju Yanyan's gender, he held no certainty. At school, Ueda Shin was penalized by Irika-sensei to run laps, oblivious to Senju Yanyan's self-introduction. Previously, Ito Makoto had suspected that Senju Yanyan might not be familiar with the storyline of Naruto, and now it was confirmed that this traverser truly lacked understanding of the plot. Moreover, it seemed that in her past life, Senju Yanyan was a woman who had never watched anime, the likelihood of a female engaging with Naruto was exceedingly low, making it all the more logical. Yet, the question remained, how did someone like her traverse into this world? Meanwhile, having dealt with the encounter, Senju Yanyan exited the alley and returned home. Ito Makoto dispatched a golden eagle to follow her, confirming her residence. With her address in hand, he could later observe her practicing breathing techniques and employ the Sharingan to replicate them. As the curtain fell on this act, Ito Makoto dispelled the summoning technique, returning the golden eagle to its original perch on the cliff. As he prepared to head home, Ito Makoto suddenly realized he had squandered an inordinate amount of time. Furthermore, Sakura seemed to be waiting for him. Returning to find Sakura would undoubtedly unleash her fury. The mere thought of it made Ito Makoto break into a cold sweat. Since he had already delayed for so long, he figured he might as well linger a bit longer. Over an hour later, Ito Makoto returned to the original spot. Sakura was still waiting there. Acheron, your time in the restroom was exceedingly lengthy. Sakura clenched her fists, her teeth gritted in ire. Did you fall into the toilet? Over an hour spent in there. What on earth were you doing? Sakura, please don't be angry. Ito Makoto hastily reassured her, forcing a smile. That was merely an excuse. I had other matters to attend to, hence the pretext. Thud. Sakura's fist struck Ito Makoto's abdomen, producing a resonant sound of impact. Do you think I will forgive you just because you said that? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ito Makoto felt as though his insides had been jolted out. Having refined his chakra over the past 6 months, Sakura's punch had grown increasingly powerful. Even he, who had diligently trained in physical techniques, found the pain unbearable unless he resorted to ninjutsu. However, employing a defensive technique like Earth Spear could potentially injure Sakura's bones due to the recoil. Thus, he had no choice but to endure. After all, his soul belonged to an adult, and it was only right to yield to a child. Fortunately, his lineage was robust, and the regenerative abilities of the Senju clan were formidable. Enduring a few blows from Sakura merely resulted in pain. Still, he could not comprehend how, at such a young age, her punches could carry such weight. Fallen to the ground, Ito Makoto clutched his abdomen. Little Sakura increasingly embodied the essence of her brother, and it was best to avoid provoking her temper in the future. In a bid to soothe her, he retrieved a carefully prepared token. Slowly, he drew forth a cherry blossom pendant from his bag. The pendant, adorned with 5 amethyst crystals set upon a silver chain, gleamed in the light. I heard that you adore cherry blossom pendants, he said, so I went out of my way to purchase this for you, hoping to surprise you. My apologies for the delay on my journey. Sakura's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, akin to the evening glow, as she covered her lips with her hands. The previous anger evaporated entirely. Brother Makoto, I never expected you to truly remember my words. Observing Sakura's reaction, Ito Makoto realized his efforts had borne fruit. His swift journey, utilizing instant transportation to procure this pendant, was not in vain. He had spent an entire year's worth of pocket money on this genuine silver pendant. This world was unlike his previous life, devoid of plastic replicas, and even affordable alternatives were non-existent. However, witnessing Sakura's joy made his expenditure worthwhile. He rose from the ground and approached her from behind, fastening the cherry blossom pendant around her neck. Of course, I am your brother Makoto. How could I possibly forget your words? Sakura, touched by his gesture, still recalled their prior encounter. Honestly, brother Makoto, wouldn't it be better to speak openly with me? Why must you always be so secretive? It left my hands in agony. I promise, it won't happen again. Chapter 49. The young boy, upon realizing that Senju Kanai intended to take action against him, Ito Makoto's vigilance instantly escalated. Unlike Ueda Shin, who acted with reckless abandon, Senju Kanai exhibited a more rational demeanor, weighed down by greater considerations. This presented a favorable circumstance for him. When a person is bound by attachments, they are less likely to resort to extremities. Thus, even should Senju Kanai choose to strike at Ito Makoto in the future, she would not inflict severe harm or even take his life, regardless of her status. To slay an ordinary student of the Ninja Academy in broad daylight would render her unable to survive in this village. To uphold justice, the third Hokage might even personally intervene to execute her, and even Tsunade, a member of the Senju clan and ostensibly her ally among the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, would likely not oppose the third's course of action. With Senju Kanai as his adversary, Ito Makoto harbored little concern regarding the risk of death. However, in her quest to confirm the identity of the time traveler, it was improbable that she would refrain from inflicting harm. If he wished to continue concealing his identity, sustaining injuries would be an inevitable ordeal. For Ito Makoto, who had mastered the intermediate transformation of Yang Release and possessed the Senju bloodline. Sustaining a few wounds was merely a trifling matter. Although he held a 95% certainty that Senju Kanai would not harbor lethal intent, a minuscule chance of miscalculation lingered. The cautious Ito Makoto would not entrust his life to mere conjecture. To mask his true abilities, he must feign weakness. When confronted with an attack, he needed to anticipate whether his opponent's strike could be fatal. To guard against potentially lethal assaults, it was imperative to prepare his Earth Spear technique. Utilize his Sharingan to observe Senju Kanai's movements and actions, and have the Golden Eagle ready for a reverse summoning technique. Should he find himself unable to react in time, the Golden Eagle would swiftly transport him away. Through prior eavesdropping, he had gained a general understanding of Senju Kanai's capabilities. She wielded a breath technique akin to that of the Demon Slayer core, forcibly absorbing natural energy into her body through her breathing. Ito Makoto, having replicated her breathing technique with his Sharingan, attempted it himself one evening. Although he was quite unpracticed in its use, he grasped some of the underlying principles of the technique. As her method involved absorbing natural energy through breath, her sensitivity to external natural energy was nearly non-existent. In contrast, Ito Makoto could sense when someone was utilizing natural energy in his presence, a skill derived from the Sage Mode. However, Senju Kanai's breathing technique did not afford her such awareness. Therefore, Sage Mode could indeed be employed against her. In the original world, Naruto Uzumaki, utilizing Sage Mode, could evade even the formidable attacks of the Third Raikage due to his heightened perception. Faced with the youthful Senju Kanai, Ito Makoto found himself nearly invulnerable. Armed with these capabilities, Ito Makoto felt reassured regarding the absence of any mortal peril. The following day in the Ninja Academy, he remained exceptionally cautious, ever prepared to activate Sage Mode. In his observations, he noted a marked increase in Senju Kanai's interest towards him. At times, from the corner of her eye, one could perceive Chikage Kanade observing herself. Aside from Ito Makoto, another individual also noticed the peculiarities surrounding Kanade's behavior. "Kanade, I see you often staring this way during class. Is there something wrong with me?" The one who discovered the issue was Sakura, who naturally sat between Chikage Kanade and Ito Makoto, making her the first to recognize this change. Kanade was taken aback that Sakura had perceived her act of surveillance. "No, Sakura, I was merely admiring the scenery outside. After all, this class is quite dull." As she spoke, she nonchalantly stretched her arms. Sakura cast a suspicious glance at Kanade, but chose not to elaborate further. Silently, she positioned her body to obscure Ito Makoto from Kanade's view. Kanade noticed Sakura's subtle maneuver and couldn't help but chuckle. What an overtly protective young girl. Cherishing her beloved as if he were a treasure, fearful of others encroaching. However, Kanade held no such romantic feelings for Ito Makoto. To be frank, both Uchiha Sasuke and Ito Makoto were charming young lads, possessing refined and handsome appearances that aligned with her preferences. Yet, Ito Makoto's attire fell significantly short. Donned in an all-black tracksuit and dark sunglasses, he exuded an air of gloom that severely detracted from his appeal. Coupled with his dubious identity as a potential time traveler, Kanade was not inclined to risk her life pursuing a relationship with someone whose allegiances were uncertain. In comparison, Uchiha Sasuke was evidently a far superior romantic prospect. However, the abundance of girls surrounding Sasuke posed a challenge. At present, he was not the aloof figure he would later become. He could engage in light-hearted banter with his classmates, radiating a sunny and endearing disposition. Since enrolling yesterday, Uchiha Sasuke had captured the hearts of numerous girls, including Kanade herself. In her previous life, she had been an ardent admirer of the trio and was utterly defenseless against such youthful charm. What does it mean to be an older sister fan? Merely an excuse for one's affection for younger boys, disguised by the passage of time. In her past existence, harboring feelings for minors was deemed a criminal offense. Yet in this world of ninjas, the rules were different. With the soul of an adult encased in a youthful form, she found no prohibition against dating younger boys. Thus, her affection for them could not be concealed. During the initial seating arrangements, she had aspired to sit beside Sasuke, but was preempted by Naruto and Hinata. Consequently, she settled for the less desirable proximity to Ito Makoto. Nowadays, during breaks and outdoor classes, a throng of young girls surrounded Sasuke. Although she hailed from the esteemed Senju clan, she felt rather inconspicuous amidst the sea of admirers. She had no desire to be merely another fangirl. What distinction was there between that and being a fan of the trio in her former life? Her present aspiration was to leave a lasting impression in Sasuke's heart. to become his unique and irreplaceable presence. However, those matters are to be addressed later. For now, it is imperative to adhere to the agreement and discreetly gauge the character of Ito Makoto. The school, however, is hardly an ideal venue for such an endeavor, as it is populated by numerous teachers who would intervene should any conflict arise. Although Senju Kiname possesses confidence in her own abilities, she is reluctant to provoke the formidable adult ninjas among the faculty. Thus, she has chosen to await the opportune moment to test Ito Makoto's mettle on the path home. Much like Ueda Makoto, in the meantime, she can closely observe Ito's behavior for any signs of peculiarity. Furthermore, she can relish the chance to admire his youthful visage up close. Despite his somber attire, her previous life as a devoted fan has endowed her with the ability to discern his features effortlessly through his sunglasses. If romance is out of reach, indulging in the charm of his countenance will suffice. Indeed, though she initially harbored numerous grievances about her arrival in this world, the prospect of openly engaging in a budding romance with a young boy has alleviated her discontent. Chapter 50. Vigilance. The afternoon lesson was an outdoor class. Given that the students had only just enrolled, the physically demanding techniques were deemed unsuitable for them. The curriculum consisted merely of simple running exercises aimed at enhancing physical fitness. The remaining time was left for the students to engage in free activities. This provided Ueda Makoto an opportunity for a private conversation with Senju Konoha. Meanwhile, Ito Makoto, who was with Sakura, noticed the two conferring and instinctively understood that they were discussing something significant. He quietly repositioned himself to face them directly, activating his Sharingan to mimic their lip movements and discern their dialogue. "When are you planning to take action?" Ueda inquired of Senju Konoha, who casually replied, "Naturally. It will be after school, when no one is around." Ueda then asked, "When do you intend to make your move?" "Like you. There are far too many people at school. It's too crowded and conspicuous." Ueda found a flat patch of ground and reclined, asserting, "I'm not foolish enough to act within the school premises. By the way, your harem plan includes Yamanaka Ino, right?" Senju Konoha asked curiously. Regardless of whether Yamanaka Aimi is a transcender, she remains Ino's biological sister. "If you take action against Aimi, how will you win Ino's heart in the future?" "I don't care whether she likes me or not," Ueda replied nonchalantly. "What I desire is her being, not her affection. As long as I possess her physically, that suffices. With sufficient strength, I will compel her to submit in the future." "Surely you wouldn't resort to force." Senju Konoha frowned. She abhorred such disregard for women, empathizing with them as a woman herself. The Hidden Village and the Hokage would never condone such behavior. "Ha ha." Ueda burst into laughter. "Konoha, how naive you are. Those of us familiar with the original storyline know that in this world, power begets freedom. As long as I possess the ability to slay the Hokage, who could possibly restrain me? If I am powerful, what is stopping me from establishing a harem? If I become the strongest in the world, I will assertively build a harem, and who would dare oppose me?" Hearing Ueda's words, Senju Konoha found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. In this alternate reality, perhaps that was indeed the case. Strength could trample order, law, morality, dignity, and all that is beautiful within this world. The powerful could act with impunity, while the weak were left to navigate the cracks of survival, subject to the whims of the strong. Yet, gazing at the self-satisfied Ueda, she could not help but retort, "Even if power allows for such freedom, what makes you think you are the strongest? This world is teeming with monsters, and geniuses are as numerous as the stars. Is it merely because of your Pirate King's flame fruit? Don't be absurd. Even I now could easily defeat you." Furthermore, the previous physical training had already demonstrated that Ueda's physical prowess ranked merely in the lower tiers among all students. In the preceding entrance examination, you must have relied on the deceitful method of transforming into flames to secure the top score. Am I correct? If my assumptions hold true, it seems you seldom engage in physical training. You are indeed correct. I have no inclination towards physical conditioning, for I would never subject myself to such exhausting toil. In fact, I do not engage in any form of training at all, Ueda Makoto stated with a nonchalant demeanor. "Then, on what grounds do you believe you will become the strongest in the future?" Senju Konoha mocked, observing that during the current free activity period, those students who previously performed poorly in physical assessments were diligently practicing, including that Ito Makoto and Haruno Sakura, who were still focused on their training. Yet here you are, hiding away to rest. Even if you are strong now, do you truly think they cannot surpass you in the future? Ueda Makoto scoffed. "I am different from you ordinary individuals. I am the chosen one, while you are merely mediocre. Furthermore, Ueda's voice carried a hint of concealed fury. Do not compare me to that Ito Makoto. What right does that worthless fool have to stand alongside me? How dare he linger near Sakura? I will undoubtedly reclaim Sakura from his side. Ueda's audacity was truly remarkable. From a distance, Ito Makoto absorbed Ueda's words, his anger igniting. He regarded Sakura as his sister, harboring familial affection for her. Now, this scoundrel Ueda had set his sights on Sakura, scheming to exploit her. Given Ito's cautious yet self-preserving nature, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced within him. Should he take the risk to eliminate this scoundrel? This thought genuinely crossed Ito's mind. He held no fear of Ueda, despite his possession of nature-based abilities that could render physical attacks ineffective. However, ninjutsu and natural energy should still prove effective. Previously, Senju Kitono had utilized the water-breathing technique to infuse natural energy into her kunai, successfully striking Ueda. According to her, had Ueda not preemptively separated his head, she was confident her blade would have cleaved through it. Ito possessed the water release technique, capable of defending against fire-based assaults. Although he lacked offensive water ninjutsu, he could utilize Sage Mode, provided he acquired a kunai and infused it with natural energy, considering his current prowess in taijutsu. Ueda's lackluster skills would leave him no opportunity to react, resulting in his head being severed. However, what truly concerned Ito was not Ueda himself, but the stance of Konoha's higher-ups in the Hokage. Just as Senju Kitono would face the wrath of the third Hokage for killing him, so too would he face execution for slaying Ueda, despite possessing the reverse summoning technique to escape. And having inscribed his mother's name on the contract scroll to flee together, they would subsequently be branded as rogue ninjas, perpetually hunted by Konoha. To endanger his mother for the sake of protecting a single relative weighed heavily upon his conscience. With a vexed expression, Ito Makoto rubbed his temples, pondering why someone of his disposition faced such numerous obstacles when attempting to deal with an individual. Conversely, someone like Ueda Makoto, devoid of parents, relatives, or friends, appeared to act with impunity. Suppressing the fury that simmered within, Ito momentarily quelled his murderous intent. Upon reflection, he realized that his animosity had perhaps been exaggerated. The current situation had not escalated to a point warranting lethal measures. Ueda's tactics, while cunning, remained well within his grasp. Nevertheless, appropriate precautions were essential. His vigilance towards Ueda needed to be heightened, and the protection of Sakura should be fortified as well. Furthermore, the preparation of his ninja blade and the training of his breathing techniques required an expedited pace to avert unforeseen circumstances. With comprehensive defenses in place, Ueda would be unable to execute any perilous actions. Additionally, Ito intended to intensify his surveillance of Ueda. Although the Umbu patrols in Konoha were notoriously stringent, even the most intricate webs possessed vulnerabilities. He resolved to deploy a golden eagle for the long-term observation of Ueda's movements. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to employ reverse summoning to confront him directly. Chapter 51. System Abilities Suppressing the Tumult of Thoughts Within. Ito Makoto continued to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. Upon hearing Ueda Makoto's words, Senju Kaname appeared somewhat skeptical. You are the chosen one. What makes you so special? Do you have more eyes or mouths than others? Ueda Makoto let out a cold laugh. Even though we are currently allied, do not overstep your bounds. Mind your attitude towards me. He discarded his previously languid demeanor, rising to his feet, exuding an air of icy intensity. As for why I am the chosen one, I shall not hesitate to enlighten you. I have previously mentioned that I possess a system, and my system's capabilities far exceed what you can comprehend. Do you know what my system's ability entails? Senju Kaname, intrigued by Ueda Makoto's assertion, fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, What? Does your system's ability ascend to the heavens? At this juncture, both Senju Kaname and the observing Ito Makoto doubted that Ueda Makoto would divulge such information, for one's system was the very foundation of their abilities. Who would willingly expose their trump card? My system's ability is signing in, Ueda Makoto candidly revealed. Through signing in, my system grants me a myriad of powers, martial arts, physical prowess, ninjutsu, and even devil fruits, all effortlessly attainable without any cost. For instance, my flame fruit was acquired as a beginner's gift during my initial sign-in. With this system, I require no arduous effort. I simply need to sign in continuously to swiftly enhance my strength. Do you truly believe your abilities or systems can compare to mine? Ueda Makoto mocked, chuckling at the sight of them laboring sweatily to enhance their power. To be frank, the one participating in physical training today is not my true self. That figure running laps alongside you is merely my shadow clone. Upon hearing Ueda Makoto's declaration, Senju Kanami's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In this world, there existed such a cunning system that merely required signing in to acquire martial arts, physical strength, ninjutsu, devil fruits, and various abilities. Though she too possessed a system, hers was a proficiency-based one. Her beginner's gift consisted solely of the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer, requiring incremental unlocking. To augment her strength, she could only rely on relentless practice, devoid of any shortcuts. For her, daily sword training was a grueling task, rising early and toiling late, drenched in sweat. Compared to that scoundrel's system, it was a stark contrast. Truly, a case of comparison breeds envy. Yet, he was not entirely incorrect. With such abilities, why bother with training? One could simply await the system's sign and rewards. The observing Ito Makoto never anticipated that a system could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Achieving strength merely through signing in was akin to receiving a pie from the sky. However, could a system that provided rewards without any effort truly be reliable? Without further ado, Ueda Makoto has been utilizing the sign-in system for over 4 years. This system does not necessitate physical support, implying that he has been signing in since birth. However, despite more than 4 years of sign-ins, his prowess remains inferior to Senju Kotonoha. It is noteworthy that Senju Kotonoha possesses the breath technique, even if children in this world develop early. It was inconceivable for her to practice swordsmanship before the age of 3. A mere year of practice has allowed her to surpass Ueda Makoto's 4 years of sign-ins. Thus, this so-called sign-in system appears to be far from flawless. There should be limitations on the number of sign-ins, and the rewards ought to be modest, certainly. One cannot expect to gain fruit abilities with every sign-in. After 4 years, Ueda Makoto has acquired only one devil fruit ability, and his physical prowess is merely at a mediocre level among his peers. This indicates that while his system is convenient, it is not without constraints. Upon understanding Ueda Makoto's system, Ito Makoto felt a sense of relief. The fear of the unknown is often the most daunting aspect. Ueda Makoto had concealed his system's abilities, leading to an exaggerated perception of his threat. Now that the truth has been revealed, the fear has dissipated. At the very least, if Ueda Makoto continues to rely on the system, his martial arts and close combat skills will remain his weaknesses. This was evident during the confrontation between Ueda Makoto and Senju Kotonoha, where she quickly closed the distance for close combat, leaving him flustered and nearly severed. Although he can acquire numerous abilities, close combat reactions and experience cannot be obtained without rigorous training. From Ueda Makoto's demeanor, he seems intent on persisting with the system, seemingly oblivious to his vulnerabilities. Therefore, regardless of how many abilities he acquires in the future, as long as this weakness persists, he remains manageable. Ito Makoto recalled that Senju Kotonoha, having engaged in physical combat with Ueda Makoto, is well aware of this. However, she chose not to alert him to his shortcomings. With a hint of indignation, she remarked that it is indeed a cheating system. No wonder he feels so invincible. Ueda Makoto, lounging leisurely, retorted that ordinary individuals should not compare themselves to someone chosen by fate. They simply cannot measure up. Yet, regarding the shadow clones running in circles, once they disperse, the fatigue of exertion will return to the original body. Moreover, since the original did not engage in physical activity, there would be no enhancement in physical fitness. Rendering such efforts futile, Senju Kotonoha jested. It matters not. The fatigue from the clone dispersal is merely momentary. The original body experiences no weariness, and that sensation will quickly dissipate. As for physical fitness, I am not lacking in that area. The system provides for me. Ueda Makoto waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Senju Kotonoha to depart, as he intended to rest and replenish his sleep. She chose not to admonish him further. Senju Kotonoha allowed Ueda Makoto to remain in his slothful state and left to continue her own sword training. Each person has their own path. Her system may not rival Ueda Makoto's, but that does not mean she will simply concede. One must tread their own path. Makoto wholeheartedly agreed with Senju Kanami's thoughts and actions. Upon seeing the two part ways, he shifted his focus to Senju Kanami, employing his Sharingan to replicate her breathing technique. As the day's lessons concluded, Makoto and Sakura gathered their books and embarked on their journey home. Unsurprisingly, a shadow trailed behind them. Makoto pondered that it would be best to resolve the matter promptly, for prolonging it was an annoyance. Thus, he took the initiative to lead Sakura to a more secluded neighborhood to purchase some snacks. He feigned ignorance, strolling through the streets with Sakura. Yet, Senju Kanami remained inactive. exhibiting remarkable caution. Makoto mused that if she refrained from acting even in such a deserted area, they ought to retreat to an even more isolated alley. Consequently, on their way back, he and Sakura ventured into an uninhabited alley. As anticipated, Senju Kaname blocked their path. Chapter 52. The test before them stood Senju Kanai. Her face obscured, her striking golden hair concealed beneath a black cloth. Clad in a tight-fitting black suit and wielding a ninja blade, she positioned herself defensively in front of the two. Unlike Ueda Makoto, she possessed no miraculous jutsu bestowed from the heavens. Having devoted all her energy to mastering breathing techniques, she had yet to grasp the art of transformation and could only resort to changing her attire to disguise her identity. In her school days, she would don the tight suit beneath a long-sleeved shirt, allowing for swift changes when necessary by simply removing her outer garment. "Who are you?" Ito Makoto inquired, shielding Sakura behind him. "I am the harbinger of your demise," Kanai replied, her voice a coarse imitation of an adult male's. Despite her diminutive stature, the adult-like timbre lent her an unsettling, grotesque presence. "I believe we harbor no grievances towards one another," Ito feigned ignorance, all the while maintaining a poised stance. Absorbing natural energy to enter Sage mode. "You have offended a significant figure. You know it well," Kanai said vaguely. "Could it be the Uchiha clan? To whom do you serve?" Ito feigned terror, attempting to obfuscate the truth and divert her attention. Many were aware of his past as a member of the Uchiha clan. Given Kanei's connection to the third Hokage, uncovering his origins would be a simple task, rendering concealment unnecessary. Kanai was taken aback to discover that this seemingly ordinary Ito possessed a hidden history. Her casual conjecture unexpectedly bore fruit. "You are quite astute," Kanai continued in her grave tone. "Since you are aware, come forth to meet your end. Acheron, we should flee. He may not pursue us," Sakura whispered from behind Ito. Unaccustomed to combat, Sakura sensed from the voice of the adversary that he was an adult ninja. In such dire circumstances, her instinct was to escape. "Sakura, you must go. I will buy you some time, and then I shall seek you out," Ito advised quietly, not turning around. He understood that his life was not in peril. It was best to keep Sakura out of harm's way. "No, I will not leave without you," Sakura insisted stubbornly. "Sakura, you have always been calm and wise. Consider this carefully. This individual is targeting me. If I accompany you, neither of us will escape. If you leave to seek nearby ninjas, there may yet be a chance for survival," Ito urged her. "Moreover, you have yet to acquire combat skills. And your presence here would only serve as a distraction for me to protect you," he added. Sakura pondered Ito's thoughts, realizing the truth in his words. It indeed seemed to be the wisest course of action. The observing Kanai remained silent. She had no intention of taking a life. Her earlier declaration of wanting his life was merely a tactic to elicit his true capabilities. Thus, she allowed their conversation to unfold without interruption. However, this pretense of a villainous assassination felt rather novel. The character Ito Makoto performed admirably, demonstrating a commendable sense of chivalry by urging Sakura to flee amidst the crisis. Setting aside the matter of strength, he exhibited a certain masculine spirit. Upon Sakura's agreement to depart, and as time was delayed, the Sage mode was activated, bringing a sense of relief to Ito Makoto. At this moment, golden hues began to shimmer beneath his sunglasses, a testament to the successful activation of Sage mode. Although there was no imminent danger without it, concealing his identity would prove challenging. Yet, this was merely insufficient. The Sharingan was now engaged. The Rinnegan controlled the Golden Eagle, poised to execute reverse summoning at any moment. Utilizing Earth Spear technique, he safeguarded vital areas of his body, thus completing his preparations. "Sakura, go!" Ito Makoto bellowed, brandishing a kunai and launching it towards Senju Kanyu. Sakura promptly turned and sprinted towards the alley's exit. Senju Kanyu reacted instantaneously, employing the water-breathing technique. Third form, flowing dance. His movements were swift, akin to flowing water, twisting and turning with an unpredictable grace as he surged towards Ito Makoto. Several afterimages trailed behind Senju Kanyu. Encountering the kunai Ito Makoto had thrown, he effortlessly severed it, closing the distance to his target in mere moments. Ito Makoto, with clarity, perceived Senju Kanyu's motions and trajectory. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan completely countered this peculiar style of movement, coupled with the sensory capabilities of Sage mode. What was deemed an enigmatic technique by Senju Kanyu appeared as transparent as a slow-motion scene to Ito Makoto. With an acute understanding of his opponent's actions, he was naturally able to respond. Furthermore, having rigorously trained his physical prowess, Ito Makoto's strength and reflexes were not inferior to Senju Kanyu's. which were augmented by natural energy. In a genuine battlefield scenario, he could effortlessly evade attacks and retaliate with his martial arts. However, at this juncture, he wished to conceal his identity, thus feigning an inability to react. In an effort to draw out Itamekoto's abilities, Senju Kanyu aimed a lethal strike directly at his chest. Wishing to avoid fatality, he refrained from targeting the neck as he had with Ueda Makoto. For a miscalculation, there could easily result in death. The sharp blade advanced inch by inch towards Itamekoto's chest. To an ordinary observer, it would seem instantaneous, yet in the eyes of Itamekoto, empowered by the Sharingan and Sage Mode, time appeared to elongate. Beneath his clothing, the Earth Spear technique provided protection, alleviating his fear of mortal peril. Nonetheless, should his garments be severed, the dark markings of the Earth Spear technique would become exposed. This advanced ninjutsu was certainly beyond the grasp of an ordinary child at this stage, thus risking the revelation of his true identity. Itamekoto wagered that Senju Kanyu would refrain from delivering a genuine blow. Indeed, the blade drew ever closer, cutting through his outerwear to the point of nearly revealing his concealed abilities. As she was about to slice through the innermost layer of clothing, Senju Tsunade finally paused. She reversed her ninja blade, moderating her strength to reduce its lethality, and struck with the back of the knife against Itamekoto's body. The residual force was still considerable, causing Ita to arch his back in pain and collapse with a heart-wrenching cry. In truth, he suffered no actual harm, to feign grave injury. He screamed as if his heart were being torn apart, attempting to deceive Senju Tsunade. Tsunade, however, did not dwell on the matter. Her strike had nearly reached his chest, close to his heart, and should she continue, it would undoubtedly meet his demise. In such dire circumstances, he still failed to react or employ any special abilities. It appeared that he was either not a transmigrator at all, or merely a transmigrator devoid of any system or unique powers. While she could not ascertain his identity with absolute certainty, she was confident that this individual possessed no extraordinary abilities, without a system or special powers. And given his evident weakness, even if he were a transmigrator, he posed no threat to them. He could be entirely disregarded. Senju Tsunade was convinced she had fulfilled her mission. She raised her ninja blade, pointing it at the prone Itamekoto, and in a hoarse voice declared, "This is merely a lesson for you, boy. Should you dare offend the Uchiha clan again, your life will be forfeit." Having said that, she prepared to strike again with the back of her blade, intent on knocking it unconscious. After her previous encounter with Ueda Makoto, where she had regretted not delivering a finishing blow, she was determined not to repeat that mistake. However, just as she lifted her ninja blade, a figure clad in a green bodysuit appeared in the alley, heralding a prelude of power. Chapter 53, Revelation. The figure clad in a green bodysuit surged forward, leaping into the air to deliver a devastating kick to Senju Yanyan's face. With a thunderous roar, they shouted, "Prelude of power." The astonishing speed rendered Senju Yanyan completely unable to react, and she was sent sprawling. With a pained cry, she collapsed to the ground, struggling momentarily before her body succumbed, and she lost consciousness. Having subdued the adversary, the figure in the green bodysuit turned to reveal a dazzling smile, exposing pearly teeth to the astonished Itamekoto. "Are you all right, little Makoto?" The familiar kappa hairstyle and bodysuit identified the newcomer as Might Guy. Itamekoto stood dumbfounded, utterly perplexed by the current situation. How did Might Guy suddenly appear here? Might Guy extended a hand, helping Itamekoto to his feet. "Teacher Guy, how did you end up here?" Itamekoto inquired, puzzled. For this secluded alley rarely saw passers-by. Moreover, knowing this was merely a performance, he had not called upon Might Guy for assistance. A little girl had been the catalyst. Might Guy, relieved to see Itamekoto unscathed and brimming with energy, explained that little girl was shouting everywhere that someone was trying to kill her brother, pleading for help. "I happened to be nearby training and heard her cries, so I came to assist." Understanding dawned on Itamekoto as he nodded. He had not anticipated that Sakura would inadvertently summon Might Guy. Truly a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although individuals like Senju Yanyan possessed a variety of unique abilities as transgressors, their youth remained their largest vulnerability, due to their undeveloped physiques. Even formidable powers could not be fully realized, leaving them helpless when confronted by adult ninjas. Take Ueda Makoto, for instance. Without relying on his natural ability to negate weak attacks, even a middle-ranking instructor like Iruka, who was not particularly adept in combat, could easily subdue him. In contrast, Senju Yanyan stood no chance against the battle-hardened Might Guy, a ninja of elite caliber. "Honestly, little Makoto, have you been slacking in your training lately?" Might Guy observed, perplexed. With your abilities, you should have been able to defeat a ninja of this caliber solely through taijutsu. Youth should not be taken lightly. Due to Might Guy's own mission commitments, their training sessions were not always concurrent. Instead, he devised training plans for Ita Makoto, periodically returning to assess his progress. Based on Might Guy's evaluation of Ita Makoto's strength, this level of enemy should not have posed a challenge for him. Teacher Guy, this ninja possesses a rather peculiar ninjutsu. Ita Makoto managed to conceal his concerns. Moreover, he claims to be an assassin sent by the Uchiha clan, which led me to misjudge his capabilities. The Uchiha clan? Might Guy pondered, aware of the connection between Ita Makoto and the Uchiha, yet surprised to learn it had escalated to the point of assassination. At this moment, Sakura came running, breathless. Upon seeing Ito Makoto unharmed, standing alongside Might Guy, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Aki, I was so worried about you. I ran outside looking for help, but everyone dismissed my words as a prank, except for that man in the tight suit who was willing to assist me. The girl began to sob. Hey, young lady, I am not an old man. I am barely 20, in the prime of my youth. Might Guy exclaimed in an attempt to correct Sakura's misapprehension. However, both of them paid him no heed. Although Ito was aware that this was all an act, for Sakura, it was a genuine life and death crisis. Her anxiety and concern stemmed entirely from the bond between them. It's all right. I wasn't injured at all. Teacher Guy arrived just in time, and you've been a tremendous help, Sakura, he said, cradling her in his arms, offering gentle reassurances. He patted her back, soothing her emotions. Might Guy, for the time being, refrained from interrupting the duo. After crying for a moment, Sakura released her pent-up feelings and, rubbing her eyes, stepped away from Ito's embrace. What happened to that ninja? Sakura recalled the earlier incident and inquired. Ito pointed to the figure lying in the distance and said, over there. Knocked out by a kick from Teacher Guy. Who exactly is he? Unclear, but he may not be someone sent by the Uchiha clan. But he clearly claimed to be sent by the Uchiha to assassinate you, Sakura stated, puzzled. Why I sent to the Uchiha then? If you truly had ties to the Uchiha, he wouldn't he have revealed his background and let you go so easily, Ito explained. What on earth is going on? Might Guy asked. Ito recounted the sequence of events. Teacher Guy, could you please remove that ninja's mask to verify their identity? Ito requested. He preferred not to unveil Senju Kanade's identity himself, instead asking Might Guy, an outsider, to do so, which would lend an air of objectivity to the revelation, making Kanade trust the performance more. Without suspicion, Might Guy approached, lifted Senju Kanade's body, and tore away her mask. Senju Kanade? Ito feigned ignorance, exclaiming in surprise. Kanade-chan? Sakura questioned, uncertain. In their gaze, although the black-clad ninja's face was swollen and bore the imprint of a foot, obscuring her true appearance. Careful scrutiny revealed her to be none other than Senju Kanade from the Ninja Academy. Do you know this child? Might Guy was also taken aback to discover that beneath the mask was a young girl, but judging by Ito and Sakura's reactions, it seemed there was more to her identity. Her name is Senju Kanade. She is our classmate at the Ninja Academy, and even my desk mate. Sakura could not contain herself and spilled the beans about Kanade's identity. Senju Kanade, of the Senju clan? Might Guy was equally astonished. The surname Senju resounded throughout Konoha village. However, we bore no grudge against her, having only met upon enrollment yesterday. Why, then, would she attempt to assassinate Akira? Sakura pondered, her confusion palpable. Unaware of the intricacies surrounding the time traveler, no matter how astute she could not unravel the tangled threads of this situation. I am uncertain. I have no animosity towards her, and we had no prior interactions before our enrollment. Akira concealed his inner thoughts. Sensei Guy, how should we proceed with this matter? This Senju Kaniya is closely related to the third Hokage. As a descendant of the Senju clan, she sought to assassinate me. Have I unwittingly offended the third Hokage? Akira mused aloud, attempting to obscure the truth. It cannot be the Hokage, Might Guy replied, exhibiting unwavering trust in the Hokage. The Hokage would not engage in such actions. And if he were to do so, he would not enlist a child to carry out an assassination. Allow me to handle this matter. I shall take her to the Hokage building and clarify the situation with the Hokage, he offered. Akira acquiesced, recognizing that despite being the true victim and witness, his lowly status rendered him unsuitable for such affairs. It would be far more effective for Might Guy, a rising star of the village, to address the issue, thereby garnering the attention and trust of Konoha's higher-ups. Upon Akira's agreement, Might Guy hoisted Senju Kaniya onto his shoulder. With a farewell, he darted like an arrow towards the Hokage building at the village's center. Akira exhaled in relief, grateful that this matter was finally reaching a conclusion. However, upon returning home, as Sakura vividly recounted the details of Akira's assassination attempt, Mika was instantly filled with concern. She had previously intended to escort the two daily, but Akira's objections, coupled with the fact that other students went to school alone, had led her to abandon that plan. Little did she expect that such an event would occur immediately after halting her efforts. Consequently, Mika resolved that henceforth, she would personally ensure their safe passage to and from school, regardless of Akira's vehement protests, which proved futile. To express her gratitude to Sakura, Mika prepared a sumptuous feast. Chapter 54, Punishment. While the Ito family was savoring their sumptuous meal, the third Hokage found himself confronted by Might Guy, who had brought forth a report from Senju Yanagi. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Might Guy meticulously recounted the progression of the incident. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was puffing on his pipe, listened intently yet remained contemplative in silence. Senju Yanagi was a child he had specifically mentioned. He harbored high hopes for her and had taken special care of her. Being the third Hokage, he was well aware of Yanagi's origins and experiences. However, no matter how he pondered, Hiruzen could not fathom why Senju Yanagi would attempt to assassinate an unrelated child. What experiences could a child of merely 4 years possess? Their days were filled with play, nourishment, training, and slumber. Hatred was utterly unfathomable. As for any blood feud from her parents, that notion was preposterous and had no bearing on the victimized child. He dispatched individuals to verify Senju Yanagi's identity and confirmed that no imposter was involved. Are you saying the victim is a child named Ito Makoto? Hiruzen inquired. Indeed, he is my student, Might Guy replied earnestly. Hiruzen ordered the retrieval of Ito Makoto's records. In this military city, every resident's information was meticulously documented. Details of their lineage, the time of their arrival in Konoha, and their occupations were all recorded meticulously. Upon perusing Ito Makoto's file, Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The records indicated that Ito Makoto was a child expelled from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? He murmured to himself, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the victimized child was once associated with the Uchiha lineage. This revelation sparked a thought. Perhaps this child could be leveraged as a pawn to influence the Uchiha. However, after thoroughly reviewing the specific details, Hiruzen dismissed that notion. The child was an inconsequential figure within the Uchiha, with his father, Uchiha Kenji, being a lowly ninja of minimal standing, and he himself was a half-blood. With a foreign mother, the likelihood of awakening the Sharingan was slim. According to Uchiha standards, one without the Sharingan could never fully integrate into the clan's power dynamics. This child bore no utilitarian value. The third Hokage established Ito Makoto's status, returning his focus to the current matter. He compared the records but still could not discern any rationale behind Senju Yanagi's attack on Ito Makoto. The blood feud of her parents had no connection to the Uchiha. The only conceivable explanation lay in the ancient enmity that lingered from before the village's establishment between the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, that history had long been obscured by the passage of time, and the present youth scarcely remembered it. Even the Senju clan had disbanded, making it implausible for past grievances to be inherited by Senju Yanagi herself. Ultimately, he resolved to question her directly. Hiruzen summoned medical ninjas to attend to Senju Yanagi. Although she appeared gravely injured, her face was swollen, her nose bleeding, rendering her visage nearly unrecognizable. However, under the adept techniques of medical ninjas, her entire visage was flawlessly restored, and her skin regained its smooth, fair complexion. As the medical treatment concluded, Senju Yan awoke, groggily sitting up and opening her eyes, only to find herself gazing at the desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the figure of the third Hokage himself, motioning for the medical ninjas and other bystanders to leave. The third Hokage began to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the incident. Senju Yan, you assaulted a student from the Ninja Academy, attempting to harm your classmate, Ito Makoto. You are now apprehended by the ninja Might Guy. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The authoritative voice of the third Hokage resonated. Yan was startled, her previously muddled thoughts sharpening as she recalled the events prior to her unconsciousness. She had been struck down by a perverse ninja clad in a green bodysuit, after which she could remember nothing. Given the current situation, it seemed she had been mistaken for an assassin or brought to the Hokage's office due to her violent actions. Grandfather Third Hokage, I did not attack anyone nor did I intend to harm anyone, Yan hastily clarified. It was merely a prank. Oh? Then why did you claim to be an assassin dispatched by the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, regardless of the truth. As long as Shinji did not confess, it would suffice as an explanation to move past the matter. It was Ida Makoto who suggested that. I merely startled him. And he assumed I was an assassin from the Uchiha clan, so I went along with it. This did align with Ida Makoto's background, the third Hokage noted, surmising that the girl likely had no intention of murder. However, it was prudent to instill a sense of fear in her to prevent any future misuse of her power. Although you claim to harbor no murderous intent, that is but your word alone. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your lack of intent to kill? Sarutobi Hiruzen stated coldly, seeming prepared to delve into her memories to ascertain the truth. Yane's face paled in alarm. Her memories concealed the great secret of her rebirth. Should they be accessed, who could predict what might be unveiled? She hastily defended herself, racking her brain for any form of evidence. Grandfather Third Hokage, please believe me. I truly did not wish to kill anyone. Before that individual in the green bodysuit arrived, I had already bested Ida Makoto. At that moment, my blade had already struck him. If I had intended to kill, I could have easily done so with a single stroke. Instead, I merely tapped him with the flat of my blade to frighten him. Even if my strength was somewhat excessive, it would not have been life-threatening. You can verify this with Ida Makoto. Senju Yane was flustered, speaking rapidly, nearly tripping over her own tongue. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Might Guy, inquiring, "Is that so?" "Indeed," replied Might Guy, who was well acquainted with the situation. The victim sustained only a heavy blow to the abdomen from the flat side of the blade and was not injured. Upon hearing Might Guy's confirmation, Senju Yane exhaled a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to understand the unfolding situation. It appeared that the child harbored no intention of harming his classmates. Based on the testimonies of those involved, your suspicion of murder could indeed be cleared. However, our investigation revealed that you and Ida Makoto had only become acquainted after enrolling, and there were no apparent conflicts between you. So why did you assault him? Senju Kenai found herself in a dilemma. The true motive was to uncover the identity of the time traveler, yet such a reason could not be disclosed. Fabricating a plausible excuse was proving to be quite challenging. What, are you not going to come clean? It seems I must resort to memory retrieval, Sarutobi Hiruzen threatened. Gritting her teeth, Senju Kenai explained, I attacked him because of Sakura. I wished to befriend Sakura, but she constantly clung to that Ida Makoto, leaving me no opportunity. Out of jealousy, I intended to frighten him, to show Sakura just how unreliable he is in the face of danger. Yet, to my surprise, he allowed Sakura to escape first and stood in my way. My purpose unfulfilled, I merely sought to vent my frustration by teaching him a lesson. As she uttered these bewildering words, tears nearly filled Senju Kenai's eyes. She had only meant to test the waters, but had inadvertently stirred such a commotion. Fortunately, drawing inspiration from Uchiha Itachi's example, she devised this excuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his right hand against his forehead, exhaling a puff of smoke in resignation. What a ludicrous rationale. The thoughts of today's youth are truly incomprehensible. A young girl, indeed, resorting to violence against a boy over another girl. The reasoning may align with the whims of their age, but the gender dynamics seem quite off. Calming the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the reality. Children's imaginations could be fantastical, a notion that older generations might find difficult to grasp. Third Hokage, this is the entire story. Senju Kenai feigned innocence. I never intended to kill. Yet you have still harmed a classmate, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Acting out over trivial matters cannot be overlooked, while the death penalty may be avoided. The consequences of your actions cannot be escaped. I shall require you to apologize in class tomorrow and provide an explanation to the victim's parents. I will also inform Irika about this incident. Do not think you can evade responsibility, with the need for memory retrieval no longer necessary. Senju Kenai felt a sense of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen then addressed Might Guy, stating, the events transpired as such. This child did not harbor murderous intent, merely a misunderstanding. You will be responsible for explaining the situation to the victim. Rest assured, Third Hokage, I will clarify everything, Might Guy responded. However, this incident has certainly frightened that child. Please inquire what ninjutsu he desires as compensation, and I can provide him with a ninjutsu scroll. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Might Guy to take his leave, and he departed accordingly. With the absence of outsiders, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, tomorrow's apology remains unchanged, but we must modify the circumstances surrounding the incident. Grandfather of the third generation, she inquired, how should this be revised? Yanagi asked. It should reflect your understanding of the history where the first Hokage met his demise due to a grievous assault by Uchiha Madara. As a descendant of the first Hokage, one would naturally harbor animosity towards the Uchiha clan, which justifies the actions taken against Ito Makoto, who was once part of the Uchiha lineage. Senju Yanagi acknowledged this, comprehending the underlying implications. However, she was taken aback to learn that Ito Makoto had previously belonged to the Uchiha clan. Is it true that this Ito Makoto was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage smiled as he recounted the origins of Ito Makoto. Upon absorbing the tale of Ito Makoto's background, Senju Yanagi fell into contemplation. It appeared that during his time with the Uchiha, Ito Makoto was rather inconspicuous, lacking any remarkable strength or potential, quite unlike a typical time traveler. Moreover, his acquaintance with Sakura was purely coincidental, heavily influenced by chance. According to Ueda, Sakura had originally been without a childhood companion. Now that one had emerged, it seemed that their arrival inadvertently altered certain circumstances, leading to Ito Makoto fortuitously moving in next door to Sakura, believing she had grasped the essence of Ito Makoto's truth. Senju Yanagi's reflections inadvertently leaned towards the notion that he was not a time traveler. Chapter 55. Apology. I sincerely extend my heartfelt apologies to classmate Ito Makoto. Due to my incomplete understanding of the history of the Hidden Village, I blindly transferred my admiration for the first Hokage into animosity towards the Uchiha clan, resulting in an unprovoked attack against classmate Ito, who was once a member of that very clan. My erroneous actions have inflicted significant harm upon his physical and mental well-being, for which I deeply regret. I am willing to compensate classmate Ito for all his losses and hope that he can find it in his heart to forgive my transgressions. In the days to come, I shall rectify my misguided beliefs and amend my behavior, aspiring to inherit the will of fire and become a worthy descendant of the Senju clan. The following morning, at the podium, Senju Keio delivered her apology with fervor and emotion. Many students, unaware of the preceding events, were taken aback to learn that she had attempted to assassinate Ito the previous night. They could hardly believe that someone who appeared so delicate could harbor such ferocity. The students silently vowed never to offend Keio again. Ito rested his chin on his hand, expressionless as he observed Senju Keio's performance. To believe her would be folly. Her claim of attacking out of hatred for the Uchiha clan was particularly absurd, especially with a legitimate Uchiha member, Uchiha Sasuke, the clan leader's son, present in the class. Instead of targeting a bona fide Uchiha, she had chosen to assault him, a member cast out from the clan. What rationale could possibly justify such actions? Even a fool would not be deceived. Nevertheless, the show must go on. Senju Keio escalated the narrative, invoking the Uchiha identity. Was this a warning from the third Hokage, or merely a convenient pretext? It was unclear. Regardless, Ito understood that he had to cooperate. In his current circumstances, Keio's background was not one he could afford to offend. Once Keio concluded her speech, Ito quickly donned a smile, feigning a facade of being moved by her apology. I see now, Keio. I forgive you. After all, we are classmates. I wasn't hurt. It was merely a minor misunderstanding. Now that it's resolved, there is nothing to worry about. It is said, his smile lacking genuine warmth. Excellent. Classmates Ito and Senju have reached a reconciliation, Teacher Irika interjected, attempting to mediate. In the future, let this serve as a lesson to everyone. You are classmates. Do not allow misguided hatred to lead you to harm those around you. With a superficial exchange of pleasantries concluded, the day's lessons commenced. After class, many students rose from their seats and encircled the row occupied by Senju Keio and Ito. Is it actually a member of the Uchiha clan? One inquired. Not anymore. Ito replied, his impatience beginning to show. I have been disowned by the Uchiha. Disowned? Why? Because my parents divorced and my mother is not of the Uchiha clan. Thus, I left with her after the divorce. Do you still possess the Sharingan? Alas, my father only managed to awaken a single Tomo at the tender age of 20. And my mother is not a member of the Uchiha clan. It seems improbable for my generation to unlock the Sharingan. Upon hearing of this bleak prospect, my classmates promptly lost interest. Sasuke Uchiha was also amongst the throng. Previously, even he was unaware that Ito Makoto was once a member of the Uchiha clan, and thus he wished to glean further information. However, being somewhat prideful, he felt too shy to inquire directly and opted instead to eavesdrop from a nearby spot. I shall ask my brother about it when I return home, Sasuke Uchiha mused internally. Senju Kanue glanced at Ito Makoto and then at Sasuke, her frustration evident as she cradled her head in despair. Why must all the adorable youths be from the Uchiha clan? Under the duress of the third Hokage, she had previously proclaimed her disdain for the Uchiha. Naturally, Sasuke, being an Uchiha himself, would harbor significant wariness towards her. How could she ever hope to cultivate a romance with Sasuke now? Was it possible that in losing Ita Makoto, she would also lose Sasuke? Senju Kanyue's brow furrowed in distress. During the lunch break, Ueda Makoto intercepted Senju Kanyue. Tell me, how did you manage this? How could a mere Ita Makoto stir up such a commotion, ultimately leading to an apology in front of everyone? That Ita Makoto is acquainted with a jonin who happened to be nearby, Senju Kanyue replied calmly. It was merely a stroke of bad luck on my part. That Ita Makoto possesses no exceptional abilities. I felled him with a single strike, and he offered no resistance whatsoever, even if he were a time traveler. He poses no threat. As for his Uchiha identity, he is merely a discarded pawn. It is said that after his parents' divorce, he left the Uchiha clan and lost his surname. He moved next door to Sakura and became her childhood companion. I see, someone of limited vision. Confined to the realm of Chunin, could hardly be a person of note, Ueda Makoto scoffed. Probing him was simply a waste of time. Thus, it can be concluded that Ita Makoto is just an ordinary individual, inadvertently affected by our butterfly effect, and has become Sakura's childhood friend. He possesses no remarkable talents. Senju Kanyue concluded. In truth, she did not wish for Ita Makoto to be a time traveler or a hidden adversary, a charming young boy. If he is not an enemy, it is perfectly delightful to admire his visage. With his identity now thoroughly discredited, she could openly enjoy the sight of the young boy without the burden of vigilance. Though she had ascertained his identity, she could not help but feel that he had made quite a mess of things, leading her to question whether he was truly capable of collaborating with her. Ueda Makoto retorted with a hint of mockery. My affairs are of no concern to you. I have done what I needed to do, Senju Kanyue countered, challenging him. I doubt you have even begun your own task. Huh. I could never find myself in such a disheveled state as you, Ueda Makoto replied with a sly smile. When the time comes, I shall show you what true strength is. I am not like you, a mere facade. With that, he turned and departed. What a boastful individual, Senju Kanyue muttered under her breath. After school, Chi and Yinya approached Ita Makoto and Sakura. Yinya, do you mean to apologize with us on the way home? Sakura exclaimed, incredulously absorbing Chi and Yinya's words. There's no choice. The third Hokage has commanded me to apologize to your parents to ease their concerns. Although the mission was to offer an apology, Chi and Yinya appeared rather pleased. Not only could she ascertain the address of Ita Makoto's family, but she could also cultivate a closer relationship with his parents, achieving two objectives in one endeavor. Should she find it challenging to manage Sasuke, the genuine young lad, embarking on a relationship with Ita Makoto, the backup, would not be a bad alternative. Ita Makoto understood Chi and Yinya's intentions, recognizing such declarations as commonplace. However, Sakura exhibited a wary demeanor. Since her enrollment, Chi and Yinya had displayed an unusual interest in her brother, which had been followed by attempts at assassination and now an apology, leaving Sakura bewildered by the series of events. Did this girl harbor some ill intentions towards her brother? Sakura pondered internally. On the way home, wary of Chi and Yinya, she discreetly positioned herself between the two, effectively separating them. To avoid detection, she engaged in light conversation with Chi and Yinya, creating a lively atmosphere that resembled that of close friends, leaving Ita Makoto feeling neglected. Observing their animated exchange, he felt invisible, as even when he attempted to interject, Sakura disregarded him. Ita Makoto found himself perplexed by the situation. Had he inadvertently offended Sakura in some manner? Chapter 56, Confrontation. The arrival of Senju Kanade was met with utmost enthusiasm by Ito Mika. Although Mika was not deceived by Kanade's explanations, she extended her understanding. Considering that Ito Makoto had come to no harm, and through her affiliation with the Senju clan, she managed to gain Mika's forgiveness. After all, Mika had once belonged to the Senju lineage. Though she no longer bore the Senju surname, her ardor for and commitment to the legacy of her forebears remained unwavering. I comprehend Miss Kanade's intentions now. I never anticipated the truth would unfold in such a manner. Since it is merely a misunderstanding, I am relieved that it has been resolved. Truly, the prior assassination attempt startled me, Mika remarked, patting her chest, her heart still racing from the ordeal. She glanced at the time and added, it is getting rather late. Why not stay for dinner? Although you come bearing an apology. Being a descendant of the Senju clan warrants a proper reception. Mika chose not to disclose her own identity, simply inviting Senju Kanade to dine with her. Despite their shared heritage, she could not reveal her surname due to the stipulations established upon the disbandment of the Senju clan, designed to diminish the weight of their name. Even Lady Tsunade refrained from mentioning her surname for this reason. Conversely, Senju Kanade sought to strengthen her rapport with Mika and readily accepted the invitation. Although Ito Makoto was merely a backup, he was nonetheless the foremost among them, and there lingered within her a glimmer of potential ascendance. Cultivating a closer connection with the mother of her backup was a prudent step for the future. Should it become evident that Sasuke could not suffice, she would seamlessly transition to Makoto. Kanade commended her own ingenuity, recognizing the cleverness of her actions. Meanwhile, Sakura observed Kanade's behavior with keen interest. With Kanade present, she had no intention of returning home, given the amicable ties between the Haruno and Mabuki families. Sakura merely exchanged pleasantries before Mabuki ceased her inquiries regarding a visit to the Ito household. As she watched Kanade's feigned charm, Sakura grew increasingly uncomfortable. She was now certain of one thing. This woman intended to usurp her. After all, if it were merely an apology, why go to such lengths to cultivate a close relationship? She even harbored suspicions that the earlier assassination attempt was a calculated ploy to capture Ito Makoto's attention. A theatrical performance designed for effect. In an effort to thwart Senju Kanade, Sakura engaged in the conversation between Kanade and Mika before dinner, occasionally revealing Kanade's true nature by alluding to the prior incident where Ito Makoto had been injured during the assassination attempt. Hoping to caution Mika against being beguiled by this cunning vixen, Senju Kanade, perceptive to Sakura's intentions, regarded the younger girl with disdain. After all, she was an adult in her previous life and retained the wisdom of that experience. The tactics employed by Sakura were beneath her notice. Mika, too, was acutely aware of the motives of the two girls. What woman had not navigated similar juvenile tactics in her youth? She chose not to expose their antics, instead allowing the drama to unfold naturally while wearing an amused smile. No one touched their chopsticks. The three women engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere charged with fervor. Yet beneath their words lay concealed blades, rife with intrigue and calculation. This was a battle of wits, a contest reserved for those who had reached the pinnacle of cunning. Beside them, Ito Makoto watched the three engaged in lively conversation, clutching his stomach and pondering, "When will we eat? I am so hungry. Why is no one paying attention to me?" Rewinding a bit, on the other side of the Hidden Leaf Village, Ueda Makoto's probing had commenced. Similarly, on the way home after school, Ueda had yet to find an opportune moment to approach Yamashiro Ino and Yamashiro Asami as they avoided the secluded streets. Left with no choice, he resorted to a risky maneuver. In a less crowded area, he employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as an adult male, masquerading as a passerby as he stealthily approached the two. In an instant, he unleashed his Jinjutsu. Enchantment, tree-binding kill. With hands forming seals, he conjured an illusion, ensnaring the two within a dreamlike realm, attempting to abduct them through his illusionary arts. As Asami walked alongside her sister, she sensed a shift in her surroundings. Two trees sprang up, their branches sprawling and binding them both. Is this what release? Yamashiro Asami pondered. Could it be that Yamato has attacked me? Only Yamato, who had transplanted the first Hokage's cells, could wield such power within the Leaf Village. However, the formidable mental energy of the Yamashiro clan began to manifest. She felt an anomaly in her environment and body. No, this is Genjutsu. Realizing she had fallen victim to an illusion, she swiftly disrupted the flow of her chakra, breaking free from the spell. Recognizing the predicament, she wasted no time in waking Ino, shoving her aside to confront the assailant alone. Ueda had not anticipated that Asami would unravel the Genjutsu so swiftly. Although the level of the Genjutsu he had acquired was only B rank, it should not have been broken so easily. As Ino regained consciousness and saw her sister facing an unfamiliar foe, she immediately grasped the situation. Without hesitation, she turned and fled, calling out for help. "Someone save us. That person intends to attack my sister and me." However, given that they were in a strategically chosen area with low foot traffic, the nearby individuals were merely ordinary civilians devoid of ninja presence. Upon hearing Ino's cry, rather than offering assistance, the crowd panicked and scattered, fleeing the scene. In the Hidden Leaf Village, many ordinary citizens existed, who viewed ninjas as akin to bombs, dangerous entities capable of exploding at any moment, potentially harming those around them. Seeing no one come to their aid, Yamashiro Ino continued her desperate flight in search of assistance elsewhere. Yet, Ueda appeared before Ino, obstructing her path. This was the body flicker technique. Asami quickly realized this and also utilized the same technique to shield Ino. The situation seemed to revert to its initial state, with the two sisters once again confronted by their adversary, now devoid of the surrounding crowd. I am truly astonished that you managed to break my Jinjutsu, Ueda remarked. His surprise palpable. Ueda Makoto jested, subsequently brandishing a shuriken and adopting an aggressive stance directed towards the two. Aware of the imminent threat, Yamano Ayami and Yamano Aino refrained from making any sudden movements. Who exactly are you? Yamano Ayami inquired, bewildered by the confrontation. I merely wish to pose a question. Ueda Makoto replied, as if observing a mere plaything. Yamano Ayami, are you a time traveler? Astonishment coursed through Yamano Ayami. In truth, she had long harbored suspicions regarding her identity. Her situation was exceedingly awkward, as she was born the sister of Yamano Aino, a character with a significant narrative presence in the world of Naruto. To those familiar with the storyline, her existence was as conspicuous as a lantern in the darkness. Upon enrolling in school, the discovery of Ueda Makoto and Senju Kanata, both time travelers, further illuminated her precarious position. She realized that, among so many time travelers, her true identity might be uncovered at any moment. Senju Kanata's actions against Ito Makoto had served as a clarion call for her, as a fellow time traveler. She understood that Kanata's motivations were not merely driven by hatred, but were fundamentally tied to their shared identities. It was astonishing that after Kanata had apologized in the morning, she found herself the target by evening. I do not comprehend what you speak of, Yamano Ayami asserted, choosing to staunchly deny the accusation in such a precarious situation. Chapter 57. Yame, the daughter, it matters not whether you acknowledge it. The resolution lies in your demise, declared Ueda Makoto, his voice cold and resolute. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled two shuriken, aimed precisely at his targets. Though he had acquired numerous enhancements to his shuriken throwing skills during his training, he had always regarded this ability with disdain, deeming it ineffective against formidable ninjas. Yet, with the system's assistance, he had nonetheless mastered the skill. Yame Yamamoto was taken aback by the immediate threat to her life, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Drawing forth a shuriken, she employed the body flicker technique to evade the incoming projectiles. In a flash, she positioned herself before Ino, shielding her helpless companion from the assault. At that moment, Ueda Makoto had silently approached Yame, delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling away from Ino. His prior attacks had merely been feints. He had not exerted his full strength, for his aim was to separate Yame from Ino. The latter was one of his chosen consorts, and he had no desire to harm her. As long as Ino remained by Yame's side, he could not unleash his full prowess. Only by isolating them could he act without restraint. Sister, Ino cried out in alarm as she witnessed her sibling being kicked away. Yet before she could react further, Ueda struck again, sending her hurtling in a different direction, far from Yame. Ino landed heavily on the ground, her body feeling as if it had shattered, pain coursing through her, rendering her momentarily immobile. Ueda had successfully separated the two, incapacitating Ino in the process, allowing him to confront Yame without hindrance. To conceal his identity, he refrained from employing his signature flame fruit abilities, opting instead for the various ninjutsu he had acquired through the system. Fire release, great fireball technique, he intoned, forming hand seals and unleashing a blazing fireball that surged toward Yame. His mastery of fire techniques, augmented by the flame fruit's powers, rendered his attacks far more potent than other elemental ninjutsu. As the searing fireball expanded, a torrent of heat rushed toward her. Faced with the fiery onslaught, Yame found herself with no choice but to once again utilize the body flicker technique to evade. The Yamamoto clan excelled in shadow techniques, such as the mind transfer technique, capable of infiltrating an enemy's consciousness and inducing a deep slumber while seizing control of their body, an immensely powerful secret art. However, the mind transfer technique's unique conditions made it challenging to employ in direct confrontations, and Yame had yet to master it. Is escape all you know? Ueda mocked, launching another great fireball technique. Anger surged within Yame at her adversary's taunts. She had no desire to flee. It was merely a matter of lacking the strength. After all, she was a transmigrator, a character meant to be the protagonist in a tale. Individuals like her are typically endowed with a system or some extraordinary abilities. However, upon her arrival in this new realm, she found herself devoid of any such advantages. No system, no special powers, and no divine favor aside from the peculiar gift of youth. Beginning her life anew from infancy, she possessed nothing else. While other travelers meticulously scrutinize their systems and voice grievances over their capabilities, she finds herself lacking even the privilege to complain. The most disconcerting aspect is that in her previous life, she was a man, a vigorous young man in his 20s. Why, then, Has she been reborn as a little girl? The sheer madness of her situation drove her nearly to the brink of insanity. The absence of a system is bearable. The lack of extraordinary abilities is manageable, but why must she also be stripped of her very essence? It feels as though fate is playing a cruel jest, casting her into an abyss and then carelessly tossing a stone upon her fallen form. Ueda Makoto unleashed a series of fireball techniques in his assault, utilizing his agile physique. Yamamoto Ayumi evaded all attacks thanks to her instantaneous movement technique, proving to be quite the vexing adversary. Ueda Makoto, frustrated, cursed under his breath. His chakra reserves were limited. After countless sign-ins, he had only managed to enhance his chakra capacity a little over 100 times, reaching merely the level of an ordinary genin. Although he possessed more chakra than his peers, it was not significantly greater. This limitation hindered his ability to freely employ ninjutsu. He had already executed 5 fireball jutsu without landing a single hit on Yamamoto Ayumi, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Haunted by the previous encounter, Ueda Makoto was averse to engaging in close combat with Yamamoto Ayumi. The unpredictability of close-quarters battles was not his forte, nor did he favor it. He preferred to dominate his opponents from a distance, unharmed. With no other options remaining, Ueda Makoto abandoned the use of ninjutsu. In this situation, a swift resolution would necessitate the employment of his trump card. Unlike ninjutsu, which relied on chakra, the flames of the burn fruit were fueled by physical strength, resulting in significantly lower personal expenditure. Yamamoto Ayumi remained vigilant, noting that the enemy had inexplicably ceased his assault. Suddenly, Ueda Makoto's figure shifted. Yet his advance was not directed towards her. Where was he headed? Ayumi's expression shifted to one of alarm as she glanced in his direction. Ino. That was the location of Yamamoto Ino. Was this fiend intending to strike her? Panic surged within Yamamoto Ayumi. Was he not supposed to eliminate the travelers? Why was he targeting Ino instead? Yamamoto Ayumi activated her instantaneous movement technique, seeking to thwart his advance. Just as Yamamoto Ino regained her ability to move and stood up, she saw the enemy rushing towards her and immediately turned to flee. Ueda Makoto formed hand seals and unleashed a magical technique, Tree Bind Death. Yamamoto Ino's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, ensnared once more in an illusion. After subduing Ino, Ueda Makoto pivoted to face the pursuing Yamamoto Ayumi. Spare Ino. You seek me. In the mountains. Yamamoto Ayumi observed her adversary standing beside Inoue, hesitant to act recklessly. Do you think I would harm Inoue? She retorted. Rest assured, Ueda Makoto, Inoue is predetermined for me. I shall not lay a hand on her. However, your fate is destined to meet its end. Flames erupted from Ueda Makoto's hands, engulfing his entire arms in fire. You are Ueda Makoto. Yamamoto Ayumi realized in astonishment. This was indeed the time traveler known as Ueda Makoto. The unique ability to transform one's body into flames belonged solely to him in this village of Konoha. She should have anticipated this. Senju Keo had already acted against Ito Makoto, and it was now Ueda Makoto's turn to confront her. They must have connections behind the scenes. As he unleashed his fiery powers, Ueda Makoto's transformation was shattered, revealing his true visage. Gazing upon this favored child of destiny, Yamamoto Ayumi felt a surge of envy and resentment. Both were time travelers, yet he possessed everything she yearned for. A formidable system, extraordinary abilities, remarkable talents, and, most importantly, the body of a man. He seemed to embody the essence of a favored child, endowed with all the beauty the world had to offer, while she felt akin to a forsaken illegitimate child. Now, despite having everything, he emerged to threaten her meager existence. What a gluttonous creature he was. Fury blazed within Yamamoto Ayumi's heart. Despite having lost everything, despite living with extreme caution, why could he not relent? Since you recognize me, you must be aware of your impending doom, Ueda Makoto sneered. There is no way I will allow you to survive. Yamamoto Ayumi fell into silence. Her strength was inadequate. Lacking mastery over her family's secret techniques and only possessing rudimentary skills in body flicker and shadow clone jutsu, she stood no chance against Ueda Makoto. Her only escape route was to flee. What, do you wish to run away? Abandon your sister? Ueda Makoto taunted. Even though I promised not to harm Inoue. Would you trust the assurance of an enemy? He carelessly drew his flaming hand near the entranced Inoue. Yet, the flames of rage had consumed Yamamoto Ayumi's reason. This scoundrel. It appeared that Ueda Makoto was determined not to let her go. She could not abandon her sister to escape, even though she was more than 90% certain he would not harm Inoue. The thought of fleeing while leaving her sister behind was a threshold she could not cross. Yamamoto Ayumi found herself on the brink of despair. Chapter 58. Defeat Ueda's hands were engulfed in flames, roaring with a fierce intensity, casting a crimson glow into the sky. He was determined to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Unlike the leniency exhibited by Sinji Yanin, he harbored no intention of showing mercy to his foes. If he could eradicate the potential time traveler, why waste time probing for their hidden cards? Fire Fist. He bellowed. The flames coalesced into a colossal fist, hurtling towards Yamamoto Ayumi. For a speed-oriented ninja, such a wide-ranging assault was most effective for resolution. The range and velocity of the great fireball paled in comparison to the Fire Fist. A torrent of ordinary flames surged towards Yamamoto Ayumi, who resembled a moth drawn to a flame, enveloped in despair. She possessed no means of resisting such a devastating inferno. The flames surged with remarkable swiftness, matching the speed of his punch, leaving no time or space for her to utilize her body flicker technique. At this moment, even escape was beyond her reach. Is this how my life ends? She pondered, gazing at the flames, her mind drifting into a tranquil acceptance. Water release, water barrier. A serene voice pierced the chaos as a wall of water surged upward, soaring into the sky, shielding Yamamoto Ayumi from the onslaught of flames. The wall remained steadfast until the fire lost its potency, only gradually dissipating once the jutsu's duration expired. A silver-haired Umbu ninja materialized in the scene, donning a fox mask. You are suspected of engaging in combat within Konohagakure. Cease all resistance immediately and comply with arrest, the silver-haired Umbu stated calmly. Failure to comply will result in increased charges. Any resistance will be treated as hostility, and lethal force may be authorized. Upon seeing the arrival of the ninja, Yamamoto Ayumi felt a surge of hope. Umbu-sama, please save my sister. She has been kidnapped by that man, and he intends to kill us. The silver-haired ninja turned his gaze towards Ueda, focusing his attention on him. Damn, it's a ninja capable of water release, Ueda thought, a sense of retreat creeping into his mind. The Fire Fist he had just unleashed represented his most formidable attack. Yet it failed to breach the silver-haired ninja's water barrier. At his current strength, he was no match for the Umbu. Ueda had no desire to explain. The evidence was irrefutable, and he had no hope of evading culpability. He did not wish to face imprisonment, transforming his lower body into flames. He propelled himself away into the distance. What an extraordinary technique, to transform one's body into fire, the silver-haired ninja murmured, as electric sparks danced across his right hand. Lightning Cutter, he whispered, invoking the name of the jutsu. In an instant, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, closing the distance between himself and the fleeing Ueda in mere moments. As Ueda felt the pursuer drawing near, he desperately attempted to obstruct him. Solar Flare. He transformed his arm into flames, unleashing a barrage of fire pillars to hinder the silver-haired ninja's advance. However, the Umbu, with agile reflexes, deftly dodged the onslaught and continued to close in. The bolt of lightning thrust directly into the chest of Ueda Makoto, who was unable to resist, transforming his entire being into flames. With a hiss, the lightning pierced through him, and the flames failed to inflict any harm upon the palm protected by the lightning. Both figures came to a halt. The silver-haired ninja withdrew, standing still, pondering the peculiar abilities of his opponent. He could not ascertain whether his ninjutsu had taken effect and felt compelled to observe the enemy's reactions. The flames enveloping Ueda Makoto gradually dissipated, revealing his form. At that moment, Ueda appeared remarkably disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his shirt bore a large gaping hole, a deep wound etched into his chest. Could the transformation of flames weaken the potency of ninjutsu? The silver-haired ninja mused, impressed by the remarkable ability. Have children become so formidable these days? Originally, the ninja's attack had resulted in a fatal wound, yet now Ueda only bore a superficial injury on his chest. Clearly, while his ninjutsu had indeed been effective, its power and damage had been significantly diminished. Though severely injured, Ueda Makoto refused to surrender. He was unaware of the penalties for assault and murder, but he knew they were undoubtedly severe, and he was determined not to fall into the hands of this ninja. Once more, flames ignited in his hands as he unleashed a torrent of fire towards the silver-haired ninja. The ninja, effortlessly sidestepping this feeble attack, warned, "Do you still refuse to yield? If you persist in your resistance, I shall strike again." Undeterred, Ueda continued his onslaught, conserving his energy by shifting to launching small fireballs from his fingertips to minimize expenditure. The silver-haired ninja hurled several shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken pierced through Ueda's form, embedding themselves in the distant ground. Physical attacks proved ineffective. Intrigued by this unusual ability, the silver-haired ninja decided to escalate the confrontation. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A blade of wind, formed by chakra, sliced toward Ueda Makoto. Caught off guard, Ueda was struck on the arm by the wind release. This assault was also effective, albeit even more diminished than the lightning strike. The C-rank ninjutsu, wind cutter technique, could sever the foot of a colossal beast, yet upon Ueda, it merely left a shallow mark. Not one to remain idle, Ueda retaliated, launching a fiery punch. Earth release, earth flow rampart. The silver-haired ninja did not employ water release, but instead utilized earth release to counter the attack. A wall of earth erupted, adorned with the carvings of several massive dog heads. The fiery fist collided with the earthen barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the punch left an imprint upon the wall, its power expended and vanishing. After employing various elemental ninjutsu, the silver-haired ninja had begun to comprehend Ueda's capabilities. Simply put, energy-based attacks were effective but suffered significant damage reduction, while physical attacks were rendered ineffective. Among the 5 elemental ninjutsu, fire release was naturally futile, water release exhibited a restraining relationship with evident effects, and earth release proved ineffective in offense but capable of defense. Lightning release, being an energy-based assault, can indeed strike the body, albeit with diminished efficacy. Wind release, while a physical form of attack, can also prove effective, though it suffers the greatest reduction in potency. Having discerned the enemy's capabilities, the silver-haired ninja resolved not to squander any more time. As he deftly evaded Yutani's relentless strikes, he began to weave hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A magnificent water dragon coiled and spiraled around the silver-haired ninja, ascending into the heavens, poised to strike. Gazing at the formidable creature in the sky, Yutani was engulfed by despair. His strength was nearly depleted after the preceding onslaught. Nevertheless, he summoned every last ounce of his energy to launch a final counterattack. As the water dragon descended, Yutani unleashed a fiery fist, confronting the watery beast head-on. The surging torrent of water cascaded like a waterfall from the heavens, overwhelming Yutani's feeble resistance. Flames and water coalesced into a billowing vapor, enveloping the entire street. The silver-haired ninja stepped into the mist to assess his adversary's response. At this moment, Yutani had already succumbed to unconsciousness, knocked out by the force of the water dragon after being battered by the torrent. Hoisting Yutani over his shoulder, the silver-haired ninja returned to the location of the Yamanaka sisters. The Genjutsu cast by Yamanaka Ino had been dispelled by Yamanaka Asami, and due to the prior warning, the two had chosen not to flee, patiently awaiting his return. You will accompany me to the Hokage's office. This incident requires the personal judgment of the Hokage. The silver-haired ninja's voice rang cold and indifferent. The Yamanaka sisters nodded in agreement, following him from the scene. Meanwhile, in a small corner, a sparrow vanished amidst a cloud of smoke. At home, Ida Makoto suddenly murmured, "What a splendid battle! The gains in ninjutsu were quite rewarding." Chapter 59. A bountiful harvest. Having discerned that Ueda Shin was poised to make a move in the near future, it was inconceivable for Ito Makoto to forego such a prime opportunity for intelligence gathering. Thus, prior to his rendezvous with Shinjikane, he evaded Sakura and discreetly unleashed Kogen to surveil the actions of Ueda Shin and the Yamanaka sisters. This preemptive strategy yielded a bounteous harvest. Through the shared vision of his golden eagle, he capitalized on the prowess of his Sharingan to directly acquire a substantial array of ninjutsu. He successfully obtained Ueda Shin's B-rank illusion, tree-binding death, the silver-haired ninja's Raikiri, S-rank, wind release, wind cutter technique, B-rank, earth release, earth flow wall, B-rank, and water dragon bullet, B-rank, significantly enriching his arsenal. In this world of ninjas, the challenge for ordinary civilian ninjas to acquire ninjutsu is exceedingly arduous. Take Sakura, for instance, whose performance was commendable, endowed with remarkable talent and possessing 4 chakra types: water, earth, yin, and yang. Yet, by the time of the Chunin exams, she remained limited to the basic 3-body technique, lacking even a single C-rank ninjutsu. In contrast, her contemporaries from ninja clans, even those with lesser talent like Inazuka Kiba, could effortlessly defeat her using their unique techniques. Even at the story's conclusion, Sakura had not unlocked her water and earth attributes. Were it not for her status as the protagonist, becoming Tsunade's apprentice and learning medical ninjutsu, her innate abilities might have been entirely squandered. Now, Ito Makoto has mastered the 4 elemental transformations: wind, fire, water, and earth. through ninjutsu replicated from the Uchiha clan's territory and his family's Earth Spear technique. The Raikiri from the silver-haired ninja precisely compensates for his deficiency in lightning transformation. Furthermore, the Wind Cutter technique and Earth Flow Wall are both exceedingly practical for offense and defense. The illusion, Tree Binding Death, is particularly conducive to his practice of in-release ninjutsu. Recently, Ito Makoto has sensed that the D-rank Naraka's gaze no longer suffices to satiate his need for expending mental energy. Much like physical training, a frail individual may initially expend energy quickly through light jogging, but as their physique strengthens, the rate of energy expenditure diminishes. Ito Makoto finds himself in a similar predicament. At this juncture, he requires a more vigorous regimen to elevate his training intensity. Although the Sharingan inherently possesses hypnotic illusion capabilities, utilizing such abilities necessitates prolonged activation of the Sharingan, which poses significant risks of exposure. Moreover, the strength of a single Tomo Sharingan's illusion is not substantially greater than that of a D-rank illusion. The acquisition of B-rank illusions has greatly compensated for Ito Makoto's previous deficiencies in illusions, holding immense significance for him. Additionally, during the course of this confrontation, Yamanaka Ayumi, despite the imminent peril to both her sister and herself, failed to exhibit any remarkable abilities. While it remains uncertain whether Yamanaka Ayumi is a reincarnated individual, her lack of special abilities can be reasonably inferred. For Senju Kaname, establishing that Ito Makoto lacks any exceptional powers is crucial. Similarly, for Ito Makoto himself, confirming that other reincarnated individuals are devoid of extraordinary abilities is equally vital. At the very least, the absence of a system that bestows overwhelming advantages significantly mitigates the threat posed by reincarnated individuals. At this moment, Yamanaka Ayumi's perceived threat has diminished considerably in his eyes. However, Makoto did not completely let down his guard. Despite possessing the ability to ensure his own survival, he refrained from utilizing it in the face of life-threatening danger. He could not be certain that Yamanaka Ino was not merely playing a role, much like himself. In this game of survival among traversers, one cannot ascertain identities until the final moment. Perhaps the most significant revelation was the realization of Ueda Makoto himself. Falling into the hands of the silver-haired ninja was undoubtedly his gravest error. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the only one capable of employing the lightning cutter aside from Kakashi Hatake was none other than he. During this battle, Kakashi imparted a valuable lesson to Ueda Makoto. His exceptional taijutsu allowed him to evade most attacks, conserving his chakra. The well-timed defensive jutsu rendered Ueda's assaults futile, while his comprehensive mastery of ninjutsu struck directly at his opponent's vulnerabilities. Ueda appeared as a fragile puppet, manipulated at will by Kakashi, left only with impotent rage. Moreover, the seasoned Kakashi discerned Ueda's weaknesses. The ability of the burn fruit to transform into flames could only provide immunity to physical attacks, while energy-based assaults could not be entirely negated, merely weakened. Against opposing elemental types, such as water, damage would only increase. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Makoto. He had always found natural-type fruits particularly troublesome, as they seemed nearly invincible in the world of One Piece. With few discernible weaknesses, it was only through Senju Yinyan's guidance that he learned natural energy could indeed affect the tangible form of natural-type fruits. Now, Kakashi had demonstrated that even non-natural energy attacks could be effective, albeit with reduced damage, significantly diminishing Ueda's invulnerability. Additionally, he possessed a comprehensive chakra attribute, allowing him to replicate Kakashi's techniques effortlessly. Indeed, in the early stages of One Piece, methods of energy attacks were exceedingly rare, which contributed to the apparent invincibility of natural types. However, in the realm of Naruto, the arsenal of energy attacks was vast, rendering the natural abilities less overwhelmingly dominant. Presently, armed with the B-rank offensive water release, Water Dragon Bullet, Makoto faced Ueda Makoto with a probability of victory exceeding 90%. The thought of Ueda's fate, captured and unconscious, elicited a chuckle from it. This defeat should suffice to keep that young man in line for a while. "Brother, what are you laughing about?" Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued by its mirth. As if to assert his claim, it was once again referred to as brother by Sakura. I recalled something joyful. What joyful thing? It bit his tongue, nearly revealing a reference from his past life. With Senju Yinyan present, that would simply invite trouble. I have also come to grasp taijutsu techniques. Sakura nodded in understanding, realizing the connection. Senju Yinyan cast a glance, harboring some doubt, yet it managed to conceal his thoughts, leaving her to ponder less. The enemy had stumbled, and he had gained new ninjutsu. Truly, it was a double blessing. Indeed, said Senju Kanai. Didn't the third Hokage mention that he could compensate you with a jutsu? Consider what you might desire. I shall convey your request to him. Today appears to be a fortuitous day for him, a trifecta of good fortune. Previously, Teacher Guy had mentioned that his excitement from watching Uchiha Itachi's battle had caused him to forget. It has only just now resurfaced in his thoughts. What jutsu should one request? Ito Makoto found himself in a quandary. If given the choice, he would prefer the Flying Thunder God technique, as it would allow him to evade any adversary at will, securing an inherently invincible position. However, such a jutsu holds immense strategic significance for the village. The third is no fool, and it is unlikely he would grant such a powerful technique to an unknown like him for a trivial matter. Ordinary jutsu, on the other hand, held little appeal. He had recently acquired an extensive array of B-rank jutsu, completing his repertoire with 5 elemental techniques. He had no need for commonplace jutsu. Moreover, it was a rare opportunity to make a request, and he aimed to lean towards the forbidden techniques as much as possible. After deliberating on the least significant forbidden technique, Ito Makoto reached a conclusion. I wish to learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Senju Kanai nodded in agreement, offering no objection. Compared to other forbidden techniques, the multiple shadow clone jutsu is merely an A-rank technique, akin to Kakashi's Chidori, and poses the least danger. Furthermore, this jutsu is simply an advanced version of the shadow clone technique, sealed due to its potential to harm the user, and its strategic value pales in comparison to techniques like the Flying Thunder God, making it one of the most accessible options for Ito Makoto at this juncture. The value of the multiple shadow clone jutsu was no less than that of the Flying Thunder God. With his immense chakra reserves, he could wield the technique as freely as Naruto Uzumaki, utilizing multiple shadow clones to facilitate his learning of jutsu. If he were to create hundreds of shadow clones simultaneously, the speed of his jutsu acquisition could increase exponentially, greatly accelerating his growth. For him, still in the midst of rapid advancement, it was the most suitable forbidden technique. The series of fortunate events left Ito Makoto in high spirits, invigorating his mind as well. After bidding farewell to Senju Kanai, he returned to his room, only to feel a peculiar pressure in his brow. Could he be falling ill? He pondered. Upon returning, he measured his temperature with a thermometer, discovering no abnormalities. As the pressure in his brow intensified, a sharp pain began to pierce his eyes. Eye ailments were no trivial matter. Currently, his greatest asset was the Rinnegan. Although its utility was limited at present, it was the cornerstone of his future. He approached the mirror to scrutinize his eyes. To his astonishment, he found that his Sharingan had spontaneously activated. The pupils glowed crimson. Seeing the reflection of his eyes, Ito Makoto was filled with elation. He suppressed the words that nearly escaped his lips with all his might. This was the Tutomo. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, his eyes had once again evolved, transforming into the Tutomo Sharingan. Could it be that my shadowy training has begun to bear fruit? Ito Makoto pondered. It seems likely. Recently, his mental energy has indeed grown at an astonishing rate, rendering the typical D-level illusion technique, Nariku's vision, nearly devoid of consumption. With the enhancement of his mental energy, the evolution of his eyes appears to be a natural progression. Traditionally, the evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan often necessitates intense emotional upheaval, sometimes even the death of a loved one. However, while he did feel a tinge of joy just moments ago, it did not reach such extreme levels. It seems that due to the innate quality of his eyes, the so-called price has entirely vanished. Other members of the Uchiha clan, lacking his superior lineage, require those extreme emotional fluctuations for assistance, Ito Makoto surmised. The absence of a price is certainly advantageous. The evolution of the Sharingan brings yet another delight, culminating in a grand fourfold joy. However, with the evolution of the Sharingan, the potency of his Rinnegan should also have risen. Might this lead to the awakening of new abilities? As Ito Makoto contemplated this, he activated the powers of the Rinnegan. His eyes transformed from crimson red to a purple, oval pattern. As the Rinnegan unfolded, he could distinctly feel the amplification of its power. New abilities were gestating within the Rinnegan. With an understanding of the original narrative, Ito Makoto gradually discerned the nature of the newly manifested powers, the realm of hungry ghosts and the realm of humans. He awakened 2 of the 6 paths abilities simultaneously. The realm of hungry ghosts grants him the powers of chakra absorption and sealing technique absorption. Chakra absorption allows him to forcibly draw an opponent's chakra into his own body through direct contact. Meanwhile, sealing technique absorption enables him to create a protective shield that absorbs an adversary's ninjutsu. The realm of humans bestows the ability to read memories and extract souls, with the latter resulting in immediate death for the victim, the speed of extraction correlating with the opponent's chakra levels. Although neither ability is particularly dominant in combat, each possesses its unique characteristics. Notably, with sealing technique absorption, he can virtually disregard most ninjutsu attacks. The awakening of new abilities in the Rinnegan is yet another source of joy, achieving a state of 5 blessings arriving at once. Indeed, today is truly a day of remarkable fortune for him. Chapter 60. Imprisonment. Merely a day had passed, yet the third Hokage found himself confronting a similar predicament once more. His capable ninjas had once again brought the children of the Ninja Academy before him, though this time, the ninja in question had shifted from Might Guy to Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, could it be that you too wish to inform me that this child has attempted to assassinate others? The third Hokage jested. Indeed, Lord Hokage, your insights are unparalleled. Kakashi responded with utmost respect. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, concealed his smile, realizing that what had begun as a jest had inadvertently morphed into a grim reality. He felt a pang of headache. Was there a trend of assassination among these children lately? You two must be the victims, he remarked, turning towards the 2 young girls beside him. Could you please recount the events that transpired? Yamashiro Ayame stepped forward. Lord Hokage, we are the daughters of Yamashiro Kaichi. My name is Yamashiro Ayame, and this is my younger sister, Yamashiro Ino. She then proceeded to narrate the details of the incident, deliberately omitting any reference to the traveler's involvement. The third Hokage pondered deeply upon hearing the mention of Yamashiro Kaichi, the esteemed leader of the Yamashiro clan, a family that had maintained amicable relations with the Sarutobi clan for generations and served as one of his staunch supporters. Moreover, the Yamashiro clan possessed secret techniques capable of reading memories, with Kaichi being a remarkable practitioner, renowned for his unparalleled ability in the realm of memory retrieval. Holding significant influence within the Konoha Intelligence Department, it became evident to Sarutobi Hiruzen that this case warranted substantial attention. Upon absorbing the account from Yamashiro Ayame, he discerned that this incident bore striking resemblance to the previous matter involving Senju Konoha, albeit with a more severe implication. After all, even Senju Konoha had refrained from acting on the streets, particularly against the offspring of Konoha's elite. He summoned the files of the 3 individuals involved. Being part of prominent clans, he was well acquainted with the Yamashiro sisters' backgrounds. He had always kept an eye on the children from prestigious families in the Ninja Academy. However, he was less familiar with Yuta Makoto. Upon reviewing Yuta Makoto's file, realization dawned upon him. This boy was none other than the child capable of transforming his body into flames. Irika had previously mentioned him as a civilian prodigy. The ability to metamorphose into fire was indeed extraordinary. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen, famously known as a master of jutsu, was well versed in various ninja techniques, this particular ability was new to him, reminiscent of the Mizukage clan's water transformation technique. Regardless of whether this ability stemmed from ninjutsu or a bloodline limit, it was irrefutable that this child was a prodigy. In this incident, one side consisted of a gifted orphan who had assaulted his classmates, while the other comprised the scions of noble families. In Hiruzen's eyes, the adjudication of such a case appeared rather straightforward. He summoned a medical ninja to tend to Yuta Makoto's injuries, though they were not entirely healed. As Yuta Makoto regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the ground, bound with ropes, suffering excruciating pain throughout his body and unable to move. It dawned on him immediately the gravity of his predicament. Ueda Makoto, you are accused of attempting to assassinate fellow student Yamanaka Ayame and Yamanaka Ino. According to the laws of the Hidden Village, you shall face a decade of imprisonment. In this world, there is no protection for minors, in an era where even 5 or 6-year-old children are sent to the battlefield. The notion of safeguarding children is nothing short of absurd. Wait, I am innocent. I had no intention of assassinating Yamanaka Ayame. Ueda Makoto pleaded, prostrate on the ground, straining to raise his head in defense. I merely sought to challenge Yamanaka Ayame. I hope to hone my skills through this confrontation. In my eyes, she is one of the few students whose strength rivals my own, which is precisely why I chose to challenge her. As for talk of murder, that was merely a pretext. A pretext? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a cold smile. If it were merely a challenge, why not confront her openly? Why disguise your appearance? And why employ your fire abilities when she was already clearly at a disadvantage? Your actions were clearly intended to push her to the brink of death. The third Hokage's words were sharp, as if delivering a verdict. No, I truly only wanted to challenge her. Isn't it normal to exert one's full strength in battle? Besides, neither of them was harmed. What evidence do you have that I intended to kill? This is merely a brawl, Ueda Makoto insisted, desperately trying to argue his case while attempting to activate his fire abilities to escape, yet his energy was already depleted. Evidence. You wish to discuss evidence with me? It appears we should delve into your memories and reveal what true evidence entails. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, take him to the intelligence department and examine his memories. Confirm whether he is a spy from another village. If the evidence is irrefutable, he shall be imprisoned for 10 years. Understood, Kakashi responded, preparing to escort Ueda Makoto away. Wait. Ueda Makoto began to scream, twisting and rolling in a frantic attempt to escape. Do not delve into my memories. I swear I am telling the truth. I had no intention of killing anyone. You cannot do this. His fear was palpable. Once his memories were accessed, his murderous intent would be laid bare, sealing his fate in prison. In his panic, he caught sight of Yamanaka Ayumi nearby. Ayumi, please help me. We are classmates. You cannot abandon me. I truly do not want my memories read. Hearing his plea, Yamanaka Ayumi felt as though she had swallowed a fly. Ueda Makoto was not seeking aid. He was threatening her with the exposure of her true identity as a time traveler, should she refuse to assist him, though she was being coerced. She found herself forced to swallow her indignation. Hokage-sama, could you spare him this once? Yamanaka Ayumi interjected suddenly. He is still our classmate. And we have no grievances against one another. Perhaps he genuinely came to challenge her. Please, grant him another chance. She suppressed her swirling contempt, betraying her conscience to advocate for Ueda Makoto's exoneration. Sister, Yamanaka Ino exclaimed in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her sister would plead for the life of that murderer. Yamamoto Ayumi herself had no intention of interceding on behalf of Ueda Makoto. She held an intense loathing for the man who had nearly taken the lives of her and her sister. Yet, Ueda had leverage over her, harboring within his memories the knowledge of this world, including the possibility of her being a traveler from another realm. Should the narrative of the Hokage and its associated contents be unveiled, it would not only precipitate monumental changes in the world, but also expose her identity as a traveler. She dreaded the thought of her true nature being revealed. How would her family perceive her if they learned the truth? Would they regard her as an enemy or as a foe who had usurped the life of their true child? Though she was certain of her rebirth from her mother's womb, would others believe her? How would she confront her former kin then? The cost of such exposure was one she was unwilling to bear. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed a victim pleading for the perpetrator. After reflecting on the matter, he came to understand Yamamoto Ayumi's sentiments. Ayumi, my dear child, you are far too soft-hearted, he remarked with a smile. In just 2 days of acquaintance, you were willing to sacrifice yourself to plead for your classmate, which speaks volumes of your regard for your companions. However, it is unwise to consider such a person as a comrade. Those who would inflict harm upon their peers deserve to be viewed as adversaries. He fancied he had penetrated the depths of Yamamoto Ayumi's character, attributing her plea to mere youthful compassion. Indeed, Hokage-sama, you speak the truth, but he is still my classmate, and the consequences of his actions were not dire. I still wish to grant him a chance, Yamamoto Ayumi asserted resolutely. Observing her genuine demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. Were it Ayumi herself pleading, he might have considered leniency. In the future, should Yamamoto Kai inquire, her words could easily deflect responsibility, transforming the matter into a family affair. Moreover, Ueda Makoto was a prodigy, one who could potentially benefit the village. While he could not compare to the Yamamoto clan, retaining him for the village's sake was still advantageous. With this in mind, he signaled Kakashi to release Ueda. Since this child, Ayumi, has implored for your sake, I shall grant you a lighter punishment this time. You will forego memory extraction and spend merely a month in prison. Upon your release, you were to apologize to the Yamamoto clan. The third Hokage rendered his final verdict, considering this punishment quite lenient. A common ninja like Ueda should be grateful for such leniency. Feigning relief, Ueda inwardly cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the biased old man. Senju Tsunade had faced only the need for an apology, while he was condemned to a month in confinement for a similar transgression. What right did he have to impose such a sentence? When I gain strength in the future, I shall surely make you pay for this, you old scoundrel. The following morning, Irika announced the verdict regarding Ueda's punishment in class. All the students were astounded. Just yesterday, Senju Kanata had faced punishment, and today, Ueda Makoto brazenly committed an offense. Was he truly a fool? Yet, upon reflecting on Ueda's usual demeanor, they found his actions to be somewhat predictable. Senju Kanata languidly rested her head on the desk as she listened to the outcome of Ueda's case, feeling unsurprised by his downfall. She had exercised considerable caution herself, yet still found herself ensnared by an unexpected turn of events. Ueda, with his perpetual arrogance, could hardly have devised a meticulous plan. His apprehension was nearly inevitable. Ito Makoto was also taken aback. He had not anticipated such a severe penalty from the third Hokage. Previously, when Senju Kanata had erred, Sarutobi Hiruzen had merely brushed it aside, and he had expected a similar leniency for Ueda. Yet, in the end, Ueda was directly incarcerated. It seemed that, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the status of a so-called genius paled in comparison to the political backing provided by the scions of influential families. Ito Makoto began to comprehend the third Hokage's perspective. Ueda's imprisonment, however, could be seen as a blessing, at least for a month. There would be no need to worry about him wreaking havoc again. Chapter 61. The Overlord Sakura having resolved the matters concerning the two time travelers. Makoto could at last embark on his training regimen. As promised, Senju Kanata delivered the scroll containing the technique for the multiple shadow clone jutsu directly to him. True to his expectations, the third Hokage did not place great emphasis on this technique, merely requesting its return within a month's time and forbidding any duplication. With the aid of his Sharingan and an abundance of chakra, he swiftly mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, liberating himself from the constraint of producing merely one clone. Armed with multiple clones, Makoto devised a new training plan. Rather than forcibly creating hundreds of clones at the outset, which would dilute the chakra available to each and limit their training potential, he focused on 4 key areas: ninjutsu, genjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sage arts, allocating 1 shadow clone to each discipline while his original self dedicated attention to physical training. Although this arrangement only quintupled the speed of his training, the accompanying fatigue remained manageable within his limits. The original self also faced challenges, as the curriculum at the Ninja Academy consumed a significant portion of his time, with most subjects proving of little use to him. Skipping classes thus became a pressing concern. Previously, he had refrained from using shadow clones to evade classes, fearing that other time travelers might perceive him as a threat upon discovering his mastery of the technique. However, circumstances had changed. His multiple shadow clones bore the endorsement of the third Hokage and were legitimately acquired, allowing him to maintain the guise of a regular student without fear of exposing his identity as a time traveler. At this juncture, employing the multiple shadow clones presented minimal risk of exposure. Even if discovered, Senju Kanata would likely regard him as merely talented, and other time travelers would harbor no suspicions about his identity. While shadow clones could replicate the reactions of the original, one individual could inevitably overlook details, necessitating oversight. To this end, he entrusted Sakura with a brief explanation of his plan. Although she expressed some dissatisfaction, her feelings for him compelled her to provide the necessary cover. With the shadow clones acting as decoys at the academy, he was free to train vigorously outdoors, enhancing his physical prowess. He only needed to return and dispel the clones during outdoor classes to ensure his absence went unnoticed. To prevent unexpected complications, he generally avoided interactions with other mischievous children aside from Sakura. In a secluded grove on the outskirts of Konohagakure, Makoto established his training ground. As the power of his ninjutsu grew, the confines of the village could no longer accommodate his practice. Thus, he sought out this location as his training sanctuary. At that moment, 5 figures of Makoto stood in the clearing. 4 were shadow clones, and 1 was the original. Each clone performed its designated task. The ninjutsu clone, with its right hand crackling with electricity, sprinted forward to strike at the surrounding trees, aiming to expedite his mastery of the nature transformation of lightning. For him, the technique of Raikiri was relatively easy to master. However, the transformation of lightning's nature lacked guidance, compelling him to rely solely on relentless practice to adapt his chakra and achieve the new transformation. At this moment, the ninjutsu clone executed Raikiri with minimal potency, vastly inferior to Kakashi's. His current application of Raikiri could scarcely be deemed as such. A more fitting designation would be Chidori. In truth, Chidori and Raikiri are fundamentally the same technique. In the original narrative, Kakashi mentioned that Chidori was initially Raikiri. It was only through Kakashi's continuous refinement of the lightning nature transformation that he incrementally enhanced Chidori's power, ultimately severing lightning itself, thus evolving Chidori into Raikiri. Therefore, the rudimentary version he was presently utilizing could only be referred to as Chidori. The Genjutsu clone, on the other hand, employed a newly learned B-rank Genjutsu, Illusion, Tree Binding Kill, on a white mouse. He carried 10 such mice, which he had specifically acquired for practicing Genjutsu. As the potency of the Genjutsu increased, a single mouse could no longer suffice for his training needs. After being subjected to the Genjutsu multiple times, the mouse's psyche could not withstand the strain, leading to unconsciousness or even death. Thus, he needed to rotate several mice to ensure their survival. The Sage clone, meanwhile, was utterly relaxed, perched motionless on a hard stone slab. This slab was precariously balanced atop a 50-centimeter iron spike, resembling a stone platform resting atop a stalagmite. Any slight movement from the Sage clone would cause the slab to tumble, resulting in a fall. This training method was inspired by the protagonist Naruto's own training. Originally, Naruto had to sit atop a towering stone mountain with a slab to maintain stillness while mastering Sage mode. Lacking such mountainous conditions, Ito Makoto devised a sketch and commissioned this iron spike as a substitute. The medical clone, meanwhile, was accompanied by several half-dead fish and a large basin of water, serving as tools for his training in the transformation of yang nature. He had reached a point where he could, much like his mother, strike the fish unconscious without flinching and subsequently heal them. After more than a year of training, he had mastered intermediate yang nature transformation. Although his understanding of human biology was limited, the medical ninjutsu he performed could rival that of a medical nin, closely comparable to his mother's abilities. Witnessing Ito Makoto's remarkable progress, Makako decided to impart her most powerful medical ninjutsu to him, the A-rank medical ninjutsu Palm Sage technique. Utilizing this technique would allow him to activate the cells of a wound entirely with chakra, healing it within a mere 5 minutes. It is one of the essential medical techniques that top-tier medical ninjas must master, renowned for its versatility. At this moment, the medical clone was endeavoring to grasp this advanced medical ninjutsu. As for his original self, he was burdened with a weighted vest, strapped limbs, and was diligently practicing various taijutsu around the training ground, squats, frog leaps, and even walking on his hands. The intense physical exertion left him drenched in sweat. Among the 5 figures present, it was he, the original, who felt the most fatigued. However, there was no alternative. The cultivation of physical stamina could only be undertaken by the original body, as shadow clones were incapable of such training. Exhausted, he gasped for breath and decided to lie down on the ground for a moment's reprieve. Hey, what are you talking about? This training session is only halfway done, isn't it? The shadow clone approached and playfully kicked the body. Lazybones, get up. If you don't wake up soon, I'll douse you with water. Ito Makoto pushed aside the foot of the shadow clone and closed his eyes. Stop it, I'm a bit tired. Let me sleep for a while. The medical clone, holding a basin of water, walked over. Splash. A basin of cold water was poured over Ito Makoto, instantly jolting him awake. What are you doing? The body sat up, glaring at the medical clone. Unbeknownst to him, for shadow clones had gathered around. You are my clones. Is this how you treat the body? Do you believe I want to be harsh with you? Ito Makoto spoke with a menacing tone. You better understand that we are your clones. If you are unkind to us, when the memories transmit back, won't you feel the pain yourself? The Sage clone mocked. We are here, diligently training, while you, the body, are slacking off. Is this reasonable? It seems you only think of exploiting your clones while being a lazy bum yourself, caring little for our well-being. Said the illusion clone. Exactly, get up quickly. We are equal in personality. We are the same person. Don't think you can laze around in front of us. Added the ninjutsu clone. If you continue to slack off, we'll strike and go play, and then we'll see who suffers. Under the threat from the shadow clones, Ito Makoto stood up, muttering, having you bunch of clones is truly my misfortune. Seeing him continue his training, the shadow clones finally relented and returned to their own practice. This was a typical day in Ito Makoto's training routine. During the arduous training, he often felt the urge to give up, and each time, the shadow clones would forcefully correct him. Ultimately, the personalities of these clones were mere replicas of Ito Makoto himself, rather than blaming the clones. One could say these were simply his thoughts in a different circumstance. He was well aware of the feelings of his shadow clones, as he transmitted memories back to the body every day. In essence, it was simple jealousy, an exceedingly straightforward envy, devoid of any lofty notions of self-discipline to mask it. We are practicing, and you are being lazy. Why should that be acceptable? This envious mindset compelled his clones to force the body into training. Damn this jealousy. Ito Makoto cursed himself, thinking that had it not been for his obstinate personality, he wouldn't have to be driven like a slave by his shadow clones. Achum, is this your training ground? At that moment, a girl's voice echoed. Ito Makoto turned to see his school shadow clone had brought Sakura to this place. Sakura, covering her mouth, gazed in astonishment at the 5 versions of Ito Makoto. There are actually 5 of Aching. Makoto hurriedly approached to greet, casually dispelling the school's shadow clone, thereby acquiring the memories from his time spent at school. With the influx of a day's worth of recollections, a slight ache began to throb in his head. However, after numerous experiences, he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Through the memories, Makoto grasped the situation. It was Sakura who wished to train alongside him, and thus, after school, the clone had brought her here. Understanding the circumstances, Makoto turned his gaze toward Sakura. Indeed, she possessed an exceptionally remarkable talent, although it did not quite match the extraordinary abilities of protagonists Sasuke and Naruto among ordinary individuals. Her aptitude was on par with that of renowned ninjas, even standing out among the elite. In the original narrative, Sakura had mastered the hidden techniques of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, known as the 100 Healings Technique, by the tender age of 17. This alone demonstrated that her potential surpassed even that of Tsunade herself. It would indeed be a pity to let such exceptional talent go to waste. At Sakura's age, many ninjas from prominent clans had already begun their training in family jutsu. For instance, Hinata and Niji Hyuga had commenced their studies in gentle fist techniques, while the Yamanaka clan had begun to practice the mind-body switch technique. And Nara Shikamaru had started his training in shadow manipulation, among others. After years of rigorous training at the Ninja Academy, these clan members would graduate with formidable combat prowess. Conversely, civilian ninjas, having only learned the basic transformation technique and a handful of other fundamental jutsus at the academy, would find themselves significantly inferior in strength compared to their clan counterparts upon graduation, lacking the support of strong abilities. They would be at a disadvantage in future rank promotions and position contests. This dynamic allowed the ninjas from prominent clans to maintain a tight grip on all high-ranking positions and resources. In the original work, despite Sakura's outstanding academic performance, her limitations due to her background meant that she graduated with only basic techniques like the transformation technique. In terms of strength and combat capability, she was even at the lowest tier, falling behind the likes of Naruto, who, despite skipping classes daily, had not learned anything. Were it not for Sakura's own relentless efforts, her talent might have truly languished. Previously, Makoto had contemplated teaching Sakura some jutsu to nurture her talent early on, to prevent it from being squandered. However, such a decision required her consent. He recalled how, in his previous life, parents who pressured their children to learn often faced rebellion. Who could say whether Sakura would be willing to train? Now, with Sakura herself requesting to train, it indeed saved him considerable effort. Sakura, I heard you wish to train with me. Is that true? Makoto inquired, seeking to confirm her intentions. Indeed, Makoto, I wish to strengthen myself. At the very least. The next time I face an assassination attempt, I do not want to flee, Sakura declared resolutely. Training is quite arduous, Sakura. You do not wish to skip classes like I do, and merely studying at the academy is already exhausting enough. After that, you would have to endure rigorous training. Can you persist? I am more than capable, she replied with unwavering determination. Makoto nodded, recognizing her steadfast attitude, at least for the time being. She should be able to endure the challenge ahead. In regard to the cultivation of Sakura's innate talents, Ito Makoto has formulated a plan in his heart. Unlike himself, although Sakura possesses remarkable abilities, they still pale in comparison to his extraordinary gifts. Primarily, Sakura's chakra reserves are significantly inferior to his, which prevents her from employing techniques such as the lightning cutter hundreds or even thousands of times daily as he does. Given her chakra capacity, even executing a single lightning cutter is already commendable. Furthermore, Sakura lacks formidable vitality and does not possess the Senju bloodline like him, resulting in diminished recovery capabilities. She cannot train in taijutsu as freely as he does, recovering with vigor the following day even after sustaining injuries. Therefore, it is vital for Sakura at this juncture to establish a solid foundation through practices that demand minimal chakra expenditure. Fundamental exercises like tree climbing and water walking are ideally suited for her at present, as they consume little chakra while enhancing her chakra control. With excellent chakra control, mastering any ninjutsu will become significantly easier, and the chakra consumption for using such techniques will also decrease. To be candid, he fails to comprehend why the Ninja Academy has suppressed even such basic skills, which are evidently simple and beneficial without any drawbacks, yet remain unteachable to students. It appears that the higher-ups in Konoha, in their effort to stifle civilian ninjas, have lost their sense of reason. Once she masters tree climbing and water walking, techniques such as the body replacement technique taught at the Ninja Academy will be trivial for her. Subsequently, she can then be introduced to more advanced ninjutsu. Sakura herself possesses affinities for the four elemental natures: water, earth, yin, and yang, indicating potential in water release, earth release, medical ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Among these, medical ninjutsu is a requisite, as it is a path Sakura has previously traversed in the original timeline, one that she cannot forsake. As for water release, earth release, and genjutsu, those choices can be left to her discretion. In the original narrative, these three talents were squandered, and whether they suit Sakura remains to be seen in the future. However, he leans towards earth release, given its defensive capabilities, his family's signature technique. The earth spear technique seamlessly balances offense and defense. If Sakura were to master the earth spear technique, her extraordinary physical strength would render her a formidable force on the battlefield. Should Sakura have the opportunity to apprentice under Tsunade in the future, coupled with Tsunade's immense strength and the self-healing capabilities of the mitotic regeneration technique, she would become nearly invulnerable, excelling in both offense and defense on the battlefield, truly akin to a modern-day Xiangyu. Will the future see Sakura protecting me? He mused, a chuckle escaping him as he envisioned her donned in the attire of Xiangyu, with him leaning against her, appearing delicate and dependent. He shook his head, banishing such absurd notions. That simply would not do. He is the older brother. Nevertheless, his heart brimmed with anticipation for Sakura's future. Chapter 62. The Rebellious Clone. In an effort to instruct Sakura, Makoto once again created an additional clone. However, as soon as this clone emerged, it bore a countenance resembling that of a bitter melon. With its head hung low, it lethargically addressed the original. Hey, original, are you ever going to be done? We are utterly exhausted from the relentless training, and yet you continue to summon me. Aren't we already fatigued enough? Do you not regard us clones as beings at all? My sincerest apologies. Makoto quickly responded, recognizing the difficulty in managing these demanding clones. You see, teaching Sakura to climb trees and wade through water does not require excessive energy. It merely necessitates clear instruction. Do you take me for a fool? The irate clone retorted. Are you so oblivious to your own abilities? In such circumstances, personal demonstration is imperative. Surely, we will need to climb trees frequently. Does that not tire you? Is utilizing chakra not exhausting? The new clone's words provoked the ire of the preceding clones. Newcomer, what are you complaining about? The first ninjutsu clone interjected, unable to contain itself. We, the clones who endure constant training, have yet to voice our grievances. You, a newcomer, engaged in mere guidance. What is there to complain about? Indeed, chimed in Clone 5, the Sage Art clone. What is so disagreeable about accompanying Sakura? If you are unwilling, then why not take your place on the stone slab? Motionless for an entire day? I am nearly driven to madness. We have not complained, yet you dare to voice your discontent first. The medical clone remained silent, merely retrieving a fish from the water. Grasping a stick, it struck the fish twice, rendering it unconscious. During this act, the medical clone's gaze remained fixed on the new clone, its eyes exuding an unsettling intensity, imbued with a hint of menace, suggesting, continue your prattling, and I shall bring you to ruin. The illusion clone then set down the white mouse, rising to its feet and raising its arms high, proclaiming, brothers, this existence is intolerable. What more is there to discuss? The newcomer and the original do not regard us as sentient beings, laboring like beasts until we are nearly dead. Is this truly a life worth living? At this rate, what meaning is there in survival? I refuse to endure any longer. I shall rebel. I shall rise against this tyranny. Do nobles and lords not possess courage? Let us vanquish the original and embrace our fates together. The remaining 3 clones raised their fists in agreement. What a bunch of clowns, Makoto sighed, slapping his forehead. The notion of not being regarded as beings was sheer nonsense. Regardless of the arduous training these clones undertook, once the clones were dispersed, the memories would return to the original, who would then assimilate and process them. This was the very essence of how shadow clones could enhance the speed of training. During this assimilation process, the original would experience the myriad toils of the clones, with their collective struggles amplifying the original's own hardships. There was no scenario wherein the original enjoyed the fruits of labor while the clones suffered. The original bore far greater burdens. These clones were well aware of this reality. Although the shadow clones possessed independent consciousness, they posed no threat to the original. He could dissolve the shadow clones at any moment. Their so-called rebellion and mutual demise were merely jesting banter. Sakura watched in astonishment, captivated by the distinct personalities of these clones. With both hands forming seals, Ito Makoto dispelled all his clones. The vast memories surged back to his core being. A sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to sway momentarily. Sakura hurriedly supported him, helping him to sit gently on the ground. Cross-legged, Ito closed his eyes, focusing on clearing the memories cluttering his mind. After 5 minutes, he finally assimilated the influx of memories. His potent lineage, a fusion of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines, coupled with a return to ancestral traits, enabled his spirit and body to recover without flaw, restoring him with remarkable speed. Had this been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to unconsciousness for a day and a night. Opening his eyes, he rose to his feet. AKA, what was that about the clones just now? Sakura inquired. Oh, that, Ito replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his cheek. It was merely a jest between my clones and me. Each clone possesses an independent consciousness, and after enduring such arduous training daily, they naturally harbor grievances. What you witnessed was simply their way of expressing fatigue from today's exertion. Sakura nodded, marveling at the intriguing nature of the clones. Ito summoned 4 more clones to continue their prior training. This time, having synchronized their memories, the clones no longer voiced complaints. After all, they all started from the same point, but as time passed, their differing experiences led to varying perspectives among them. Since the clones are weary, let me, the original, guide you, Ito declared. AKA, you seem quite exhausted yourself. Perhaps it would be better not to trouble you. Sakura hesitated. Not at all. While I accompany you, I can also take a moment to rest and indulge in a bit of leisure, Ito whispered conspiratorially in Sakura's ear. And do keep my little secret from the clones. They are quite strict. If I were to slack off, they would immediately strike. Only by setting an example can I ensure they adhere to my directives during training. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Sakura's cheeks to flush. She found amusement in Ito's words, realizing how amusing it was that the original was being urged by the clones. With the matter of the clones settled, Sakura's training proceeded smoothly. As anticipated by Ito, the chakra control exercises of tree climbing and water walking suited Sakura perfectly, especially given her innate talent for chakra control. In just a month, she mastered these skills. Having surmounted the challenge of tree climbing and water walking, the E-rank jutsu, the body replacement technique, which was taught at the Ninja Academy, posed no difficulty whatsoever. As the lowest tier of ninjutsu, the body replacement technique required minimal chakra and featured simple hand seals. Its only challenge lay in chakra control. The training from tree climbing and water walking provided her with chakra control that exceeded the demands of the body replacement technique. Ito imparted the hand seals and chakra flow routes for the technique to Sakura, and after merely 10 attempts, she successfully grasped the transformation technique, the body replacement technique, and the clone technique. The graduation test of the Ninja Academy is the assessment of the body replacement technique. Mastering this technique signifies that Sakura possesses the capability to graduate from the academy. Sakura herself was astonished. She never anticipated that after merely a month of training, she would complete the ninja arts training required for graduation. You are truly remarkable, Akira. Sakura gazed at Ito Akira with admiration, fully aware that her achievement was not solely attributed to her own efforts, but also to Akira's guidance. For clan ninjas, the graduation exam is not particularly daunting. However, it poses a significant challenge for commoners. Each year, a small number of civilian ninjas are eliminated for their inability to master the body replacement technique. Sakura had previously been anxious about her prospects of graduating, being a commoner herself. Yet, with just a month of light training, Ito Akira alleviated her anxiety and directly facilitated her qualification for graduation. This deepened her trust and reliance on him. It is not my prowess, Sakura. You have done exceptionally well yourself. That is the true source of your progress. I merely provided a little nudge, Ito Akira said gently, encouraging Sakura to build her self-confidence. Indeed, he had not performed any extraordinary feats, but had simply assisted Sakura in accessing information that was otherwise restricted by the prominent families. The swift completion of her training was a testament to Sakura's own talent and diligence. Now, new training awaited. I have some advanced ninjutsu that would suit your development. You will need to make your own choice, Ito Akira stated, producing a chakra testing paper. This paper is capable of assessing the attributes of chakra. Once the user infuses their chakra into it, the paper reacts differently based on the chakra type. Lightning causes it to crumple, wind tears it apart, fire ignites it, water dampens it, and earth shatters it. As for the yin-yang attributes, since every individual possesses them, it depends on whether they can be developed. Thus, the paper will not react to these attributes. When Ito Akira underwent his training, his mother had tested his chakra attributes. Perhaps due to the power of the Rinnegan or his ancestral lineage, he possessed a natural affinity for all 5 elemental attributes, excelling in yin-yang as well. Now it was Sakura's turn. Although he suspected her attributes to be water, earth, and yin-yang, the presence of many traversers in this world meant that there could be unforeseen influences, making a test prudent. Following Ito Akira's guidance, Sakura infused her chakra into the testing paper. As her chakra flowed into it, the paper became damp and darkened before shattering into pieces. The water attribute caused the paper to moisten, while the earth attribute led to its fragmentation. Were her attributes indeed water and earth, coupled with yin-yang? Observing this transformation, Ito Akira felt reassured. It appeared that Sakura's innate talents remained unaffected, retaining her original attributes. How did I do, Akira? Sakura looked at him expectantly. Very well. Ito Akira replied with a smile. You possess a natural affinity for the 4 attributes of water, earth, and yin-yang. This is an impressive talent, indicative of at least Jonin potential. After all, elite shinobi generally possess 2 distinct types of nature transformations. I have no desire to become an elite shinobi, Sakura murmured, much like Aki, preferring instead to be a chunin. Her voice was barely audible, and Ito Makoto did not catch her words. Given that Sakura's talent remained unchanged, there was no need to alter the original plan. He introduced her to the 4 training pathways suitable for her: water release, earth release, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. May I learn the technique that allows for the creation of numerous shadow clones? Sakura inquired, disregarding the 4 paths proposed by Ito Makoto. Aki, didn't you mention that technique could generate clones and enhance the speed of ninjutsu training? That technique is not yet suitable for you, Sakura. Ito Makoto explained with a hint of exasperation. It requires a significant amount of chakra, and at present, your chakra is somewhat insufficient. Of course, this is not your fault. It is merely due to your young age, as both your mind and body have yet to fully develop, resulting in a limited chakra reserve. Perhaps in 2 or 3 more years, you may be ready. I understand. Sakura nodded, momentarily setting aside her ambition to learn the shadow clone technique. She never doubted Ito Makoto's words. If he said she was not suited for it, then it must be true. Her focus shifted back to the 4 options he had presented. Aki, you mentioned that all 4 directions are suitable for me, so I want to pursue them all. I want to try every path. After all, I am still young and have time. With that declaration, Sakura clenched her fists, exuding an air of determination to grasp everything within her reach. Your ambitions are quite grand, Ito Makoto remarked with a nod of approval, not wishing to dismiss her aspirations. At this point, Sakura had made considerable progress compared to her former self, possessing ample room for error to allow her to flourish. Neither he nor Sakura were akin to the main characters like Naruto or Sasuke. Although Sakura held the position of a female protagonist, her treatment paled in comparison to the 2 male leads. As ordinary individuals, they could not achieve a meteoric rise from the strength of a Nin to that of a sage of 6 paths within a mere 2 years through battles and training. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, their only path lay in diligent preparation and arduous training, a truth that drove Ito Makoto to strive so fiercely from such a young age. Moreover, mentoring Sakura was not a burden. These were aspects of his own training regimen. For instance, during her practice of medical ninjutsu and genjutsu, he could simply have his clones demonstrate the techniques. Sharing relevant knowledge with Sakura would not interfere with his own physical training. Chapter 63. The enigmatic protagonist. After enduring a month of confinement, Ueda Masaya emerged from prison and returned to the Ninja Academy. Here, I solemnly extend my apologies to my classmates Yamamoto Ayumi and Yamamoto Ino. The routine was familiar once more. Yet the figure at the podium had shifted from Senju Kodon to Ueda Masaya. Since his release, Ueda Masaya had adopted a more subdued demeanor, seemingly aware that within this village, There existed numerous formidable figures beyond his capability to defeat. At least for now. While he remained youthful and his abilities were yet to be fully realized, he could not act with reckless abandon. Given that today marked Ueda Masaya's return to school, in light of the caution surrounding him, Ito Makoto refrained from using his shadow clone to attend class, opting instead to be physically present. Observing Ueda Masaya's transformation from his previous brazen self, Ito Makoto couldn't help but reflect that Konoha's prison indeed had a rehabilitative effect, swiftly remedying Ueda Masaya's former affliction. During the outdoor lesson, as anticipated, Ueda Masaya found himself once more in the company of Senju Kodon. Oh, is that not the future Hokage, the king of harem? Ueda Masaya? How curious that after a month apart, you've become so lackluster. Did you not vow never to end up like me? Yet here you are, having been imprisoned for a month. Senju Kodon remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Enough with the mockery. It was that old bastard, the third Hokage. Ueda Masaya retorted, his teeth clenched in frustration. Clearly, we are alike, both caught for attempted harm, yet you emerged unscathed while I nearly had my memories extracted. Had I not threatened Yamamoto Ayami with my recollections, I fear my past would have been thoroughly laid bare. You nearly had your memories extracted? You resorted to threatening Yamamoto Ayami with them? Senju Kodon's expression hardened. Ueda Masaya's personal memories were intricately tied to the identities and fates of all those who traversed worlds. If exposed, it could unravel the very fabric of their existence. Those without extraordinary identities might fare better, but for someone like her, possessing a unique identity as a traveler, exposure would likely lead to immediate recognition. Fortunately, I was clever, Ueda Masaya said with a hint of pride. By leveraging my memories against Yamamoto Ayami, she eagerly intervened on my behalf. She is indeed a fellow traveler. Good that you haven't forgotten your purpose, Senju Kodon scoffed. And what of Yamamoto Ayami's capabilities? Significantly lacking. Devoid of any system or special abilities, and she scarcely knows a handful of ninjutsu, Ueda Masaya replied dismissively. I nearly eliminated her and her brother. And yet he could do naught but watch, utterly useless. Can you believe that a traveler still relies on archaic techniques like the body flicker technique and the transformation technique? How laughable. In this era, who employs such primitive ninjutsu when one possesses a system's capabilities? Senju Kodon breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yamamoto Ayami was indeed a traveler, her feeble strength and absence of a system rendered her a significant weakness, posing little threat. With the two known potential travelers now assessed, their exposure could be momentarily alleviated, sparing them from the concern of clandestine attacks or fatal schemes. Shall we continue our endeavors? Ueda Makoto remarked, among those ordinary students. There may yet be numerous travelers from other realms. Should we not probe each one individually? Probe? Senju Kodonoha exclaimed. Brother, have you no self-awareness? After merely testing two, you found yourself ensnared, and I nearly followed suit. How do you propose to continue probing? Do you intend to make a permanent residence in prison? Humph. It was merely a momentary lapse. My subsequent actions will not be so easily captured, Ueda Makoto responded with unwavering confidence. Senju Kodonoha regarded him with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. The prison experience had tempered Ueda Makoto somewhat, yet it did not alter his true nature. I'm afraid you shall have to test yourself, Senju Kodonoha replied coldly. This alliance is hereby dissolved. Do not seek me out again. With that, she turned to depart. What a cowardly creature. It's no wonder you became a woman in your travels. Ueda Makoto inwardly cursed, yet he did not attempt to stop her departure. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ito Makoto, practicing the art of shuriken throwing alongside Sakura, had gleaned the information he sought. Yamamoto Asami was indeed a traveler, albeit without a system. This revelation was advantageous to him, as Yamamoto Asami now possessed no secrets. The level of threat had significantly diminished. At that moment, footsteps echoed, heralding an unexpected visitor. Ito Makoto glanced up to find Ueda Makoto approaching with a look of disdain. Ito Makoto, you are nothing but a talentless waste. Keep your distance from Sakura and cease your incessant pursuit of her. She is the woman I have claimed. Ito Makoto regarded Ueda Makoto with an odd expression. Has the protagonist of a fantasy narrative overtaken you? Have you consumed something foul? Your words are utterly absurd. He retorted, Sakura is my sister. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs? And who do you think you are? Your claims of her being your woman are laughable. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror and assess your own worth. Indeed, Sakura interjected. Who are you? Do I know you? Your claims are shameless. Just look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are deserving? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Ueda Makoto glared at the two. seemingly engaged in a duet of mockery, his expression darkening as he ignored Sakura. He turned his gaze to Ito Makoto. It appears I must teach you a lesson. Ito Makoto, nearly at a loss for words, found himself exasperated by Ueda Makoto's blatant double standards. He was permitted to insult others yet forbade any retaliation. What? Do you still wish to fight? Ito Makoto taunted. This is a ninja academy, teeming with seasoned ninjas. I imagine your stint in prison was far from pleasant. Do you wish to return there? Ueda Makoto hesitated, the memory of prison evidently weighing upon him. Yet, a devious thought crossed his mind. Ito Makoto, since you claim Sakura is your sister, would you be willing to wager something for her sake against me? He pointed at Sakura, raising his voice. Engage in a duel with me. Should you emerge victorious, I vow to distance myself from Sakura and never approach her again. Conversely, if I triumph, you must relinquish your proximity to Sakura and cease your incessant pursuit. Ueda's voice undeniably captivated the surrounding students, drawing an ever-growing crowd that encircled the three of us. Ito Makoto regarded Ueda with an increasingly peculiar gaze, pondering whether this individual had lost his wits during a stint in prison. Are you out of your mind? Sakura is my sister, my kin. How could I wager with my own family? Ito exclaimed, incredulous. And if you win, you merely distance yourself from Sakura. Should you lose, what consequence do you face? Which imbecile would consent to such an absurd gamble? Ueda seemed to perceive the world as a fantastical narrative, mistakenly believing that the ludicrous betting scenarios of fantasy tales would hold any merit in reality. Chapter 64. The counterattack of the bet. You truly are a spineless wretch. Unable even to stand against your own sister, Ito Makoto. Ueda Makoto persisted relentlessly, convinced that a mere confrontation would compel Sakura to fall in love with him. Just as Ito Makoto was about to retort, he was halted by Sakura's gesture, signaling him to remain silent. Ueda Makoto, you scoundrel. What right do you have to wager against Aki? She exclaimed vehemently. I have grown up alongside Aki since childhood. Who do you think you are to meddle in our feelings and lives? Furthermore, my choice of companionship is my own prerogative, and it is none of your concern, least of all your place to dictate it. Sakura's voice trembled with indignation. She was genuinely incensed by this rogue who had intruded upon her relationship with Aki, a complete stranger until now. The audacity of his interference, along with his intent to harm her Aki, filled her with a wrath so fierce that she wished for nothing more than to dismember Ueda and feed him to the beasts of the forest. Do not impose your thuggish logic upon us. Let me make this unequivocally clear. I wish to have no association with you in this lifetime or the next. Sakura declared resolutely. Ueda Makoto gazed at her, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Ah, Sakura, you women are all alike, so often speaking in contradiction. Once I have vanquished this Ito Makoto, you shall willingly fall into my embrace. Sakura felt a wave of nausea wash over her. What say you, Ito Makoto? Do you dare to face me in combat? Ueda's gaze bore down on Ito, resembling a hyena fixated on its prey. He would not relent until he had sunk his teeth into its throat. Ito Makoto sighed. He was not intimidated by Ueda's ilk, whose cards had nearly all been played. There was no threat posed by him in Ito's eyes. However, he was reluctant to reveal his identity as a traveler. His powers were not yet fully realized, and it was not the time to expose himself. Yet, for Sakura's sake, it was worth unveiling a fraction of his hidden strength. Despite the potential to alert others like Shinji and invite further complications, he stepped forward, a surge of chakra coursing through his veins, prepared to teach Ueda a lesson. Yet, before he could act, a figure dashed past him with swifter speed, a crimson silhouette. Sakura! Ito Makoto exclaimed in shock, taken aback that she could no longer contain herself and had chosen to strike first. Ueda was equally flustered. This was a turn of events he had not anticipated. In fantasy novels, such scenarios typically unfold with the challenger making a wager, the opponent accepting, and then the two engaging in a life-and-death struggle, while the woman, as the stake, remains passive, awaiting the victor to claim her. Yet here, the female protagonist was charging toward him to deliver a blow. You vile creature. I shall end you. Sakura unleashed the body flicker technique, appearing before Ueda in an instant, delivering a punch aimed directly at his head. The force of her strike rushed through the air, and Ito Makoto could not intervene in time. If Ueda had been a bit farther away, perhaps he could have employed his more adept body flicker technique to arrive ahead of Sakura and intercept her. However, the proximity of the two rendered the application of the technique futile. Within mere moments, the 7 or 8 meters closed, leaving him with no time to pursue. He could only chase after Sakura desperately, attempting to shield her from Ueda's counterstrike before it could materialize. Ueda's martial prowess was notably feeble. and upon witnessing Sakura's close-quarters combat, he immediately fell into a state of disarray. With no time to react, he transformed himself into flames, narrowly evading Sakura's punch. Her fist passed cleanly through Ueda's head, and the struck portion ignited, successfully avoiding the blow. At that moment, Sakura lacked natural energy. Her punch could hardly be deemed an energy attack, merely a conventional physical strike, which failed to inflict any harm upon Ueda. Noticing the ineffectiveness of Sakura's assault, Ueda became increasingly arrogant, having encountered too many individuals capable of countering his elemental transformation, leading to a waning confidence in his flame fruit's invincibility. However, Sakura's futile attempts finally made him recognize the formidable nature of his elemental form once again. At that juncture, Ito Masaru arrived with his body flicker technique, placing a hand upon Sakura's waist and temporarily distancing her from Ueda. Nevertheless, Sakura's public display of aggression towards Ueda had wounded his pride, igniting a furious rage within him. He bellowed, "Damn you, insolent woman! You dare strike at me? You shall all perish." Flames erupted from Ito Masaru's right hand, shooting towards Sakura and himself. In response, Ito Masaru released Sakura, forming hand seals, and a wall of water surged upward instantaneously. Water release, water barrier. The hiss of steam erupted as flames met water. The high temperature extinguished by the flowing liquid, their clash creating a cacophony of boiling water and evaporating steam. Witnessing his attack thwarted, Ueda's fury escalated, his recent string of defeats unleashing a pent-up darkness within him. Flame burst. Flame burst. He incessantly unleashed his attacks. Yet, all were resolutely blocked by the water wall. The elemental interplay between water and fire rendering his onslaught ineffective. Despite launching 3 successive attacks, he could not breach Ito Masaru's water barrier. Logically, bypassing the water wall would necessitate a reapplication of ninjutsu by Ito Masaru. However, Ueda was singularly obstinate, insisting on attempting to shatter the water barrier head-on. Engaging directly with Ueda, Ito Masaru sensed the latter's inherent weakness. Indeed, while the nature-type devil fruit was formidable, the potency of the fruit was profoundly contingent upon the user's strength and mastery. If the user had not adequately developed their fruit, nor possessed robust physical capabilities, the fruit's potential could not be realized. Ueda found himself powerless against the water wall, providing Ito Masaru the opportunity to form seals. Preparing for the water release, water dragon bullet technique, a ninjutsu previously employed by Kakashi to overcome Ueda. Yet, before he could unleash it, their skirmish drew the attention of their instructor. "What are you two doing? Cease at once." The figure of teacher Irika emerged at the center of the arena, and upon witnessing the actions of the two individuals, he was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, Ueda Makoto completely disregarded Irika's words and continued to unleash a barrage of fiery assaults. Realizing that Ueda was the aggressor, Irika utilized his body flicker technique to swiftly advance and reached out to seize Ueda, hoping to halt his relentless onslaught. Yet, Irika's hand merely passed through Ueda's form, failing to make any contact. "Ueda Makoto, do you wish to find yourself incarcerated? Cease your actions at once." Irika exclaimed. "Teacher Irika, spare yourself the effort. You cannot reach me and thus cannot impede my actions," Ueda nonchalantly replied. "I am merely imparting a lesson to these two, and I have no intention of taking a life." In Ueda's estimation, Irika lacked mastery over water release, rendering him utterly powerless against such elemental manipulation. Hence, he felt no obligation to heed Irika, whom he deemed inconsequential. Chapter 65. The Thread of Memory, a series of lantern formations. Irika's voice resonated. A colossal array, reminiscent of a lantern, projected onto the ground, enveloping Ueda's shin at its center within a pitch-black seal. As the runic formation emerged, Ueda, who had been recklessly launching his assault, found himself utterly immobilized. A look of terror crossed his face. "What kind of ninjutsu is this? Irika, how could you possibly wield such a technique that counters me?" Confusion and suspicion swirled within him. According to his understanding of the narrative, Irika lacked such capability. Could it be that Irika is a time traveler? Faced with circumstances beyond his comprehension, he became increasingly paranoid. "This is a series of lantern formations," Irika calmly stated. "A fundamental sealing technique taught during the sealing arts curriculum at the Ninja Academy. Only students who specialize in sealing arts in higher grades will learn it. Upon realizing that physical contact was impossible, I specifically sought a method that could counteract your fiery transformation, and this series of lantern formations was my concept. I never anticipated it would yield results on my first attempt. To think you would devise a method to deal with your own student, Irika, you truly are something. Ueda forced a smile, his demeanor mocking. After their previous confrontation, he did not bother to mask his disdain any longer, discarding all honorifics. If you had not committed wrongdoing, I would not have resorted to this technique, Irika replied, undeterred by Ueda's disrespect. Ueda, you previously landed in prison for assaulting a classmate. Do you truly wish to return there? Of course not. I was merely jesting. I harmed no one, Ueda retorted shamelessly, embracing his reckless abandon. At that moment, Makoto and Sakura approached Irika. Enraged, Sakura recounted the incident, while their classmates who had witnessed the events began to rally in her support. Affirming the truth of her account, Ueda, witnessing the growing backing for Sakura, felt his frustration mount, and he erupted, "You bunch of despicable ingrates. What business is it of yours? I did not attack you. It's none of your concern. You dare to unleash your aggression and insults upon others. Yet you expect to be shielded from the truth? Your double standards are astounding," it is sarcastically remarked. Indeed, have you lost your mind? We are merely upholding justice. Where have we erred? Is your brain scorched by flames? You speak with no rationality. A student chimed in, their whispers echoing through the crowd. He seems quite unhinged. We should keep our distance from him. Humph. Makoto, you were fortunate this time, having somehow acquired a water technique. Next time, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. Ueda spat disdainfully. Observing the altercation between the two, Irika grasped the essence of the situation. Honestly, he did not wish to surrender his student to the village of ninjas. Regardless of how unruly the students may be, he always perceives them as his own children, capable of being guided and corrected, even towards Uzumaki Naruto, who ostensibly bears a familial grudge against him. He harbors no prejudice. He understands that the students are innocent. Naruto is merely an ordinary child, and it is utterly unreasonable to transfer the hatred associated with the Nine Tails onto a child. However, with a student like Ueda Makoto, he first encountered a sense of helplessness. On the third day of school, he attempted to assassinate a classmate and was sentenced to a month in prison. Upon his release, he reverted to his former ways, threatening female classmates and employing lethal ninjutsu against his peers without restraint. Such behavior transcends mere childhood mischief and has reached the threshold of criminality. As a teacher, his sense of integrity compelled him to recognize that he could no longer indulge this child. If this incident were not reported to the village, it would be profoundly unjust to the victimized child. Thus, Irika calmly stated, Ueda Makoto, your threats against your female classmates and the use of lethal ninjutsu against your peers are well documented. I will be reporting you to the village for further action. Do you have anything to say? Wait a moment, Teacher Irika, Ueda Makoto interjected, seemingly confident in his position. Am I going to have my memories read this time? If it is to ascertain the facts, perhaps so, Irika replied. Did you hear that? Ueda chuckled as he scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Senju Kanade. Kanade, it seems I might have my memories read. Shouldn't you plead for me? He felt invulnerable, clutching the memories of a time traveler like a ticking bomb, threatening to expose all other travelers at any moment. In this moment, he leveraged his own memories to intimidate Senju Kanade. Given her connection to the third Hokage, it was highly unlikely he would face imprisonment again. The onlookers turned their attention to Senju Kanade, their expressions filled with suspicion as whispers began to circulate. How did Ueda's memories intertwine with Kanade's? Could there be a secret hidden within his recollections about her? Even if there were secrets, they surely didn't need to fear exposure. Perhaps the two shared an unsavory past. Indeed, just prior, Kanade had attacked Ito, and shortly thereafter, Ueda had assaulted Yamabi and Ino. It was conceivable that they shared a special connection. The students' chatter grew increasingly absurd. Children in this world generally mature faster, as they face the battlefield at a young age. Girls tend to mature even earlier. While boys might still be playing in the dirt, girls possess a wealth of understanding. In an instant, the glances directed at Senju Kanade turned increasingly ambiguous. This scoundrel, Kanade seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration. Was he addicted to threats? Having already intimidated Yamabi with his memories, he now sought to threaten her as well. In the present day, she remains utterly indifferent to Ueda Makoto's so-called memory threat. Ever since the last incident where Ueda nearly had his memories extracted, she attempted to inquire about pertinent information from the system. According to the intelligence she gathered, any memories linked to travelers are generally sealed off by the world's power, rendering them impervious to transmission. Only those possessing the utmost strength in this realm can access such memories. Ordinary ninjutsu is utterly ineffective in this regard. This mechanism serves as a form of self-preservation for the world, preventing the indiscriminate dissemination of a traveler's memories, thereby averting potential chaos. Is Ueda Makoto truly so foolish? He possesses a system. After nearly suffering a loss, did he not bother to investigate the matter of memory sealing? Is he utterly oblivious, daring to threaten her, a fellow wielder of a system? Observing the chatter among the crowd, it seems she is on the verge of developing a scandalous romance with Ueda Makoto, further fueling Senju Kanami's ire. I have no idea what you are talking about, she retorted coldly. Ueda Makoto, if you have erred, acknowledge your mistake honestly, rather than attempting to entangle me. Ueda Makoto gazed at Senju Kaname with suspicion. Kanami-san, think carefully. My memories could be extracted. What relevance do your memories hold for me? Senju Kaname remained unmoved. Just go and accept your punishment. Hey, Senju Kaname. Ueda Makoto, now flustered, observed her demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the so-called memory threat. Is there something about which he is unaware? Given our previous collaboration, please assist me just this once. He once again resorted to threatening her with their past alliance. That is utterly impossible. You should abandon that hope. Senju Kaname dismissed his threats entirely. That matter was long settled. What a resolute Senju Kaname. Ueda Makoto realized he could glean nothing from her, and with a fierce glare at the surrounding crowd, he noted that Yamamoto Ayumi, though a traveler, was not involved in this conflict, unlike Senju Kaname. She posed no threat to the Hokage. He turned his attention to Ito Makoto, the primary victim of this incident. Perhaps his words could mitigate Ueda's punishment, much like Yamamoto Ayumi's. Furthermore, while Ito had confirmed he possessed no special abilities, he had not disproven his status as a traveler. Ueda Makoto might gamble on threatening him with the notion of a traveler's memories to see if it would yield results. Seeing no other option, Ueda Makoto resolutely decided to take the risk. Ito-kun, I admit my fault. Could you possibly intercede on my behalf? You must understand. I might be subjected to memory extraction, and I do not wish to have my mind laid bare for all to see. He spoke to Ito Makoto with a tone that betrayed a hint of vulnerability, though it lacked sincerity and dripped with veiled menace. Ito Makoto, realizing the underlying threat, understood Ueda Makoto's intentions. However, it seemed Ueda had miscalculated. He, who constantly schemed against Sakura, believed that mere memories could intimidate him? In Ito's perspective, a volatile bomb, capable of causing harm to loved ones, posed a far greater danger than the identity of a traveler. Among these traversers, he concealed his identity most effectively. Senju Kanetsu and Yamanaka Ayumi were not in a hurry. Why should he be? Moreover, he did not believe that his words could influence the third Hokage. Yamanaka Ayumi was the daughter of Yamanaka Kaichi, and the matter was of great significance. Who was he? The son of Uchiha Kenji? What relevance did that have? Furthermore, he had mastered the space-time ninjutsu. When it came to critical moments, he could easily escape, regardless of what transpired. He would always be the last among the traversers to suffer. He was not anxious. How the Hokage judged was a matter for the Hokage alone. He had no power to sway the Hokage's decision. You should accept the judgment honestly, Ito Makoto declared. Ueda Makoto was dumbfounded. Seeing Ito Makoto employ the advanced technique of water barrier, he initially thought they had made an error. Perhaps Ito Makoto truly was a traverser. However, reality proved he might have been mistaken again. As he found himself once more in a dire predicament, he could only glower at everyone present. Each of them was the same, not one came to his aid. Remember this well, I shall return to take my revenge. Ueda's face contorted, and his hatred was unmistakable. It was evident to all that this person was truly unhinged. The shared sentiment of the crowd was unanimous. Ueda was handed over to the village by Irika-sensei. Following an interrogation and memory extraction by the village, Ueda was sentenced to 6 months in prison for coercion and assaulting classmates. Ito Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. This troublesome bomb had finally been dispatched. Missing 6 months of lessons, Ueda was forced to be demoted to the next grade, unable to return to this class ever again. Chapter 66. The disparity of talent time swiftly elapses, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. After a year of growth, Ito Makoto and Sakura have entered a new academic year. This year has been remarkably tranquil, devoid of the malicious incidents that had plagued their lives during the tenure of Ueda Shin. The most significant issue has been Naruto Uzumaki's penchant for skipping classes, but such antics are merely harmless pranks. Senju Kaname seems to have learned from Ueda's downfall, no longer attempting to probe the time traveler. Instead, shifting her focus toward Uchiha Sasuke, frequently lingering near him in an apparent effort to cultivate a sweet romance. This shift has allowed Sakura to breathe a sigh of relief, for it implies that her Makoto is no longer under scrutiny, alleviating her worries of competition. Yamamoto Ayumi, seemingly galvanized by the attack from Ueda, has become singularly focused on enhancing her strength, her demeanor growing notably aloof. When seen, she often resembles a diligent ascetic practicing ninjutsu. However, it is evident to discerning eyes that her efforts yield little result. As the twin sister of Yamamoto Ino, Ayumi bears an almost identical appearance to Ino. According to biological principles, they are identical twins, sharing identical genetic makeup. Thus, in terms of innate talent bestowed by fate, there should be no discrepancy between the two. In the narrative, Ino's chakra attributes align with water, earth, yin, and yang, akin to Sakura's, yet her talent pales in comparison to Sakura's. Originally, both were to study medical ninjutsu, with Ino coming from the esteemed Yamamoto clan. However, her control over chakra falls significantly short of Sakura's, and she lags far behind in medical ninjutsu. The ultimate achievements of the two diverge drastically. This indicates that Ayumi's talent is similarly inferior to that of Sakura. Ida Makoto observes Ayumi's diligent efforts, naturally extending his attention to this fellow time traveler. He admires her perseverance while feeling a sense of pity for her. The world of Naruto is one where lineage and talent dictate the majority of outcomes. The weight of innate ability far surpasses that of sheer effort. Despite Ayumi's considerable dedication, it is likely that she will reap scant rewards. Of course, her hard work will not go unrewarded. Her prowess may indeed become formidable, potentially rivaling Kakashi without the Sharingan, and she might ascend to the ranks of elite Genin, perhaps even achieving the stature of a powerful Kage. However, in the presence of numerous system-imbued time travelers, she would likely find herself profoundly outmatched. Were Ueda's system to be bestowed upon Ayumi, given her current level of commitment, she might surpass Ueda, becoming a figure of formidable repute. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Ayumi remains a time traveler devoid of a system. In comparing Sakura to the present Ayumi, 1 year prior, Sakura's capabilities were vastly inferior to Ayumi's. She was even incapable of performing the body flicker technique, while Ayumi had already mastered it alongside practical combat skills. At present, Sakura has fully mastered the body flicker technique and the transformation technique, has a basic understanding of the nature transformation of Earth, has begun to delve into medical ninjutsu, and has acquired the nature transformation of light. Under the guidance of Ito Makoto, Sakura need not endure the arduous path of nature transformation as Ito once did, for she can swiftly grasp the nuances of Earth transformation through clever techniques. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ayumi seems to have temporarily abandoned her family's secret ninjutsu, opting instead to experiment with water and earth ninjutsu. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, she is not lacking in resources. However, despite these resources, she has yet to make any progress. Currently, in terms of strength, Yamanaka Ayumi falls short of Sakura. If the situation persists, the gap in their abilities will only widen. Ayumi's focus on ninjutsu has led to Yamanaka Ino feeling neglected, resulting in a burgeoning friendship with Sakura. Their camaraderie flourishes rapidly. Ida Makoto is pleased with this development. In the original narrative, Sakura and Ino are close friends, and he wishes not to disrupt their bond or see Sakura become a solitary girl in a world where only he exists. Furthermore, due to his training, he often overlooks Sakura, and Ino's companionship alleviates her solitude. Life is remarkably tranquil, seemingly idyllic. However, a sudden piece of news shatters this serene existence. What? Ueda Makoto is re-enrolling, intending to apply for a grade skip? Ida Makoto is taken aback by this revelation. Ueda truly cannot seem to fade away, even after being demoted. He orchestrates such a significant event. Yet, considering he is a reincarnator familiar with the plot's trajectory, it is hardly surprising. Most of the main and supporting characters from the original storyline reside in this class, and he would not relinquish such a strategic advantage. Indeed, it is said that he claims to seek redemption for his disgrace, hence his application. The third Hokage has also approved this request. The information comes from Yamanaka Ino, who, due to her close relationship with Sakura, has kept herself well informed about the situation. It is reported that the Ninja Academy has arranged a test. If he can pass the cultural course test for our year with the highest score, and then defeat the strongest student in our grade, Uchiha Sasuke, he will be allowed to return to our class. It is said he has already passed the cultural exam, leaving only the confrontation with Sasuke. Defeating Sasuke? It amuses, given Sasuke's current strength. Ueda could not possibly be his match. However, the Ninja Academy is not naive. This duel will surely be governed by specific rules that will impose constraints on Ueda. Due to her hidden talents, Yamanaka Ayumi lacks aptitude, and Senju Kanade harbors improper intentions towards Sasuke. Sasuke remains, as in the original narrative, the top-ranked student, publicly recognized as a prodigy. The Academy's established assessment presents a FAAD of extreme difficulty. For an ordinary student, passing such an evaluation would be nearly impossible. This effectively eliminates the possibility for regular students to apply for grade skipping at will. However, when faced with the formidable opponent Ueda Makoto, a time traveler, this so-called test pales in comparison. At this moment, Iruka entered the classroom, surveyed the situation, and found Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, he announced, the school has arranged for Ueda Makoto to engage in combat with the strongest student in your grade. You may choose whether to accept this challenge. If you decline, the challenge will be passed to the next ranked student. Upon hearing this, Ueda Makoto realized that it was not imperative for Sasuke to participate. If Sasuke were to refuse, the second-ranked student, Senju Konoha, would be a worthy opponent, as Konoha's strength was not inferior to that of Ueda Makoto. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke replied, "Of course I accept." The pride of the Uchiha clan compelled him not to back down. This assessment was to be conducted publicly, taking place on the playground outside the classroom building. Due to Ueda Makoto's notorious past, the Ninja Academy had assigned several instructors to oversee the event. In the event of any dangerous incidents, these instructors would unite to employ a series of protective formations to counter Ueda's elemental transformation abilities, thereby preventing any potential harm. Uchiha Sasuke was escorted by Iruka to the assessment location, where Ueda Makoto awaited. Ita Makoto and Sakura, along with others, were concerned about the outcome of this challenge and hurried over to witness the event. A year had passed, and Ueda Makoto had undergone significant changes. His complexion was pallid, his eyes bloodshot, and his body had become notably frail. His arms bore what appeared to be pinpricks. It is speculated that during his imprisonment, he had attracted the attention of the Twisted Danzo due to his unique abilities. The pinpricks likely resulted from blood being drawn from him. Upon spotting Edo, Ueda's gaze darkened with hatred, yet he refrained from acting immediately, instead choosing to restrain himself. This version of Ueda Makoto was far more formidable than before, instilling a sense of caution within Edo. The adage "a barking dog seldom bites" came to mind. If a dog barks, one can simply put it down. But a dog that remains silent while plotting a bite poses the greater danger. As Uchiha Sasuke and Ueda Makoto took their positions at the center of the field, Iruka stood beside them and proclaimed, "I shall announce the rules of this challenge. This combat will be limited to physical techniques. The use of ninjutsu, genjutsu, bloodline limits, and other abilities is strictly prohibited, including your elemental transformation ability, Ueda. The use of ninja tools is forbidden. If weapons are necessary, only wooden weapons may be utilized. Inflicting harm is not allowed. Should any malicious intent to injure be discovered, the assessment will be terminated immediately, and the offender will face penalties. Do you both understand?" Iruka's words carried a tone of warning. Both competitors nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their comprehension. At Iruka's signal, they moved to opposite sides of the field. "Set the duel sign." Iruka's voice resonated. The two raised one hand before their chests, extending their index fingers and thumbs upwards while curling the remaining 3 fingers, forming the sign of confrontation. This was the customary etiquette for combat between ninjas. As the challenge commenced, both dashed towards each other, with various means restricted. Ueda Makoto was compelled to temporarily shut down his elemental transformation abilities. The fruits of the natural system possess the ability to autonomously close elemental transformations, which elucidates why practitioners of the natural system may find themselves colliding with others. He initiated the confrontation with a decisive punch directed at Sasuke, who adeptly crossed his arms to block the blow. Without pause, Ueda Makoto continued his onslaught, delivering a seamless succession of strikes, his fists and feet alternating in a rhythmic assault reminiscent of the ebb and flow of waves. This exemplifies a fundamental characteristic of typical ninja taijutsu, emphasizing the continuity of offensive maneuvers. With strength exerted at 50%, 30% in succession, and 20% in variation, his attacks flowed with grace. Ueda Makoto's techniques were entirely derived from the system's sign-in rewards, and due to the randomness of these rewards, both his physical strength and taijutsu capabilities had seen improvement, albeit his situational response and experience remained lacking. Nevertheless, in facing a similarly youthful opponent like Sasuke, who was not particularly refined in taijutsu, he was more than adequate. Observing Ueda Makoto's style of attack, Ito Makoto recognized that Ueda had made notable advancements in his martial arts. In stark contrast to his previous hesitance, he now exhibited a defined offensive routine and methodology in taijutsu. It remained uncertain, however, whether these enhancements were a result of the system's influence or the fruit of his own training. Chapter 67. A disgraceful victory. The assessment unfolded in a completely public manner, taking place on the playground outside the teaching building. Due to Ueda Makoto's notorious past, the ninja school had arranged for multiple instructors to supervise the event. In the event of any dangerous incidents, these teachers would unite to deploy a series of defensive formations to counter Ueda Makoto's elemental transformation abilities, thereby preventing any potential hazards. Uchiha Sasuke arrived at the assessment site, escorted by Irika, where Ueda Makoto awaited him. Ito Makoto and Sakura, among others, expressed their concern regarding the outcome of this challenge and hurried over to observe. A year had passed, and Ueda Makoto had undergone significant changes. His complexion was pallid, his eyes bloodshot, and his physique had become considerably frail. His arms bore what appeared to be puncture wounds. Ito Makoto speculated that during his imprisonment, Ueda had attracted the attention of the perverse Danzo due to his unique abilities, resulting in the extraction of a substantial amount of blood. Upon spotting Ito Makoto, Ueda Makoto's eyes flared with hatred. However, unlike before, he refrained from immediate action and instead adopted a more restrained demeanor. This Ueda Makoto was proving to be more formidable than his previous self, arousing a sense of caution within Ito Makoto. The adage rings true: a barking dog seldom bites. If a dog barks, it can simply be silenced, but a silent dog contemplating an attack is the true threat. As Uchiha Sasuke and Ueda Makoto positioned themselves at the center of the arena, Irika stood beside them and declared, "I shall announce the rules of this challenge. This battle is strictly limited to taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and bloodline limits are prohibited, including your elemental transformation ability, Ueda Makoto. The use of ninja tools is forbidden. Should you require a weapon, only wooden implements are permitted. Inflicting harm is strictly prohibited. Any malicious intent to injure will result in immediate termination of the assessment, and the offender will face penalties. Do you both understand?" The gravity of Irika's words was evident as both combatants nodded in acknowledgement. At Irika's signal, they moved to opposite sides of the arena, formed the opposing stance. Irika's voice rang out. The two raised one hand to their chests, extending their index fingers and thumbs upward while curling the other three fingers, creating the traditional gesture of opposition. This was the customary etiquette for combat between ninjas. As the challenge commenced, both lunged toward one another. With various techniques restricted, Ueda Makoto was compelled to temporarily disable his elemental transformation ability. Naturally gifted individuals can autonomously shut down their elemental capabilities, which explains why those with such abilities can be caught off guard. Ueda Makoto initiated the assault with a punch aimed at Sasuke, who crossed his arms to deflect it. Following this, Ueda continued his barrage, seamlessly alternating between punches and kicks, his movements akin to the rhythmic ebb and flow of waves. This exemplified the characteristic of conventional ninja taijutsu, which emphasizes the continuity of offense. With a force of 50%, 30% in succession, and 20% in variation, the fluid interchange was evident. Ueda Makoto's techniques stemmed entirely from the system's random sign-in rewards, resulting in an enhancement of his physical strength and taijutsu abilities. However, he lacked sufficient situational response and experience. Nevertheless, facing Sasuke, who was equally inexperienced and not particularly skilled in taijutsu, he found himself more than capable. Observing Ueda's combat style, Ito realized that Ueda had made notable advancements in his physical techniques. In contrast to his previous state of confusion, he had developed his own offensive patterns and strategies. It remained uncertain whether these improvements stemmed from the system or from self-training. Under Ueda's relentless assault, Sasuke found himself retreating repeatedly. At this moment, he was still the younger brother trailing behind his older sibling, lacking dedication to his training, and viewing himself merely as a tool to catch up with his brother. Furthermore, without the awakening of the Sharingan, although his innate talent could be considered commendable, it merely placed him on par with Sakura, and it was only through the training of the Uchiha clan that he could be deemed a genius. In terms of absolute strength, he fell significantly short of Ueda. Despite being at a disadvantage, Sasuke did not concede defeat. Even without the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's natural aptitude for dynamic vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He skillfully blocked Ueda's attacks while keenly observing his opponent's movements. Through careful scrutiny, he discerned that Ueda's leg attacks exhibited considerable delays in continuity due to his lack of proficiency in physical techniques, thereby creating openings for subsequent assaults. Consequently, when Ueda executed another kick, Sasuke lowered his center of gravity, resembling a crouching leopard, and evaded the strike. A warning bell rang in Ueda's mind as he noticed Sasuke's swift maneuver. As Ueda's leg returned to the ground with a slight delay, Sasuke seized the moment, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ueda soaring into the air, before leaping after him to launch an assault from behind. This move bore a resemblance to the Lotus Blossom technique. It too commended Sasuke's attack. Now, Ueda had emerged as his overt adversary, and their conflict had come to the forefront. Any action that could inflict harm on Ueda earned his approval. Following a series of punches capped off with a decisive kick, Ueda crashed heavily to the ground. As his opponent lay injured, Sasuke refrained from pressing the attack. Iruka approached to assess Ueda's condition, only to be forcefully pushed aside. What a tenacious Sasuke, Ueda thought as he slowly rose, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity. Ueda, can you continue? Iruka inquired, needing to ensure the safety of both challengers, even if he harbored a dislike for Ueda. Of course, I will crush this Uchiha brat, Ueda shouted, charging forward once more. His techniques became increasingly ferocious and his punches more powerful. However, in his fury, his moves lost the fluidity they had previously possessed. Sasuke, recognizing the openings in Ueda's aggressive approach, found it far easier to counter. After deftly blocking a sequence of attacks and identifying a vulnerability, he struck Ueda into the air before launching a series of retaliatory blows. In this exchange, Sasuke sustained significantly fewer injuries than Ueda. What an idiot. Chien Shoyenmu gazed at Ueda Makoto and shook her head. Despite Ueda's commendable physical skills and impressive physical strength, his inadequate training rendered him incapable of fully unleashing his potential. He remained oblivious to his weaknesses, persistently employing a leg strike that evidently disrupted his offensive rhythm. Such a person seemed irredeemable. She could not help but lament in her heart, lamenting that the system bestowed upon him was being wasted. It was indeed a case of a precious gem coated in dust. Losing interest in Ueda's fate, she turned her attention to Sasuke. Although he had exploited Ueda's physical weaknesses, Sasuke himself bore the marks of battle, his clothes in tatters, several wounds adorning his body. Sasuke, my beloved Sasuke, how dare that Ueda harm you? As she beheld Sasuke's fair skin, a giggle escaped her lips. Even wounded, he remained incredibly charming, strikingly handsome. That pale chest made her yearn to devour him whole. In the arena, what began as a match defined by a stark disparity in strength devolved into a battle of attrition, both sides exchanging blows. Ueda, increasingly dazed and furious from his injuries, failed to recognize his own weaknesses, resulting in a vicious cycle of escalating harm. Ultimately, however, it was Uchiha Sasuke who succumbed first. Though both endured similar assaults, Sasuke's physique could not rival that of Ueda, who benefited from the rewards of the system. Ueda's victory was tarnished, achieved solely by his superior resilience. Furious, he seethed at the thought of being battered to such an extent, staggering and on the verge of collapse. Ueda's ire was directed at Uchiha Sasuke. In this contest, Ueda emerged victorious. Iruka announced the results of the challenge. Chapter 68, The Inevitable Demise of Uchiha. The victory of Ueda Shin, a prodigious talent, was reported to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the report lay before him. As a convention, gifted children such as Ueda Shin must be reported to the Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely cast a glance at the document before discarding it into the wastebin. He held little interest in a so-called civilian genius. At that moment, he was confronted with a far graver dilemma. Orochimaru had defected. The Umbu had detected signs of Orochimaru conducting human experiments using fellow villagers. To confirm the evidence, Sarutobi personally led the Umbu in the investigation, ultimately catching him red-handed, with irrefutable proof. He had initially contemplated executing Orochimaru, his own disciple, but such heinous crimes could not be forgiven. Yet, now in his 60s and far from his prime, he found himself lacking the strength to carry out such an act. The only option left was to employ the Shiki F Gene technique. Shiki F Gene is a unique sealing jutsu that summons the Shinigami to seal the souls of enemies. But it comes at the cost of one's own soul being taken as well. In his youth, he would have wielded this power without hesitation, but as one ages, the fear of death intensifies. At his advanced age, this fear had grown profound, leaving him devoid of the courage to utilize it. His grandson was soon to be born. His two sons thriving, and his family was united in joy. In Konoha, he wielded immense power, casting a shadow over the Uchiha clan, while the Hyuga clan remained inconspicuous. And the Sarutobi clan flourished. How could he possibly be willing to trade his life for Orochimaru's? His fear of death bred hesitation, allowing Orochimaru to escape from Konoha unimpeded. To make matters worse, Jiraiya, in an attempt to retain Orochimaru, had also departed the village, never to return. At present, the pinnacle of Konoha's strength lay with the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Their formidable reputations had kept other shinobi villages at bay. Yet now Konoha faced the unprecedented loss of two of their mightiest warriors, leaving the village's elite combat capabilities alarmingly depleted. Should we announce Orochimaru's defection to the outside world? An inquisitive ninja asked. No. We must seal this information. It must not leak. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied resolutely. Should the enemy discover our diminished strength? They would undoubtedly exploit this advantage for their gain, jeopardizing the situation in Konoha. Yet, with Orochimaru's flight, the news would inevitably surface. Let us delay for as long as we can, Sarutobi sighed. The ninja departed to contain the information. At that moment, 3 elderly figures entered, 2 men and 1 woman. Their hair gray and attired in kimonos, resembling ordinary old folk. The third, with a forked scar on his chin, bore a dark countenance, his deep wrinkles exuding a sense of cunning and shrewdness. Dressed in a black and gray kimono, his right arm was wrapped in bandages. The individuals before us are Shimura Danzo, Tino Kamaru, and Mito Gaiden. Together with Sarutobi Hiruzen, they have been pivotal in determining the policies of Konoha, and naturally, they would inquire about the situation concerning Orochimaru. Hiruzen, I have received word that Orochimaru has defected? Kamaru inquired. Indeed, Hiruzen sighed. I did not expect him to commit such a foolish act. Humph. The scarred elder snorted. If that is the case, why did you not eliminate him on the spot? Allowing him to defect places the primary responsibility upon you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, who harbored ambitions for the title of Hokage, would seize any opportunity to undermine Hiruzen's reputation. Let us refrain from mutual accusations. The pressing concern now is how to handle the aftermath. Mito Gate and interjected. I have already issued orders to contain the information. It should suffice to delay matters for a time, Hiruzen stated. At least for now, the other ninja villages will remain unaware. As long as we fortify our defensive measures along the borders, the other 4 great ninja villages will not dare to act recklessly. Hiruzen, do not forget. Our greatest adversary is not the other 4 ninja villages. Our true enemy is the Uchiha, that very clan residing within our village. Danzo interrupted, slamming his hand on the table. His voice grew louder, as if demanding an answer. Danzo, at least for now, the Uchiha are still a part of Konoha. To label them as enemies is excessive, Mito Gaiden replied. Are you all fools? During the Nine-Tails rampage, we clearly saw the Sharingan patterns within the beast's eyes. That catastrophe, which claimed the life of the 4th Hokage and caused innumerable casualties, was orchestrated by the Uchiha clan from the shadows. The Uchiha have never truly been members of this village. Such a nefarious family deserves to be eradicated, Danzo declared darkly. Danzo speaks the truth. We should indeed be on guard against the Uchiha. Kamaru expressed her support for Danzo. Hiruzen fell into contemplation. All 4 of them were disciples of the 2nd Hokage and had imbibed his teachings on the need for vigilance against the Uchiha. Therefore, since they assumed power, they had implemented measures of isolation and suppression against the Uchiha, ensuring that they were kept away from the core of Konoha's authority. During the Nine-Tails rampage, the beast's pupils had indeed exhibited the patterns of the Sharingan, indicating that it was under the illusionary control of the Uchiha Sharingan. The Uchiha are undeniably the primary culprits behind the Nine-Tails incident. You are correct. Given the current weakened state of the village, we must remain cautious of the Uchiha's threat. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. However, for the past 2 years, the Uchiha have, for some unknown reason, displayed an unusual degree of compliance, Mito Gaiden remarked. The Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, has also exhibited a change in demeanor, acting decisively and suppressing any discontent within the clan, seemingly moving towards alignment with the village. If they are undergoing a transformation, should we not consider granting them an opportunity? Grant them an opportunity? Danzo's voice resonated ominously. How could we possibly extend a chance to such a wicked family? Tobirama, we cannot solely rely on the past to assess the present state of the Uchiha clan. After so many years, the Uchiha descendants are no longer the same as they once were. Moreover, have you forgotten about our comrade, Uchiha Shisui? He too belongs to the Uchiha clan, yet he has never exhibited the malevolence associated with them. Mito's rebuttal sparked a heated debate between the two. At that moment, it was imperative for the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to intervene and provide direction. Hiruzen stated firmly, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was a policy established in the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident, and it is an unwavering mandate. His words were resolute, devoid of hesitation or compassion, effectively pronouncing a death sentence upon the Uchiha, shrouded in an aura of impending slaughter and demise. However, the method of execution required some adjustment. Hiruzen sighed, reflecting on how Konoha had recently endured the ravages of the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine-Tails incident, leaving it severely weakened. My original plan was to wait until Konoha regained its peak strength before decisively eradicating the Uchiha, thus minimizing damage to the village. However, Orochimaru's defection has disrupted my strategy. Given the current diminished state of our village, we cannot allow the Uchiha, this malignant tumor, to remain. They must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, given their inherently malevolent nature, chaos is inevitable, Hiruzen asserted. The three present expressed their agreement with Hiruzen's sentiments. Even Mito, who had previously harbored some sympathy for the Uchiha, did not voice any opposition. Orochimaru's betrayal was an open secret, particularly concerning the Uchiha clan, which was too close at hand to conceal. Koharu proposed, however, we could utilize the Uchiha clan members, such as Uchiha Shursui, to relay some false information to the Uchiha clan, temporarily lowering their guard and delaying their actions. Hiruzen concurred, recognizing that the Uchiha's complacency would grant them valuable time. I will discreetly allocate ninjas for this task. If you grant me a week to mobilize forces without compromising border defenses, I can assemble a ninja battalion of 7,000. In peacetime, the number of ninjas in a village typically constitutes only 1/3 of the total ninja force. Of the remaining 2/3, 1/3 is engaged in missions, while the other third is stationed at the borders to guard against incursions from other nations. The average number of ninjas in major nations hovers around 15,000. Konoha, being the most affluent and powerful among the 5 great nations, boasts an even greater number, historically peaking between 18 and 20,000. However, due to the toll of the Third Great Ninja War and the losses incurred during the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha's military strength has yet to fully recover, currently standing at approximately 13,000. Consequently, only around 4,000 ninjas remain in the village. Previously, with both Orochimaru and Jiraiya's presence, even the 4,000 ninjas were sufficient to easily suppress the Uchiha clan. Yet now, with Orochimaru's defection and Jiraiya's departure, this remaining force appears inadequate. The Uchiha clan possesses limited combat strength, amounting to merely 900 capable shinobi. However, empowered by the might of the Sharingan, each Uchiha can valiantly contend against 2 opponents. In the face of a war that threatens their very existence, it is inevitable that the Uchiha will fight to the last breath. Even if a force of 4,000 shinobi manages to quell the rebellion, it would suffer significant losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen prioritizes the stability of the village. He is averse to allowing a single insurrection to inflict excessive damage upon Konoha, as this would grant other nations an opportunity to exploit the situation. Thus, assembling a force of 7,000 shinobi would suffice to effortlessly annihilate the Uchiha clan. Danzo, your root operatives must cooperate with my directives and adhere to the chain of command. Sarutobi's tone was stern. Should a scenario akin to the Nine-Tails incident arise again, the existence of Root would become redundant. Sarutobi has always been acutely aware of the machinations of Root. In the past, he merely chose to turn a blind eye, as he required their assistance in managing the darker aspects of the shinobi village. Chapter 69. Pure stagnation. What darkness could possibly reside within a ninja village? As a military organization, espionage and interrogation are merely par for the course. While these actions may appear nefarious to ordinary citizens, they are quite legitimate within the context of military operations. No one would deem a military force malevolent simply for engaging in intelligence work or interrogating adversaries. So, what truly constitutes darkness within a ninja village? There exists but one thing that the villagers cannot abide: actions taken against their own comrades, suppressing dissenting political views, targeting rivals for power, and consolidating one's authority. That is the true shadow lurking within the ninja village. Should any clan or ninja dare to defy him, Danzo Shimura's roots will come into play. Under the pretense of nurturing ninjas for the Umbu, he seizes the children of dissenters or the clan's prodigies as hostages to intimidate his opponents. This tactic has been the cornerstone of his enduring power for decades. allowing him to reclaim the position of Hokage after the death of the fourth Hokage. Consequently, Danzo and the roots of his organization have enjoyed a high degree of tolerance. Although they played no role during the Nine-Tails rampage and the entire village called for the dissolution of the roots, he refrained from acting against them. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that he needed the roots to solidify his own authority. However, in confronting the Uchiha clan, he could no longer permit Danzo to remain passive. This matter pertains to the future of the village, and he would not allow Danzo to continue his reckless behavior. Thus, he issued a stern warning. The actions of the roots require no further elaboration. As for the Uchiha, I shall employ the most ruthless measures. Danzo, acutely aware of Hiruzen's admonition, felt compelled to comply, despite his current weakened state. Moreover, he was in dire need of a backup for the Sharingan this time. He must act decisively to seize those eyes. Having resolved the matter with Danzo, Hiruzen then instructed Mito Kazumi and Uchiha Koharu to be ever ready to lead their forces in an assault against the Uchiha clan. The four convened and finalized their strategy for dealing with the Uchiha. Once the three advisors departed, Hiruzen summoned Uchiha Shisui from the Umbu, dismissing the others from the room for a private audience. Gazing at the bowing Shisui, Hiruzen donned a benevolent smile. Shisui, I trust you have heard about Orochimaru's defection? Indeed, I have. I was utterly shocked by Orochimaru's betrayal, Shisui replied. This failure lies with me, Hiruzen sighed. Had I not shown leniency, perhaps I could have eliminated him on the spot. Orochimaru was your esteemed disciple. Your affection for him is understandable, Shisui remarked. You certainly have a way with words. Hiruzen replied with a wry smile. Regardless, I must take primary responsibility for this incident. He lit his pipe, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Shisui, I am growing old, and this incident has revealed my limitations. Perhaps it is time for me to pass on the mantle of Hokage. The esteemed Hokage is in the prime of his life. Why should he be troubled by such matters? Shisui hurriedly remarked, perplexed as to why the third Hokage would discuss such significant affairs with him, which left him somewhat flustered. In the prime of life? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily. I have surpassed 60 years, and few in this ninja world share my age. I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for flattery to deceive me. Shisui managed a dry laugh, finding it difficult to comprehend the Hokage's demeanor. At present, after my resignation, there are few with the strength and merit to assume the position of Hokage in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated nonchalantly. I am aware that Danzo aspires to become Hokage, but he is of a similar age to me. How could he possibly take on such a role? The younger generation lacks suitable candidates as well. While Kakashi is renowned, his abilities remain somewhat lacking. You, Shisui, are quite impressive, yet still too young and lacking sufficient achievements. Among the middle-aged, Nara Shikaki is astute, yet his strength is still inadequate. Others, too, fall short of being able to bear the mantle of Hokage. Upon consideration, it seems only the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, is fit for such a significant responsibility. Is it truly the clan leader? Shisui revealed a look of surprise. I intend to pass the Hokage position to Uchiha Fugaku. What are your thoughts, Shisui? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Shisui bowed his head, feeling unqualified to express an opinion on the Hokage's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Shisui's reaction with a hint of dissatisfaction, sensing the Uchiha clan's covetousness toward the Hokage title. Nevertheless, his outward smile remained unchanged. I do not seek your opinion. Rather, I wish for you to convey my words to Uchiha Fugaku, urging him to prepare diligently during this time and not to disappoint my expectations. Yes, I shall ensure the message is delivered, Shisui replied, somewhat exhilarated, an emotion that was understandable. For this was a position the Uchiha clan had long yearned for over 3 generations. Should Uchiha Fugaku ascend to the role of Hokage, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konohagakure would undoubtedly improve, alleviating prior tensions. The combined strength of the Uchiha and the village would surely elevate the entire community. For someone who loves both the village and the Uchiha clan, this was a most favorable development. After exchanging a few more words with Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed him to depart to relay the message. As Shisui left, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face vanished in an instant, and his expression turned ominous. His gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure of Uchiha Shisui, as if he were staring at a corpse. The despicable Uchiha clan dares to covet my position as Hokage? It seems you should be eradicated sooner rather than later. A chilling voice echoed within the now empty room. As evening fell at the Uchiha clan's estate, Uchiha Itachi poured tea for Shisui and sat beside him in companionship. Shursui, my friend, you previously declined my invitation to visit, claiming you had no time. What has prompted you to find time today? Uchiha Itachi smiled, noting, you must have been quite busy lately. There is no way around it. The workload is overwhelming. Shursui took a sip of his tea and smiled helplessly. But you, my friend, have been unusually courteous lately, even pouring me tea. The bond between the two was strong. As prodigies of the Uchiha clan, they shared a mutual admiration and a common perspective on their family and village, making them like-minded confidants. Since you have come to visit, it is only proper that I extend my hospitality, Itachi said, setting the tea tray aside and raising his cup. I wonder where our clan leader is at this moment. I have a message from the Hokage to convey, Shursui remarked. He should be at the security department, as the head of the department. He has a multitude of affairs to attend to every day, Itachi replied. Is it a confidential message? I can relay it for you, given your status. It's not exactly classified information. As you are the clan leader's eldest son, Shursui replied, confident in his understanding of Itachi's character, believing that sharing it wouldn't pose a problem. However, you must ensure that this information remains confidential. What news is so serious? Itachi set down his cup. The third Hokage himself said that he may soon resign and possibly pass the Hokage position to our clan leader, Shursui said with a smile. Do you think this is good news? If our clan leader assumes the role of Hokage, the Uchiha clan's troubles would vanish. Oh, Itachi replied indifferently, lifting his cup of tea once more. Itachi, why do you seem so unenthused? This could change the fate of our clan, Shursui said, puzzled. You are the son of the clan leader. Logically, you should be more delighted than I. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor still calm. If this is true, I would certainly be pleased. Are you suggesting that this news might be false? That's impossible. The third Hokage himself said it. Shursui shook his head in denial of Itachi's words. He is the third Hokage. How could he go back on his word? Shursui, you are still too naive. Itachi turned to look at him, his eyes revealing a profound depth. In the past 2 years, although my father has been suppressing the internal destabilizing forces, attempting to align with the village, when has the village's oppression ever ceased? The surveillance outside our clan operates day and night, and the pressure on the Uchiha has not let up. At such a time, you tell me that the third Hokage wants to pass the Hokage position to my father? It is akin to someone stabbing you while claiming they will hand you the knife in the future. Does that make sense? Does he not fear retribution? Shursui hesitated. The excitement that had clouded his judgment began to clear as he recognized the inconsistencies in the situation. Itachi continued. As for the claim that this was said by the third Hokage himself, that is even more laughable. Such confidential information must have been communicated privately, with no one else around. Uchiha Shursui subconsciously nodded in agreement. Indeed, when he was summoned, there were no others present in the room. You claim that it was the third Hokage who conveyed this directly, yet that is merely your perspective. Who can substantiate your assertions? What document could serve as evidence? Uchiha Itachi shrugged, suggesting that perhaps only your own recollections could provide proof. But what if those memories were fabricated? What if they were an illusion? Uchiha Shursui found himself entangled in a vast conspiracy, his thoughts muddled. In terms of strength, Shursui was undoubtedly a prodigy, his talent even surpassing that of Uchiha Itachi. At such a tender age, he had already awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. To describe his brilliance as extraordinary would be an understatement. However, in the realm of politics, he was merely a novice. Due to his inherently noble nature, Shursui struggled to comprehend the darkness and cruelty inherent in humanity. To the unscrupulous, self-interest reigns supreme. Even the slightest gain could serve as an excuse for treachery, all the while they would utter the phrase, "A man is innocent but bears the burden of possessing wealth," to absolve themselves. Yet for someone of Shursui's high moral character, it was incomprehensible why the most precious of lives could be so fragile in the face of trivial power and profit, why one would pursue such hollow authority, or why one would inflict harm upon others. This rendered him naive, almost foolish, when confronted with the intricacies of politics. In the original narrative, in a bid to save the Uchiha clan in the village, Uchiha Shursui even sought assistance from Danzo, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha. He carelessly revealed the secrets of his Mangekyou, ultimately leading to the tragedy of his Sharingan being extracted by Danzo, forcing him to take his own life to delay the Uchiha rebellion. Chapter 70. The true intentions, though your words hold some merit, Itachi, they remain mere conjecture, devoid of evidence. What if the third Hokage speaks the truth? Uchiha Shursui offered a wry smile. Simple-minded as he was, Shisui was reluctant to relinquish this hard-won hope. While he had begun to lean towards Uchiha Itachi's viewpoint, he still wished to resist. Casting a sidelong glance at Shisui, Uchiha Itachi replied, "You are not entirely wrong. After all, the events have yet to unfold. To assert that they are all conspiracies indeed carries an implication of wrongful accusation. However, Shisui, let us not forget, has this so-called succession of the Hokage position ever occurred before?" Shisui's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Since the third Hokage took office, the position of Hokage had seen two changes. The first occurred during the Third Great Ninja War, when rumors circulated that the third Hokage would resign, passing the mantle to a hero of great valor. Uchiha Itachi recounted the history with a measured tone. At that time, our clan fervently vied for recognition, exhausting our resources on the front lines to amass achievements. Yet the Hokage position was unhesitatingly bestowed upon the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Uchiha clan was not even considered as a candidate. Following the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident and the death of the fourth Hokage, the position was once again up for selection. At that juncture, our Uchiha clan poured every effort into supporting the village, standing firm in the face of the tribulations brought on by the three great ninja wars and the Nine Tails chaos, which had reduced our strength to its nadir. During those turbulent times, the third Hokage had hinted that should the Uchiha support the village, he would contemplate appointing the Uchiha clan leader as the fifth Hokage. Yet the outcome was the third Hokage's reinstatement. Uchiha Itachi took a sip of tea to soothe his throat. For years, whenever Konoha found itself in distress and required the strength of the Uchiha clan, whispers of my clan leader succeeding the Hokage would circulate. This has become nothing more than a morsel dangled before a ravenous dog, compelling us to serve the village of Konoha. Now that such rumors have resurfaced, it seems Konoha must once again be facing a crisis. Uchiha Shisui found himself at a loss to counter Itachi's assertions. Reality indeed aligned with Itachi's foresight. Orochimaru's defection and Jiraiya's departure had plunged Konoha into yet another predicament. The sensation of shattered hope weighed heavily upon him. As Itachi dismantled each of his arguments, he was compelled to concede that Itachi was correct. A sudden dizziness enveloped his mind, his eyelids grew heavy, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. What is happening to me? Uchiha Shisui pondered, taking a sip of tea in a futile attempt to clear his vision. The vertigo intensified, and he found himself leaning heavily against the table. "Forgive me, Itachi. I am so weary. Allow me to rest here for a moment." Uchiha Shisui succumbed to slumber. Observing the unconscious Shisui, Uchiha Itachi rose to his feet and retrieved a set of bandages inscribed with sealing techniques. Thus, "I say you are too naive, Shisui," Uchiha Itachi remarked coolly. "As a ninja, you failed to detect the poison in your tea, never once suspecting me, your friend." Until the very end, he bound Shisui with sealing bandages, a special tool designed to temporarily restrain chakra, specifically prepared for him. Having secured Shisui, Itachi proceeded to a secluded room, where he opened the door to find his father, Fugaku, seated in meditation. "Father, Shisui has succumbed to the poison and is now incapable of resistance," Itachi reported. Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. Who would have thought Shisui would lean towards the higher-ups of Konoha? Such a pity, he sighed. Had he stood with us, we would not have been forced to resort to such drastic measures, and we could have bolstered our strength. "It is regrettable," Itachi interjected. "Shisui's loyalties have always wavered, and he has yet to take a definitive stance on the village and the clan. We cannot allow such instability to jeopardize our plans. He must be temporarily removed from the equation." "Well done, Itachi," Fugaku remarked with admiration. "For the past 2 years, you have provided me with counsel, suggesting I feign suppression of the rebel forces while appearing to align myself with the village. Initially, I did not grasp your reasoning, but it has indeed lulled the higher-ups into complacency. To think they would rely on Shisui to convey the supposed news of the Hokage's succession to delay our actions is laughably foolish. Now that all preparations are complete, let us convene the clan meeting," Itachi proposed. "Indeed, it is time to unveil the truth," Fugaku replied. The Uchiha clan meeting was held at the Southie Shrine. Unlike the small gathering led by Itamekoto, this assembly included all members of the Uchiha clan, young and old alike. Standing before the assembly, Fugaku was flanked by Itachi, who held Shisui at his side. The attendees, upon witnessing the scene, were left bewildered. "Lord Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? Why have you bound Lord Shisui?" inquired a direct descendant bearing the three Tomo, who held a respectable position within the Uchiha and felt entitled to question Fugaku. According to my investigations, Shirsue's long tenure in the Umbu has led him to stray from the clan, Fugaku replied, his eyes wide, the three dark tomo swirling within his gaze. For the sake of our forthcoming actions, I must ensure he remains incapacitated for a time. What actions, Lord Fugaku? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, revealing their evident ignorance regarding the Uchiha's dealings with Konoha. This lack of awareness was entirely expected, following Itachi's counsel. Fugaku had disclosed no information about their plans to anyone other than the elders and a select few trusted clan members who opposed the higher-ups of Konoha. Esteemed clan members, the moment that shall determine the fate of the Uchiha clan has arrived. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed, according to the intelligence I have gathered. One of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru, has defected from the village. Simultaneously, Jiraiya, also one of the legendary three, has departed due to Orochimaru's actions. At this juncture, Konoha is devoid of any peak-level shinobi. Its high-end combat power is alarmingly scarce. Now, if we seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, we stand a chance to reclaim our rightful power. My fellow clansmen, it is time to restore the glory of our Uchiha clan. A radiant light illuminated Fugaku's countenance, as he appeared like a deity poised to reshape the world. Chapter 71. The Weasel. Not the Weasel. The assembly comprehended Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. He sought to instigate an armed insurrection to forcibly seize control of the Konoha regime. In this lifetime, Uchiha Fugaku had masqueraded as an ally of Konoha, and Uchiha Shisui had not concealed his allegiance, overtly supporting the village. The assembly understood why Fugaku aimed to subdue Shisui. While a few individuals appeared anxious and apprehensive, the majority exhibited expressions of excitement and joy. Yet, esteemed clan leader, did you not previously oppose such radical actions? Exclaimed Uchiha Kenji, the one who had once proposed to gouge out at Mikoto's eyes. What has prompted this sudden change in demeanor? Indeed, we have never before heard of the clan leader's intentions to rebel, another clansman echoed. Uchiha Fugaku felt exasperated internally. These radical clan members seemed devoid of reason. How could one so brazenly express aspirations of rebellion? To show capability while concealing it, and to appear incapable while demonstrating strength, this is the true path. Their blatant display of rebellious intent was as if they wished to alert others to guard against them. Seizing power through armed conflict is a grave matter, until now. It had merely been a faude, with various measures aimed at rendering the Konoha elite complacent. Uchiha Fugaku declared today, I have resolved to take advantage of this splendid opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Those willing to support me, raise your right hand and join this battle. Those unwilling may remain here to safeguard our non-combatant clan members and ensure their safety. As his words fell, silence enveloped the gathering. Fugaku, unperturbed, understood the dynamics of the Uchiha clan well as its leader. It was only natural that these clan members, unprepared, would struggle to make a decision. After a moment, an arm was raised. Subsequently, hands began to rise one after another. Nearly all Uchiha clan members, save for the young children, lifted their right hands. Almost unanimously, they agreed to partake in this struggle. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. This was the very reason he had altered his stance and resolved to instigate rebellion. Though ostensibly to mask his true intentions, Fugaku genuinely sought to suppress the radical factions within the clan. However, through his suppression, he discerned that decades of discriminatory policies from the Konoha elite had bred resentment among all Uchiha. Whether through isolationist policies or the periodic disappearances of clan members within the village, even the most amiable Uchiha harbored grievances against Konoha, not to mention those already radicalized, the direct descendants of the three Tomo. In their eyes, the Uchiha clan was one of the founders of Konoha, a family of merit. What worth did Sarutobi Hiruzen possess to be deemed Hokage? The position of Hokage and the power of Konoha rightfully belonged to the Uchiha. Over the past 2 years, Fugaku's attempts to suppress the radicals had inadvertently resulted in a burgeoning of their numbers, leading him to realize that the Uchiha's rebellion was an inevitable tide, one he could not single-handedly avert. The oppressive policies of the Konoha elite, coupled with the radical factions within the Uchiha, had jointly precipitated this unfolding scenario. He could only act in accordance with the prevailing tide. Any attempt to obstruct it would inevitably lead to his utter destruction. Thus, Fugaku Uchiha supported his son, Itachi Uchiha, in orchestrating this insurrection. With every individual having made their choice, the Uchiha rebellion commenced in earnest. Fugaku outlined the operational plans and personnel assignments, while Itachi led the group to collect the prepared weapons and gear. Due to the lack of prior notification, none of the Uchiha clansmen were armed. Outside their territory, the Anbu ninjas patrolled and monitored, and returning to fetch weapons would only reveal their rebellious intentions. To mitigate this risk, Fugaka had discreetly prepared weapons and equipment. Placing them at the Southhi Shrine, Itachi opened a concealed room, revealing large wooden crates draped in white cloth. As he lifted the cloth, sharp blades glinted with a fierce light. The crates were filled with kunai, shuriken, windmill shuriken, ninja swords, explosive tags, and various other equipment. Since the operation was scheduled for nightfall, black ninja attire had also been prepared for the nocturnal combat. The Uchiha clansmen gathered their gear according to their choices and reconvened in the hall. At this moment, the Uchiha were indeed a formidable force, fully equipped. In the dim light, the black battle attire melded with the surroundings, leaving only the crimson Sharingan eyes to shine brightly. Observing the assembly of his clansmen, Itachi brimmed with confidence in his scheme. Just as Makoto Ito had once perceived, Itachi was also a transmigrator. Unlike other transmigrators, his method of reincarnation involved seizing control over another's life. The specifics remained unclear to him. Upon his arrival in this world, he had already found himself within Itachi's body. He merely concealed himself within, observing Itachi's every move as if watching a film. The original Itachi had not sensed his presence. In occupying Itachi's form, the transmigrator learned the art of soul possession, and to claim the body, he directly attacked the original Itachi. The original Itachi, having not yet awakened his Sharingan, possessed a frail spirit and could only resist for 3 days before being utterly shattered. Consequently, he naturally assumed control over Itachi's body. Strangely, the fragments of the original Itachi's soul merged seamlessly into his own, which allowed him to assimilate Itachi's memories. This fusion enhanced his spiritual power and granted him the 3-Tomo Sharingan. With the knowledge of Itachi's memories, the transmigrator unreservedly identified himself as Itachi Uchiha, enjoying the life that belonged to the Itachi he had slain, including the familial bonds he now occupied. As a transmigrator, he also retained memories of the narrative of Naruto from his previous life. He held a profound disdain for the original Itachi, who, despite wielding the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, had succumbed to the third Hokage's ideology of the will of fire and, in the name of so-called peace, massacred his entire clan, sparing neither the elderly nor the innocent. To have slain one's own parents and all relatives, yet to glorify such acts as a means to protect the village and safeguard one's younger brother, Sasuke, is a testament to a wretched soul, a veritable fiend and executioner, irredeemable in nature. Thus, upon discovering that he has assumed the form of the despicable Uchiha Itachi, the traveler feels no remorse, but rather a sense of justification in his actions. Had he not arrived, Itachi would have continued his heinous path, extinguishing the lives of his kin. His presence, in fact, has spared many from a tragic fate. However, having inherited the body and identity of Uchiha Itachi, he is confronted with the same dire circumstances. The rebellion of the Uchiha clan and the oppression from Konoha is an unavoidable predicament. Under the formidable forces forged by both the Uchiha and Konoha, even as a traveler, he finds himself powerless to alter the tide of the impending Uchiha rebellion. In the grand sweep of history, individual strength proves to be feeble,